I guess it's a hand thing, right? You pull the little loop. Is it a hand operated one or a mouth operated slide whistle?
Both. There's a hand and a mouth
Yeah, I thought
involved.
slide whistle. What's the
Okay,
slide
fair
whistles
enough.
without the slide part?
I don't know. I
Just a
thought you
whistle.
kind of like pulled it,
Just a
and then
whistle.
as you well, there's some where like the plastic ones where they have like a little. It's like a cylinder with a loop you pull, and as you pull it, the volume inside the cylinder changes, so it gets higher pitched or lower pitched as you pull it, because
Hmm.
the air going through it passes through a different area. At least
Is that
I
how
don't.
all of them work?
No, I don't think so. I think there's a variety of slide whistles from all over the world. Different cultures have different slide whistles, and there are slide whistles for different, income brackets. You have the cheap plastic ones. You have the ones they have like the big orchestras.
Yeah, clowning is no
Um,
joke. There's a serious amount of work that's gone into it over
Clowning is
generations.
no joke. Clowning is no laughing business.
No. And it's
Hey,
wrong that they keep making movies trying to spread that it is.
I personally have no idea what a slide whistle is.
My God.
yes,
But,
you do.
You probably do.
No.
That's a lie.
I mean, I
Let's
know a
see.
whistle.
It goes like.
If I talk while I do it, you can kind of hear it. Maybe a.
No, it just doesn't sound quite right when you
You
do
got one of
that.
those cheap, shitty slide whistles that
No,
you
that's
got
because I have to
from Wish.com.
talk into it while I do it, or else it don't work.
You wish that you had a better slide whistle.
It's true.
Hey, I wish
It's
I had
worth
a
like
better slide
$1.
whistle. That's not a great one. It's
don't-
better than nothing though.
He doesn't use a
suppose
slide
it is.
whistle in the first or second film.
So yeah, really, what's the point?
Like, I don't get what the point of these
a
were,
movie?
really.
Exactly.
I wonder if you gave
Why
that
were they
picture
even
to someone what
created?
they'd think it was.
If I
Looks like a
saw
medical
this
device.
without context, I would not assume it's a whistle.
I would say it looks like a baseball bat with a mouth. Who's like, "Hello, I'm a baseball bat."
It's a cloud baseball bat.
That's right. And
actually
for some
hurts
reason,
immensely
he
when
sounds
you
like
use
Mr. Frog because, of course, he does.
Hello.
Because he's
Hello.
brain damaged from being hit with baseballs all the time.
Yeah, exactly. It's a difficult life.
All right.
How do you
Hello,
think of the
everybody.
well, maybe it's the baseball has a worse life. That's oof.
Welcome to yet another bonus EFAP episode because there's just so much going on.
Yeah.
We've tried to stuff it all into everything. Gosh, Rings of Power really just it was just taking up all the room. That big old fat show just sitting on the sofa, and now other lads are trying to sit in and be like, "Hey, I'm here too." Like Agatha, like Joker too. And so it's time to get to it. Can't deny the cultural discussion that's happened already. You all know the vibe. It's not a happy one.
Unfortunately.
We could not put on a happy face, or at least I could. We haven't discussed anything really regarding this movie, and I haven't watched any reviews. I haven't done anything like that. So
Oh well, that's
I've-
just you, man. I'm a lot more familiar with what's been going on in terms of
Yes,
I've
the
only
joke discussion.
I've only seen or like heard because you just seen and hear things. I've only two things. I have only heard that it's terrible, and there's a lot of there's a lot. Can we say there's involuntary he was raped, okay? That's what the memes are about. The memes are that he got raped. And so that's all I know going into this, just because you see the memes popping up everywhere and I'm like, oh my goodness gracious, what's going on here?
Just
this is crazy.
Clarify as well, someone just said, wait, is Mola going to be missing EFAP for this? I think you mean open bar.
Yes. You will be. The next episode will not have Mahler because he's missing it for this.
But yeah, no open bar this week, hence why we're actually streaming today. It makes some sense. There's a little slot open. You guys are not going to get your fix. We're going to have to make up for the lack of Scottish with some other stuff. Look at this cast here. Oh my god, such variety.
That's true. We're very multicultural.
Yes.
I'm from America, and Mahler's from Wales.
Yeah,
land.
you got it.
Fringy is from from down under.
Nice.
Cap is from Wisconsin. Nuts is from Iceland. So we cover all of the corners of the world.
I was going to say that's
you
the
get to
5
see
corners,
the whole
right?
world's perspective. Yeah, this film is a uniting film. It actually unites us all together.
And that it made no money. Wow, it made some money, but it's
We all united elsewhere in the world that wasn't the movie theater to be
Well,
at.
no, it made less money on opening day than The Flash and The Marvels, and the
I
domestic
heard it was
box
like
office anyway.
Morbius, the Flash movie.
Yes.
Yeah.
You don't want
Yeah,
these
it's got
names propping
Morbius
up
money.
when people talk about your movie. They're bad names.
No.
Yeah.
Bad names.
Yeah,
Even when they say,
three
well, it was
times-
better than the Flash,
You
not a good thing
don't-
to be.
No, not a good
It's
thing.
Not even that.
It usually
Three
doesn't need to
times-
be said.
3 times less money in the domestic opening weekend than the first film, which
Uh-oh.
cost a fourth as much money.
Yeah, this one was like $200 million compared to the first one, which
Yeah,
was
it's up
55 million.
Yeah.
So someone just said not gonna lie
Yeah.
feels like the usual nitpicking. We haven't even talked about it yet.
We haven't started.
We haven't said
We haven't
anything.
started
box
talking about
office
the
is
film yet. We're
nitpicking?
talking about the box office and how it's. I'm sure that's how Warner Brothers feels right now, is they're pulling their hair out, watching
Yeah.
the money go up in flames. Yeah. Well, this is just nitpicking. You know, you got to look at the bigger picture here.
Give us a chance to
bigger picture.
nitpick. Jeez.
Yeah, we have not yet begun to nitpick. Literally, we
Exactly.
haven't begun.
I
And
can
think the other
brag.
thing is- Oh yeah.
I can brag that I have slightly contributed to it in making less money because my mom's a teacher and she was thinking about bringing her class to this movie. And I was like, no. Wait for
class?
me.
What
Yeah.
age group does she teach?
Well, in my country, it's quite different. They're actually 11th graders, but she sort of has like an entire class under her.
Okay, but what age is that?
Yeah.
17, I think, 16, 17.
Oh, okay, so that's rated
Just-
R.
yeah.
Okay, that's okay.
yeah.
That would be.
Yeah, you were concerned for a
Well,
moment.
perhaps no
Um,
humans should be
and,
subjected. to-
What does she teach? Medieval torture methods or what?
No,
what's
actually-
the...
English.
Similar.
Ooh.
Oh, they do speak English
But-
in this movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
That's just
I was like,
nitpicking.
I heard it's
Oh.
terrible, so wait for me until I see it so I can like greenlight you or greenlight it for you.
Damn,
And I
mansplaining.
came out and I was like, Mom, don't, just don't. And she actually told the kids because of me we're not going to see this movie. And they were like, sure. And I'm happy about that.
The kids, for the first time ever, declined the field trip.
to
They're
the
like,
to
"Oh,
the
thank
fucking
God, we get to
cinema
stay
of
in
all
school."
places. Yeah, they're like,
Yeah.
I'd rather learn. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I told my mom, like, take them to Transformers 1 or something. This is fine.
I've heard Transformers 1's good.
Yeah, same.
I
Come
thought
on.
it was all right.
It's got more hype.
You
Maybe
know.
it's because it's surrounded by some releases here that aren't doing as well. You know? Maybe.
Well, I mean, you say it's got some hype, but I'm pretty sure it's not doing too well at the box office either.
Oh no, social media
yeah.
hype, not box
Mm.
office hype. I don't know if you know
Which,
about the
I
meme,
mean,
but
it's
there's like
not
a
That's a bit awkward,
there's
isn't
a
it?
Twitter
That's-
account guy who every single viral post makes an effort to market Transformers 1. It's quite funny. I feel bad for him because
I mean,
obviously it
it's
hasn't
not-
reflected
Yeah, it's
into.
not working.
Yeah, but
That's right.
the best you could do is being done. You know, like you got to appreciate he's done what he can. if maybe
I don't know, it feels
maybe
like,
be even worse off without it.
It's definitely a byproduct of just too many movies, too many Transformers movies that haven't done. Oh, that's a bit unfortunate though. Wow, Wild Robot has a budget of $78 million and it has made about $100 million. It's been out for a couple of weeks, so hopefully that.
We were
Picks
going to
up
go
a
see
little
it today,
better.
my mom and I, but
What's going on?
we
I've
did
told
this.
you both to go watch it.
we are very
Yeah,
busy. We were
seen
going to
it.
go today, but we have to talk
Oh, damn
about
it.
Joker 2.
Sorry, the way
Yeah,
that was delivered, it sounds like Friggy told Rax's mum to go watch it 'cause he said you two.
Your mom would love it.
Go and watch
Friggy-
it, god damn it.
look alright. You should
It's
go
nice.
watch it. It's a good movie.
I want to go see it. I really do. We were legitimately, we planned to go see it today. But then I was like, oh shit, right. Talking about
Yeah,
Joker
well,
2.
yeah.
Mom, we can't go see
Yeah.
The Wild Robot. I have to talk about Joker 2 for my job.
Yeah, well,
For my weird job.
which?
Well,
Oh,
I was
sorry.
gonna say, I don't know. It's not going to be a huge shock. We could do it quickly, the broad, because we kind of already Nuts has done her experience, kind of her perspective in a. I was going to say my quick vision would be the The distinct feeling I had when completing it was the you guys in chat, the Mola feels emoji, but with clown makeup. I don't have that, but this guy, if he had the clown makeup on, that's how I felt.
Oh, that's the emoji you sent me.
It's it's just that 100%. That's how I felt about the whole film.
That's quite similar to how I felt as well.
Oh, and also
I
I've
felt
added the
too.
I think he's called Peepo Stare in your emoji selection. He's become hyper popular in
Peepo
Discord.
Stare.
Can you see him? There's someone posted him in chat. He's one of the greatest responses to almost all circumstances.
That one?
Come on, members, do it. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
He's a good one.
Him in chat.
There's-
That's the reaction to this movie, to be fair.
Yeah, it's pretty apt. That's a pretty apt description. Was that how everybody felt, or was anybody more angry about it?
I didn't feel angry. I think that one was kind of like, well, like I got to the end and I was like, well, so that's what they decided to do. That was their battle plan, huh? All right. Well,
Yeah.
I see why everyone hates this movie. This is not official Joker canon to my brain.
I suppose what I'd be curious about is does the existence of this film as it exists make anybody feel like they shouldn't have made a sequel at all? Or
Oh, yeah.
or was there a world where there could have been a sequel that would have made everybody go, yeah, you know what, that was actually super worthwhile?
As much as it sounds like a contradiction, I believe both of those things. They shouldn't have made a sequel, but they could have made one that was really good.
Right.
Agreed. I think there's stuff
Mhm.
we could have
yeah.
done, but honestly, I kind of would have preferred if we just left Joker, that wonderful 2019 movie, as a one and done.
Yeah.
I suppose that's
But-
easier to say now, though, that this exists.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
if this
good.
movie was really good, I would be saying, "Oh man, I didn't think that they could make a good sequel to Joker, but they managed to do it. Wow, interesting."
Same way a
Well,
lot of
but-
people found the first movie unnecessary. Like, why are we doing this? But then it turned out to be pretty good. So
Yeah.
I think it's in a
Kinda
different.
Remember-
I think it's different in a sense where the first one is unnecessary in the same way that I guess technically pretty much all movies are unnecessary, but because it's not a continuation of anything so much as we have a story that we want to begin telling, and this just seems like this story was so wonderfully wrapped up after the first movie, and it felt complete and had just the right amount of open-endedness, and it had a thing to say, and it was thematically, tight. And this feels like an unnecessary continuing of something else that I felt was done.
Mhm. Yeah, I remember right after the first movie came out, for a while, even Todd Phillips himself was like, I remember that was a huge thing at the time that, oh, there's not going to be a sequel. This is not a franchise movie. Arthur Fleck is his own character. He'll do his own thing, and he won't meet Batman, and there's no need for sequel. And I remember that was a thing for a while. And
yeah.
I was caught really off guard when the sequel was announced because Todd Phillips himself seemed so adamant on not turning this into a thing.
Yeah.
But it made $1 billion, though. That's the thing. It made $1
Yeah.
billion.
Mm.
And that's how it goes.
seems like the budget increase is in large part due to the fact that people were convinced to make this movie with money, essentially, that he wasn't
Seems that
going to
way.
originally,
Yeah.
but because otherwise I don't quite understand the jump from 55 to 200 million. That is definitely not showing up on screen.
No.
It looks
it's not.
better than the first movie,
Slightly.
but it's not like it's not. Oh, we quadrupled the budget. It doesn't look that much better.
No.
It's got like it's a very competently shot film.
Yes.
It looks good, but if you were to tell me what was the budget of this, I would have said, "Oh, 70 million." If the first one was 55, this is like 70, I guess. It got like it's like the first movie, but a bit more polished, a little bit more, just a little bit more to it. I would not have guessed in a million years 200.
Times as much money. No way.
No. It looks like it has slightly more money.
Which
Yeah,
I
and
guess is the thing. Oh, sorry, go for it.
Go on. It's fine.
To piggyback off of what Cap said about the idea that it's like the budget seems to be reflective of people needing to be convinced to come back and do this. Kind of just makes you wonder, like, why anybody thought it was a good idea if that was the case. if it was a really, really hard thing to get anybody back to want to make another one.
That's probably
Mm.
happened in history where it's resulted in good. I imagine Michael Bay eventually had to be convinced with money to come back to keep making Transformers over and over and over and over and over.
Yeah, look at the
maybe.
terrible results that spawned
But
in
like,
terms of
you know,
movies.
there would be movies that would still make the money. So it's like, well, everybody
sure,
wins, quote unquote. So keep going. Like, if this had made $2 billion, if in some insane
Oh
world,
no.
I wonder if they'd be like, Todd, buddy, we need a Joker 3.
Even with that
Maybe.
ending, yeah.
For me, when it comes to the budget, like the first film, I have to rewatch it, but it seemed so much more grand, and there were so many like various types of environments. This felt so claustrophobic. Like it doesn't. I mean, it might have looked better, but the environments were like hallways. You were always in the hallways in prison, and in a single like a freaking courtroom all the time and back and forth. You don't really go out in the city until
Yeah.
like that one moment. So for me, it just felt so. Where's the money? I mean, there were musical sequences, but there
Yeah.
were like mostly sound stages and stuff like
Yeah, they
that.
weren't
So
that elaborate, all
yeah.
things considered. So those sort of things didn't seem like, yeah, that explains it in terms of like the amount of money generating a scope in a specific regard that couldn't be facilitated by the
Mhm.
story. Here's a question for everybody. We'll go right to left on this one. Ignoring the
I'm a
existence
trendsetter.
of ignoring the existence of Joker 2, like ignoring what its statements are, what was the point or the central theme or intention of Joker, the first film? What was the point
The
in
central
a
theme,
general sense?
the point. In a general sense, if I was to pick one, I would say that the primary one is that individuals and society both have a role to play in the well-being of people. And if you fail people, it hurts society as a whole.
Okay. Nutsa.
Well, I have like already a 10-page essay in the draft, and I still haven't gotten. Like, I still have no idea, to be honest.
Okay. That's fine.
But
Jeez.
I would say, for me personally, it's Puddles. I'm glad Puddles is in the movie.
Wait, you talking about
That's the point of the movie.
Joker 1 or 2 right now?
Joker, the first one.
Two.
Like what
The first one.
Yeah, first.
What I mean is like independent
Oh.
of what the statements of this film are about what happened in the first film or what it was meant to be about. What do you think is
Okay.
like the central theme? What would you say describes like the character arc for Arthur? Like what's the point?
The point of Arthur. Well, considering the second film, again, nothing. I mean, I would have a separate answer if it was like the first film solely,
That's what
but
I'm
now
saying.
it's just
No, I'm saying
the
don't
first film.
consider the second film.
Oh,
if we
okay, okay.
ignore the second, before this film existed
Mhm.
to have an impact on your perspective,
Yes.
what did you believe was the point? Is basically the question.
Yeah. Well, it's I listened to like some kind of behind the scenes of Todd Phillips talking about Arthur Fleck before the second film, and he was talking, and he had such an insight on the character that was so fascinating, and that Arthur Fleck was kind of a mask he was wearing, and throughout the entire film, like the mask keeps slipping, and like he's just hiding this Joker personality inside of him that finally bursts out. So he is playing this character that is this naive, sad Arthur Fleck, but in reality, he wants violence and he wants to sort of reciprocate all the cruelty that he's facing. So that's what he becomes at the end, and that really sort of struck a chord with me. And I think that's the point of Arthur Fleck in the first movie. It's sort of a slow descent into madness, but also like authenticity of the character, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I get you. Mubes, what do you reckon?
Just the it almost feels like just an experimentational representation of the one bad day thing of a whole life spent experiencing all these horrible traumatic events. He in the film we get to see him pushed to the brink and he has a snap of his perspective that alters exactly what he's experiencing and then what he's going to do outwardly, and it at first is horrifying to him. I think, for an audience member, it's going to be complicated exactly how they feel throughout the whole thing, is part of why I really like the first Joker. But goes from being like, holy fuck, the sort of loud, horrifying, bloody scene in the train, and then it like, in retrospect, he starts thinking about it immediately, is kind of freeing. It's a complicated metamorphosis of the character to, instead of listening to society and his mum to like constantly do everything he can to be the best and nicest person ever to help people and be a good guy, he's instead flipping it on its head, and he feels freer and better. And I think it's a commentary somewhat of, at least, of how a society that's not running as best as possible can destroy itself by creating individuals like that. And by the end, he's reached like a nirvana of exactly what he wants to do, and it's having repercussions that are insane. Like, the whole world is in chaos, but he finally feels some level of freedom, and he's getting the recognition he was looking for. And then honestly, like, the film, there's so many brilliant scenes in it that I'd like to talk about that we're not here to do today necessarily, but the final one where he's he's smoking, he's talking to the psychiatrist, presumably in Arkham or wherever else he is. It felt to me like he's completed his journey. He's got a brand new point of view on life. He's gonna act differently from now on because he's enough with like the attempts to try and remain in a particular way or to act in a particular way to make the world a better place from the perspective of people who don't even understand the kind of thing he's gone through. He'd rather operate on his own rules, and I don't know how much better it feels for him to do so. I think it's just, I mean, one of the things that people say that's the power of the first Joker is to have so many different interpretations, and there's lots of little pieces that support different things, just how much of it was even real, and whether or not the character we're dealing with should be referred to with different names, and all this sort of stuff. And I guess to lead in, it's just like the Joker 2 has reduced a lot of those options. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Cap, what do you reckon?
Oh, I thought you were next.
I'll
Let's
go
see.
last.
Well, the obvious message is that you should stop taking your meds. Beyond that, I would say, well, I would echo what a couple of people have mentioned already, that I wouldn't say there's one necessary, like, there's a lot of different themes and ideas happening in the first movie. In the broadest possible sense, it's like a demented self-actualization story, in a sense. This is someone who is beaten down by society, who sort of lets out the sort of darkness he has inside of him, and it sort of it inspires a whole movement around him, and that finally gets him the attention and love that he's been looking for his whole life but never really found, and that brings him a sort of joy and fulfillment. But obviously it's a sort of deeply ironic, demented sort of fulfillment he gets from that. I like the dissonance between what what he's really looking for is like sort of love and attention and respect, and he wants everyone to be happy, and so that he's become unknowingly, in a sense, the face of this movement to sort of start something of a revolution in the city. And I like the disconnect between what they view Arthur as and what he views them as. There's a real disconnect there. Not to say that this is a complete aping of Taxi Driver, but it's a similar sort of idea that I quite like, where to them he's something of a hero and he's starting a movement, but he's just this guy that's been horribly treated and just wants to make people happy, in a sense. And he finds it in a very sort of dark, twisted way. I think it's a really, really interesting story. Very simple in a sense, but very well executed.
I would say that all of you have made observations that I basically agree with in terms of like what was happening in the first film and what it was about. Something that I would add onto what you just said, Cap, that I find really interesting in the first film is the idea that he gets what he wants, ultimately, which is like attention, adoration, to fulfill what he had been told was his purpose, but obviously it's destructive and twisted and dark, and that a consequence of what he has done has generated his antithesis, or what will become his antithesis in the future, in the form of Batman. The idea that Joker and Batman were created on the same night, I find very fascinating and interesting. It's a really, really, it's just like a really, really interesting idea. And then when you pair it with essentially a whole bunch of other things that have already been mentioned, not to mention the interesting idea that Joker is the more authentic, true representation of who he is and how he feels, in contrast with Arthur, that we see at the beginning of the film, right, trying to force a smile, and then it drops instantly because it's not reflective of how he actually feels, compared to the idea that when he's in his makeup painting a smile on his face with blood, that's more representative of his authentic self, is quite. It's like, oh geez, that makes you think. That's quite grim, isn't it? There's a whole bunch of these ideas about what the film is, and it's like Mauler said, this film's existence starts to, if you treat it as though this film exists in the continuity, it begins to dramatically reduce a lot of your options for interpretation about what the first film is about and what it means. And in many ways, it does things that seem to openly contradict what happened in the first film. In a way that's a bit difficult to reconcile, to where, like, if you can't move past what amounts to, like, a fundamentally different understanding, or even just, like, kind of a misrepresentation of the events that occurred in the first film, or, like, what they meant, or the broader sort of themes of that film, it's like, well, if you can't move past that, then you kind of, like, that's kind of like the end of the movie, in a sense. Which is kind of a fascinating and very bad problem to have, as seems to be evidenced by the response that this film has garnered.
What I quite like on just the first thing you said as well, the Batman element, like the multi-class layered cruelty and trauma being inflicted on everybody as part of a society that's just completely corrupted and broken, generating a man who would do anything, sacrificing everything about himself to save it, and another one who just wants to burn it all to the ground with him. Like, that's really fascinating two results of everything that's happened, and they, one of them comes from the family that arguably didn't do enough to save the city, while the other decided to ride the train along down into hell, essentially, for Gotham, right? Like, there's just so many things to talk about, and I find that's one of the biggest strengths of the first film, and it's the complete reverse of the second one. It feels like all roads sort of get cut off the more you try to think about options in the film for interpretation.
Well, yeah, I'd say that this film, by comparison, rather than being able to branch out into a whole bunch of different ideas about what it means, this film has, like, a very specific point, a very specific, clear point that's difficult to sort of move away from as a conclusion about what you meant to, essentially what you meant to think about it. And again, it's like, it's I really do find it fascinating that this is like a film where essentially, if you can't move past its interpretation of the events of the first film, it's kind of like, it's like, oh shit, damn, this is like kind of a, what are you meant to do, right? Like, if you just disagree, you just have to sort of sit there and watch the story play out while being like, yeah, but that's not what happened though. At least that's not what, you thought happened.
Well, it makes it cloudier, doesn't it? You're sort of sitting there thinking to yourself, well,
Yeah.
hot damn, this is me now.
You've got it. You got to
It's,
show everybody.
Yeah,
Goga
there
made
we
it.
It's beautiful.
You look
Our
in the
little
mirror,
Joker.
you're like, oh no, I'm the Joker.
A welcome addition to the roster.
Oh my gosh, wait a second. I'm the Joker. Oh no.
I would while this is on screen, I suppose it might be redundant, but how about just like everybody's general thoughts, your 1 minute or less. What did you think of Joker 2 in a little package? Let's go left to right this time.
All right.
Yeah,
I don't think it's very good. I think the story's the worst part in terms of the technical aspects of the film, and I even quite liked the music. I think I understand some people don't, but those elements I think are pretty good, but everything that's wrong with the movie is wrong with the story, I would say. And I don't think it's very good. Maybe it's even really bad. I have to think about it more. But it's not very good. I wouldn't
You know how it
recommend
goes.
I wouldn't recommend it. The more I think about it, the worse the story gets. and don't spend the money to see it in the theater. It's not worth it unless you really, really want to be part of the discourse, which I don't know why you would. Don't. I just wouldn't bother with it.
Yeah, just repeat what we say on the podcast.
Yeah, exactly.
Mubes.
Pretty sad by the end. I take a lot of meaning and interest in the first film. I'm quite a fan of it, and all this film did was uniquely and repeatedly rip pieces away over and over again for as long as I considered it canon, which I not only don't at this point because it is incompatible, but simultaneously agree with Cap, but I do not recommend. It was kind of miserable to watch. I didn't get much out of it that was entertaining or meaningful or insightful. And I disagree with the author like significantly about the first film, apparently.
I presume when you say miserable, you mean it in a different... Because Joker is a sad movie. That is a sad
I wouldn't describe
movie.
the first one as miserable, as crazy as that may sound. It's
No,
it's
that's
quite
what
an
I mean. There's a
experience to
difference
watch.
between the experiences.
Yeah, very engaging. While the second one felt a lot less, I don't know, like there's not much for me to garner from the experience other than an insecure writer telling me that he did not like what I thought of the first one. I'm like, okay, all right, bud.
Sure. Nutser.
I accidentally shared my thoughts before, but I don't know. The exit sign never shined brighter in the theater for me. I just the last I swear the last third act, I think I spent staring at it for longer than on the screen. But yeah, I was so jealous of anyone who walked out, and they did walk out. So,
Oh, did people walk out?
yeah, people did walk out.
I've heard a
You
lot
know
of
when
stories about that. Yeah.
Yeah, the
That's...
last time when Lady Gaga started singing at the stairway, that's when they walked out.
Okay, so they're pretty close to the end, but still.
Tell you what, no one
Yeah.
walked out of Moonfall. All right, I'll tell you this right
Hell
now.
yes.
The
Moonfall
three of us
glues
in
you
that
to the
theater,
screen.
the three of
Well,
us in the theater stayed till the end.
There weren't many
Moonfall,
people when
right?
I watched The Rise of Skywalker, but nobody left. At least not that I
No.
remember.
Well, they had to know.
They knew what they were in for, Fringy.
Had
They
to
knew.
know, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's that guy that I keep telling everybody about. The
Yeah.
guy that there was a few seats down just saying, "Oh, fuck off." Every
Fuck off.
very amusing. Yeah. All right, Rags. Your thoughts?
While I think that the film is very technically competent, it's shot very well. There's a lot of really good, scenes and shots with the lighting and the camera work and stuff. And I'll mirror what Cap said in a few things. I actually did like a lot of the musical stuff. I think that aspect was a-okay, and I like those, and I like the idea behind them, where these are musical things that are sort of like his perspective on things and his daydreams and whatnot. I thought the film was very poorly paced in terms of what we learn, what we're getting in terms of as compared to the ratio of passage of time. I thought it was well acted, but ultimately the story and what they did with Joker was such a massive letdown that there's virtually nothing about the positives that could get me to recommend the movie. This film feels like it's kind of ashamed of the first movie. It feels like it's bitter towards the first movie, and it feels mean-spirited to Arthur Fleck, which is crazy because he's like a sextuple murderer, but it still feels mean-spirited towards him.
I walked out of the theater pretty like, it was very much like a, that was a movie. Where it's kind of like, yeah, I guess on a technical standpoint, in terms of like the cinematography, the lighting, but like the soundtrack, the choice of songs, for the musical sections, the performances, it's like, yeah, I mean, on all of these like terms, it's like competently made, but like fundamentally you have to you have to move past what seems to me like such an incorrect an incompatible read of like even the events that took place in the first film, let alone like what meaning was supposed to be extracted from them, what meaning or themes were clearly intended versus how he may have Well, how Todd Phillips may have changed his mind. I mean, it feels like a film that spawned from like either one of two things. Either Todd Phillips didn't understand the film that he made in terms of like what was conveyed, what events happened, what the central arc or descent into madness was for Arthur Fleck, and like what was to be taken away from that thematically. Or he changed his mind. Like, he saw the reactions that people had to the film. He saw what people's criticisms were. He saw the meta, and then he changed his mind and like responded to it. Which I don't know, man. It feels like that could yield some really like bad results in terms of like the films that get spawned from that kind of attitude, right? Of like of almost feeling like it's a film that's more so like a response to like the meta conversation around the first film rather than what actually happened in it.
I think so,
I
yeah.
would not recommend it. I just don't think that most people would like it, and I think that's become very clear in the following days.
Yes.
As the sort of response to this film is coalesced broadly, which is that most people don't like it. I don't even think that should be surprising, given what happens. So yeah, I don't like it. Wouldn't recommend it. We'll see where we settle after we go through it in terms of
before
like its
we-
quality overall.
Before we continue, because it won't sound strange really to any of us, but the way that, some of the things you said there and things that we've mentioned before, about how the creator didn't kind of understand their own work and things of that nature. I guess for those who might be tuning in who are not familiar with us, hi, every from a pause. We are we're very big on death of the author here. We've talked about it before. We've gone into great lengths about it. So it might sound kind of like bold and crazy if you're not used to us, for us to say things like the creator didn't understand their creation. But we here at Every Frame of Pause, and I think most of our guests and things, we kind of hold that there is a line between that does separate what a person wants to create and their intentions for their creation and what they actually end up making. That the substance of what the movie is, or the song is, or the story that they create, that is different and not necessarily the same as the intentions that they made or the thematics that they were seeking to get when they sought out to make it.
It's funny
So,
you
just,
introduce this potential idea like this. Like, I actually think this is going to become one of the greatest examples to help people understand that that is a valid way to analyze art, to ignore the author, this one. Because we've had other examples, like, Greedo shot first, or even, if you remember the Polka Dot Man discussion for Suicide Squad.
Yeah, that was bizarre.
This one, I think you won't even need to really explain it. You just be like, Joker 2. I think most people ignore that as part of the Joker story. Like, I say that in the future. That's how people will probably refer to this. I don't see this having a cultural footprint that'll last. Other
I
than,
mean, essentially, you've got a choice to make, right? You've got a choice on whether or not you want the first film to remain an interesting film that you can think about, or you can attach this to it and potentially severely reduce the sort of the thematic juice and the interest of that film. So the decision is yours. I find it easier more and more as these films come out. I don't treat the sequel trilogy as a canon, basically, in my head. I remember that I said before that it was very hard for me to disconnect it, because when you have the same actors and a sense of legitimacy with a project, that can sort of almost have an effect. But like that, Terminator Dark Fate, like these, it's becoming easier and easier and easier to be like, yeah, I mean, that was just some shit movie that exists off in the corner that
We
doesn't
should be
need to have an
thanking
impact
the
on
sequel
films I like.
trilogy. We should be like,
why?
thank you, sequels, for preparing us to completely disconnect all these other pieces, so that when I see Harrison Ford as Indiana Jones, the sad fuck that they made him in Dial of Destiny, the sequels prepared me to not give a shit, and it's not canon, and I don't have to
I will
worry
say,
about it anymore.
we had some prep for this with, do you remember first seeing Terminator Genesis free? They made it in the trailer as like a huge awesome thing that Terminator 1 gets recreated, and then during the scene where it's being created, fucking future Arnie kills the Arnie in that film, and it's the most like, what is happening?
Well, wait, what? You're deleting it.
Yeah.
You're ruining it.
That's the thing. They think they're having fun, but you're sitting there like, so Terminator 1 didn't happen anymore? Like, what the hell?
No, Terminator Genesis didn't happen. That's what.
Yeah, that's
what
the
happened.
truth. It's like, you're incompatible, bye.
I mean, how
well-
few people care that Romulus basically said aliens couldn't have happened? So who
Yeah,
the fuck knows?
Romulus didn't happen.
No.
It
A lot of
didn't.
people
You
just
know,
don't seem to care about that, which is unfortunate.
yeah, well, you know.
Anyway,
Anyway,
Joker.
should we,
Back to
should we get
Joker
started
2.
then?
We should begin
Let's,
this adventure, I'm sure,
Let's
yes.
get started.
Let's do it.
So the film opens with a Looney Tunes inspired animation that is entitled Me and My Shadow. And the broad summary of it is that it depicts the ending of the original film, so Arthur going on the Murray Franklin show, but it presents it as though Arthur's shadow, the Joker, like his literal shadow, well, his literal in the animation, but figurative, you get the idea, locked him away and like took his place on the show, and then like tormented him and sabotaged him before framing him as the Joker and running away. As the police then come in and beat Arthur to a pulp, which drenches the screen in blood. So, right out of the gate, you're like, but that's not what happened, though.
No, that is not.
It's weird.
Wrong.
I've heard
Try
a lot of people
again.
say the animation was something they really enjoyed, and I was like, well, I mean, I like
I mean,
the
I enjoyed
animation,
the literal
but
animation, yes.
but I was like, the story it told, I was already so confused. I was like, this isn't that's not what happened, though. We watched different movies, and I was like, holy shit, this sets the tone for how this film is going to go. It's like, it's almost like a crash course in, so that other film, yeah, this is what happened, and now we'll move on. It's like, no. And there's like a previously on that's all wonky.
Well, yeah, like the notion that there was, because it's sort of like setting the tone for something that will become a discussion throughout the film, which is the argument and then the counter to the notion that there was a distinctive Joker identity that you could separate from Arthur, which already it feels like the nature and how like this is incorrect is kind of complicated to explain. There is no Joker in that sense, but there is the Joker. It was Arthur. Like Arthur was the Joker. He turned into the Joker. He transformed into the Joker.
Yeah.
The mask slipped.
Yes.
And it was a very meaningful reason to choose that word. It wasn't arbitrary. It wasn't meta. It was Murray Franklin making fun of him, which fucking destroyed him in that storyline.
Yeah, exactly. Well, exactly. I mean, it's something that feels important to mention at this point because it feels like it's something that sticks out as like important to think about when it comes to the first film is Arthur dancing while dressed up as the Joker, first time alone in the bathroom. There's literally nobody around. It's just for him, and it's like that's like what you're meant to take away from it, right? Like he's like dancing in a way that could even be described as graceful because it's like authentic and honest. And it's of course very dark and disturbing that this has happened right after the incident on the subway. And then you have him dancing as he's about to go on the Murray Franklin show before the curtains are drawn, in contrast to him initially sort of acting out like the way that he ought to behave when he goes on it. And then, of course, finally dancing to a sea of admirers as he essentially completes his transformation. These are sort of things that could be like him embracing essentially like the Joker as a persona, beginning with nobody being around. Like it's like they want to move to a point of like, well, yeah, but it was in response to like what he saw around him. And it's like, I mean, a little bit, sure, but like it's a little bit more complicated than that. A lot of it was independent of the things that were going on in the world, and certainly not the idea of like trying to get to this sort of point of like, well, he was doing it because that's what people wanted to see, right? The audience in the universe / you as the audience who went to see the film. I was like, but again, hold on, that's not what happened. Like, that's not what happened in the first film.
He was in the train sequence, he was in a position where it's self-defense, and then it evolves into something a bit more like predator hunting prey, and he enjoyed it, and it felt expressive of it, like it felt relieving. And
Finally had some level of power and control.
Yes,
as well.
and those desires and the values that led him to do those things are a part of him. If you want to call that the shadow self or shadow elements of his character, then because this is where it gets complicated in terms of like it shouldn't be. It's like the English language can fail you here because we need more words to better distinguish a lot of these concepts. He's he's exploring those parts of himself, and he's not looking away. In fact, it feels more like being himself, not being an alternative personality / being the shadow temporarily, or allowing the shadow to take control and then enjoying the results. Or, you know what I mean? There's so many different ways you could take it, but like from what you see of the scenes in the first film, it came across to me as though these were thoughts and feelings and things that he considered his whole life. Like we all do. We all have some wacky thoughts every once in a while, but we're like, no, I'm not going to do that. It's crazy. But he did them, and he was like, you know what? I didn't mind that at all. I actually think maybe I'll do more of that at some point. Not sure
Yeah.
yet. That felt pretty good. And that
Yeah.
to me is not the shadow has taken over. It's more Arthur is exploring himself further.
The thing is, like, I don't know. Does Todd Phillips want us to think about the shadow in the Jungian sense? Is that like what we're?
I mean,
You know what I
yes,
mean?
that
Like-
seems obvious to me. That
I
that's what he's
mean-
going for. The central problem here, okay, if you want to talk in the Jungian sense about Arthur being possessed by his shadow, sure, he's sort of gripped by, the darker fantasies and stuff because it rewards him in a sense. He feels power and control and even adoration and from all the people who see him as the face of the movement. The problem is in the cartoon, it's presented like Arthur is completely unwilling. He's like, no, no, no,
He's
no,
a
no. It's
victim
like,
of the shadow.
yes.
Yeah.
No, that is not what happened. Wrong. Try again. That is definitively not the case. So that doesn't work for one. And also the other thing that's weird about it symbolically is he's already in the Joker makeup and then the shadow takes over. Like surely if you were going for this idea that Arthur is possessed by the shadow who is Joker, then the shadow should be the one with the face paint. So just
Yeah,
little
or it
things
should,
like that.
force it on him, something like that.
Yeah, so yeah, which also wouldn't work for the record, but it's even confused and muddled in the metaphor
what
that
you're
it's
saying,
even
yeah.
attempting here.
Well, I think for me, what annoys me so much about Arthur's sort of inconsistency like a character, it's just the way this film and even the first film was sort of sold as a like exploration of mental health and mental illness. And that's why it's not going to be like a fully Joker story because we're going to make a film about and we're going to explore a mentally ill person that is Arthur Fleck, and it's sold as a very accurate and sort of very insightful depiction of such issues and human struggle. But this film treats that whole concept so just completely aimlessly or just it doesn't care almost, and the Arthur's sort of state of mind and mental illness is so inconsistent and jumps back and forth between he has a split personality disorder, or he, in the first film, he is sort of this Joker personality is a part of him. Then we go to, no, it's a split personality, but no, it has been Arthur Fleck all along. So I think that's a very terrible job at depicting mental illness, and I would say even just very harmful.
I think the first
There
film was
doesn't
much
seem-
more consolidated in approaching him as this is guy. He's working job that sucks. He's got a home
Yeah.
life that sucks. His social services are failing him. He gets, the one bad day aspect. I think is way more clear. Like it feels so much more focused. This film is very busy fighting with itself as to exactly what the truth about Arthur's personality is, such that the intervening events and the surrounding elements, like we'll talk about this as we go through, but the guards for one. It's like the story doesn't have a conclusion on a lot of these elements. It sort of throws them in, and then it's like, actually, I'm a bit busy right now because I want to have the characters talk openly and to the camera about the state of him. And it it reminds me of in a really weird way is Ray. I think I brought this up on Open Bar, was how the film is so distracted with discussing whether or not Arthur and Joker are the same person, whether or not there's the shadow self, whether or not the Joker is even real, that it like forgot that it was supposed to be telling a story. It's like when we find out who Ray's parents are definitively, it's like, guys, you took 3 movies to not give her character. That was insane. You got so distracted with this crazy notion when it didn't even need to be answered as a question. The first Joker took care of all of this, but that's the downfall, I guess, of being like, oh shit, I guess we didn't agree on what the first one was about. Okay.
Also, Joker 2 is so unfocused that I don't think it comes to any meaningful conclusions about any of the questions that it raises.
No, I think it just tells us. It's like, that's the answer, bye.
Yeah.
You're like, oh. Okay.
It feels like in
Yeah.
general it's just much less of an Arthur Fleck story when the first one was so much focused
Which
on
is funny.
him. Yeah.
Because everyone would tell you that this is more of the Arthur Fleck story, while the prior one was a Joker story.
Which is just wrong.
Kind of bizarre that that's even something that would have to be said, you know?
It's the discussions around it are kind of annoying. Like, you know,
Yeah.
with the we'll get to it. We'll do our best. It might be a long one. Who knows?
Also, yeah.
What? Oh, sorry, go for it.
One thing I would mention, that same interview that I mentioned initially about Todd Phillips, I remember the way he concludes that is so funny to me about Joker 1, is that he says, I don't remember the exact wording, but he says that when he was writing sort of that mental aspect of Arthur and the way Joker and him are integrated or whatever, he says, you write that kind of down as a writer. And then once you write it, it kind of gets messy in your head and it all gets messed up. And you just hope that it works. And that's how he concludes it. And I thought that was very ironic and kind of insightful as to where his head might have been at during the writing of Joker 2.
Yeah, it feels about right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it does have that more. It has a much less deliberate.
Like scattering a
Concision
bunch
that
of
the
stuff
first
on the
movie
table,
has.
and then it's like invites you to have a look. And it's like, what do you think? You're like, this looks like a bunch of stuff scattered on a table.
I mean, I
It's
think
like,
that's what makes the second Joker feel so much more. It's just paced way worse. The
Yes.
first one, it felt so just tight and deliberate, and this one feels wishy-washy. It feels like it just floats around for a lot of scenes, and I feel like it doesn't take advantage of a lot of its opportunities and a lot of the stuff that it sets up. I mean, as Tringy will probably tell you in a few moments, we don't get like our first bit of proper Arthur Fleck dialogue till we're like how long into the movie? And
It's a while. It's like 10 minutes.
which is an interesting choice and not even necessarily a bad one. But if you don't really do a lot with that decision, then it feels like it becomes very apparent that he hasn't talked, and we're kind of waiting for him to say something. But yeah, it just doesn't feel as tight.
No, I totally agree. I'd say that the first film doesn't have any superfluous scenes at all. This one, I don't know if I would even necessarily say that there are scenes that jump out as being actually pointless. It's more so that kind of what you said, this sort of feeling of like, man, everything's just taking way longer and it feels like less is happening per scene. It's like this scene is about one thing only compared to being about maybe 3 or 4 things at once. Did anybody else have anything they wanted to say about the opening animation, or shall
Maybe
we
this will
Love
be
the style.
controversial. I thought that it was okay. I feel like it with the kind of, especially learning the kind of money and everything that they had, I feel like if they were going to go for that old Merry Melodies, Looney Tunes kind of style, it didn't quite get there. It still felt like there were too many modern touches to it, like the way that it's animated, like it wasn't quite there.
Felt that too, yeah.
I appreciate the idea and the attempt that was done, but I feel like it was too busy trying to be. It wasn't quite there as being like like properly stylized as one of those older cartoons. The way that it was animated, the movements, kind of the pacing, a lot of in a lot of the, I guess it's tough to kind of say. I wish I kind of had the words to describe it, but maybe Cap, yeah, I guess you agree with me. Maybe you could help a little bit.
It seemed like there were some things that made it feel too modern, and this is speculation because I'd have to look at it again, but it almost seemed like maybe the frame rate was too high for some things. Like it didn't.
It
You know,
looked
older animations weren't quite as high frame rate as a lot of modern stuff is. I don't know if that's exactly what it is, but something like that.
maybe it was too clean, I think.
Something,
Too
yeah.
vibrant.
Maybe a little bit. It just wasn't like I appreciate the stylistic choice to do that, but I feel like it didn't quite get to what it was trying to do. As a big appreciator of those sorts of cartoons who watch them endlessly, growing up especially. But
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think it
Alright.
seems like they tried to recreate that style with the modern technology as opposed to using traditional methods, and it really it always shows when it comes to like
It's like when
paying that
people
kind of
do
homage.
like when people have like high definition cameras and they just put like
Yeah.
make it black and white and they're like, see, this happened a long time ago. And they're like,
Hmm.
no,
I
no.
think
It's
like
like it's clearly high definition,
I wonder how much of it would have
Yes.
been that the characters didn't really go off model very much. There wasn't much like stretching or like and like the movements were kind of almost like a bit too realistic. Like it was a
It
little bit too
was
slow. It wasn't as punchy or over the top as Looney Tunes
it
animation
yeah,
Maybe,
it
can
yeah.
felt
be.
like it felt like they were trying to do a style that they weren't all that familiar with. Like they were almost like, hey, do Looney Tunes from memory, and that's what happened instead of them like really sitting down, studying the techniques and the stuff of that nature that went into making these old cartoons just what they really are. Um, but maybe it's a bit of a
Yeah.
nitpick, but yeah, I figured I'd mention it.
I mean, I
There you go.
suppose
Now
I,
we're
I, I
nitpicking.
didn't
Yeah,
I
now
didn't
we're
mind it
nitpicking.
aesthetically, but again, the big thing is just like, man, this isn't what happened. But okay.
It was fun to see
Uh,
them do that, but yeah, the substance of it, I was
uh,
like,
Hmm. The Shadow, huh?
which
What a jerk, the Shadow guy. I wonder who he is.
um,
Jonkler.
we find ourselves in the E ward of Arkham Asylum, and the guards are removing the prisoners from their cells and arranging them in a line. And out steps Arthur, who looks very deflated. Very deflated, like very
Wait.
yeah, like
Depressed,
just sort of
sullen.
stressed and miserable and like and zoned out.
Like a
That sort of thing.
balloon.
Sounds out
Such a
like a balloon.
I'm just messing.
He was depressed and zoned out, like a balloon.
Like a depressed and zoned out balloon. Is it worth just summarizing up to the beginning of the conversation he's going to have with that woman? Just because the subject that's probably worth addressing here is the time we've missed. We could probably just say what happened in it.
Well, yeah, it's Arthur's been in Arkham for I believe about 2 years, and we sort of get some indications as to like his interactions and how they may have changed over time. There is a guard called Jackie who asks Arthur to tell a joke and remarks that it's been a while since he's done so. And then he gets sent off to take some medication, get a shave, as the guards are telling jokes, and he's sort of just listening, but very passively. Before he meets his lawyer, who basically just sort of explains the nature of the strategy that they want to employ for his trial. But before he gets to speak to her, he gets moved over to B ward, which is like the minimal security ward, unlike the one that he's in. And he's just walking through, getting escorted by the guards. He looks through a door and sees Harleen. He doesn't know her name yet. Staring at him, and then she steps out into the hallway and mimics the shooting herself in the head in the same way that Sophie did in the first film. But he doesn't get much time to sort of think about that. Gets shuffled over to his lawyer, who then basically she tries to make the case that Arthur's childhood trauma caused a split or fragmentation within him to help him cope with the pain. And that there's a psychiatrist, Dr. Beatty, who believes that Arthur has a different person living inside of him who was responsible for doing all of the things that Arthur has been charged with. And then he sits down with this Dr. Beatty, who asks him to speak candidly. And then the first thing that he says, this is the first line in the film, he just asks for a cigarette. Which I feel like already, you're kind of like... Because like Rag said, when enough time passes and nothing's been said, you're like, oh, I presume that whatever the first thing's going to be said is going to be really interesting. What did all of you think about him asking for a cigarette and what that was meant to mean?
Cigarettes are highly addictive, and he needed a cigarette because his brain was yearning for those sweet, sweet chemicals. That's it.
Anything else? Any
It's
other
everyone, don't
noteworthy
smoke.
insight?
Smoking is very bad for you, and you shouldn't smoke. You should
But,
make
I get what you're
Jared
saying.
Arthur,
Like, you know,
that's
it's
fine.
the first line, so it's gotta be more than most lines a lot of the time. But I have it's like, what do you glean from that? It's like, well, maybe just that's what he's been reduced down to now. He just wants his cigarettes, which is something that comes up in the
Basic.
movie.
I
Fulfills
think
his basic needs, and that's kind
the
of, you
best
know,
that I could give you for what I could be, and it feels like I'm doing a lot of legwork here in terms of trying to make this more of something. When he eventually sits down for that televised interview, Marianne, his lawyer, tells him not to smoke because like it doesn't look good. Makes him look a certain way. So like,
I think she said
if
it
I
makes him
were
look too cavalier.
yeah, so if I
Yeah.
was trying really, really hard, it'd be like, see, he just wants to be Arthur Fleck, but you know nobody's gonna let him. That's the best I can do in terms of trying to imbue that with some greater meaning. And I feel like at that point I'm stretching. You know, it's like I mean, come on, like it feels like it's not that meaningful. And maybe it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't meant to be that meaningful. Maybe it was just he was silent and then he just said something that didn't really mean much at all.
I mean, it's all
Uh,
he's got in this place. I think is what I got from it, and so because
Yeah.
this does tie into like what I wanted to talk about first is essentially just the choice to have started the film here. If we were sitting in a little boardroom and someone came in with a pitch for Joker 2, a film that apparently none of us even wanted to happen, and they said, "Okay, so 2 years have passed," and then I'd stop and be like, why are we doing that? What do you mean 2 years have
Good
passed?"
question.
2 years?
That's a while.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Why are we doing that? And then if the person's saying is like, well, because we want to skip past like what's happened to him, which is broadly speaking, he's been taking medication that's made him pretty docile and presumably had a lot of the edgier and rebellious aspects of him beaten out of him. He's back down to where you'd familiarly probably know him from earlier in the first film. And then I'd immediately again be like, why are we doing that? Why would you want to do that? And it's like, oh, well, because I got some ideas about where this film is going to go and where it'll end, and that I need that to be the beginning. And then you go through what the ideas are, and then you'd be like, yeah, no, actually, we're not going to do that. That's a bad idea. A lot of people will not like that, actually. Crazy, I know, but it reminds me of a little bit of different characters we've come across in stories where they do the thing where you start up the next one and they say, oh, yeah, all these things happened, and so now they're a different character. You're like, well, I didn't see those things. So you
Would
like,
have been cool to have been a part of that, but oh well.
yeah, like I guess the most blatant, quick example you could argue would be like an Alien 3's opening, where you're just like, this happened. It's like, no, it didn't. No, it didn't. That didn't happen. It's like, yeah, it did.
Liar!
It did happen. A more passionately, culturally impactful example would be Luke Skywalker. They say, this is what happened between Return of the Jedi and, I guess, TLJ to an extent, or TFA, pick your poison. And you'd be like, no, it didn't. That's not what happened. They're like, it did. That's what happened. That's how it happened. And we're not going to show you all the scenes, but the way it went ended up this way. And that's the character we're going to be using. And yeah, and then it's just like, you feel a bit of rebelliousness as a audience member sometimes. Like, no, you have to justify that. You can't be showing me this guy and saying he's Arthur Fleck from the end of the first film, plus 2 years of, I guess, misery that turns him into this. Like, I didn't see any of that. I'm not even sure this is what would have happened, no matter what was happening to him. Like, I don't know that I agree, you know? And plus the animation, like I said, I was just put in a really tilted position of, what the fuck am I watching? Who is this? Why are we doing this?
He's been reset in a sense, which is already just you got to be careful when you do that.
Yeah.
People don't want to see characters just get reset. Certainly, if the events that reset them happen off screen, or in the case of Luke, right? It's like less of a reset, more of a you've just transformed him into who you want him to be for your film, regardless of how easy
Which is
that
crazy,
is for the viewer
'cause
to accept.
I think that concept is way easier to translate when it's different creators. You'd be like, this is someone else muscling in on a character they just bought. Here it's weird because it's like, well, this is the guy who made him doing this. You're like, oh.
Yeah.
But it's
I
not
guess we gotta
unprecedented,
very
guys. We've
quickly-
been here before with the same creators
exactly.
damaging the shit out of their own work.
That's why you got to quickly get to the position of well, either he didn't get it or he made himself respond and sort of react to the reaction to the first film, which was you know, I mean, if he wants to do that, then that's his prerogative, I suppose. But
Yeah,
Piper for it.
was not happy with this, but I was like, all right, fine. Let's see what you can do with it, I suppose. I was happy to see Brendan Gleeson, at least. I just like him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was
Yeah.
neat.
I thought his joke about the
mean-
Catholic dog was fine. Like,
He was certainly very
me-
proud of it.
For me, like the contrast and the difference between Arthur Fleck that we saw like at the very last scene in the first movie, and this is like one of the most just the worst character regressions I've ever seen. Because I remember that one last scene, of course, the scene with Murray in the first Murray
Murray.
in the first film was of course like the one that was very impactful. But what sold me was that last scene of Arthur just laughing endlessly in a psych ward or wherever he is, and then murdering the person, and then just with the bloody footprints just walking off in the hallway.
We're to conclude that was a dream. That was definitely not
yeah, we
real.
got our
Yeah,
answer. That
that's
was
retcon.
not a thing.
Yeah,
that
Yeah, thanks
actually
for letting me
happened.
know which
Not
one it
happened.
definitely was, instead of leaving me to
That-
make conjecture and speculate.
Oh well.
That's
That guy's
such
toast.
character. That's such character assassination for me, because that's actually what sold me on the first film, and I was like, that concludes it so well. Sort of like he's finally happy, but at what cost, right? And so it's such a it's so disappointing to see him at this state and this way in the first film. It really gives you like initial kick in the gut as to what you're in for with this one.
A lot
to
of
add
things
on
I
to
don't
that-
like about, especially the 2 years that have passed here. One is that, well, there's a few things that they establish here. One, that he's on his medication now, and I think that's what a lot of people will point to explain this change in his character. But
Yes.
they also establish quite clearly that he has a pretty good relationship with the guards. We never see it until later, but it's basically established that he tells them jokes and they like that about him. He's sort of a model prisoner because he's not killing anybody or doing any harm. He just makes them laugh and tells jokes and stuff. And so they're always looking to him to tell more jokes. And when we cut into the story, he's stopped doing that. I guess eventually it's sort of worn him down, I guess. But then I'm not sure why it would wear him down so much if he's like has this positive relationship with the guards in the prison. I would think that would actually lift his spirits and make him feel good. So I don't quite buy that.
Especially if it gets
he's
him cigarettes, as a pragmatic thing there as well.
Yes. So I
You'd
don't
think
quite
that
buy.
he'd find, like, he'd settle into some kind of even maybe contentment, that he gets
Yes.
something from it. Like he would, not that he's like actually super mega depressed and completely detached, it seems, but that he's just sort of content and almost in a weird way
Especially 'cause He wanted to
normalish.
be a comedian, right? That was his goal, and it's
Yeah,
like,
and
well,
now he's
kinda
the
gets to be a comedian in Arkham, right?
Yeah, he's getting paid in cigarettes, and the guards like him, and that's that's attention, that's positive attention. He gets to do what he wants.
I don't believe the character at the end of Joker would at first willingly want to take this medication, but then secondarily be like, I don't think he would. He would simply say yes. And then if they forced the medication down him such that he became docile, he'd still remember, as he does in this film, what it was like before the medication. And once they stop forcing it, like making certain that he's taking it, you probably go back to not taking it, pocketing it, or tonguing it such that it doesn't go right down, and then tossing it where he can. That sort of stuff. Like the idea, because you're right, that is absolutely what they want to say to you, is that in 2 years he's had all the medication and he's been beaten down. This is the guy now, and that's how that happened. And it's very unsatisfying. Similarly, that's why Luke was brought up, in that it's like, well, Luke tried to train a family member, they went crazy, and that's made him disenfranchised with training people in the ways of the Force. It's made him unwilling to get involved in events because he makes them worse, and that's why he's abandoned everybody. It's like, that's...
What can you
No.
say except, well, I guess?
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's just like, are we good? Is that enough? And you're like, not really. I don't believe that's how those events would play out if I saw them, but you're telling me that's what it is. It's just like, deeply unsatisfying. I
What I would add to this is that I don't believe that 2 years have passed before he even goes to trial. This is like one of the most high profile
Yeah.
cases in the world. I don't believe they would take this long.
It's also a very clean case, as in like it wouldn't take too long to just be like, yo, he's
No,
fucked.
especially if
Yeah.
he's not even saying he's innocent. He's saying he's not guilty by reason of insanity. So they're
Mhm.
not even denying that the events happened. This should move along pretty quickly, and there would be a big incentive to move it along quickly. And then on top of that, the
Well,
world
I think
doesn't really seem
Wayne,
to have... What?
do you think that all the stuff that happened with, Wayne and them would really be a super big part of this? And the riots that killed Wayne.
They'd want to make
and
an
the kid,
example.
Yes, exactly. And then the other
Yeah.
thing is the state of Gotham doesn't seem to have changed at all in those 2 years.
Yeah, because there was an election
So that's
at the
another
end of
thing.
the Joker is about an election that's upcoming.
The cultural impact feels like we're not even going to address it. It's like, what happened with all those riots? What happened to all the people and like the movement, so to speak? And this film is like,
Yeah.
It's still around, I guess.
we're
It
not
seems
The
really.
thing
Yeah,
is-
it's like,
paused essentially over those 2 years. The appetite for revolution is still there. They haven't really. It's all just kind of paused, waiting for whatever happens in this movie. But that doesn't really
Yeah.
follow.
yeah, like turns
We
back
got
up
no
in the third
follow-up.
act.
Yeah, there's no follow-up on, like, well, who won the election? What did they do with the riots in the state of the city? Are people kind of coming around? Do they feel like they need the Joker anymore? Are things actually looking up? Is the desire for that kind of a figure, has that kind of drifted away over time? Or do we need him now more than ever? This new mayor sucks, even worse than the old one did. We don't know.
Mhm. The thing is, for me, in the first film, I feel like Gotham as a city, to me, it registers as some kind of like supporting character, sort of like it's just it has such a huge presence, that city, and its environment, its political state, and I think I remember at the time uh, it resonated with so many people at the time, because people were drawing parallels to their own cities and their own lives and their own political realities, and it was really impactful, the Gotham and its state at the time. And for this movie to I'm not even exaggerating when I say it completely removed that aspect of storytelling from this plot and the story. It completely misunderstands its audience, and not even intentionally. It just does not understand that that's what people liked about the first movie and resonated with and want to see more of, outside of just Joker. And it's pretty heartbreaking.
Well,
Gotham
Because I
was
really
almost
like
like
that
a
aspect.
character in
We
the
get-
first movie.
Yes.
get like a couple of seconds of seeing people outside. That's like the most.
Mm.
Other than the third act, we get a sequence, but it's not very long. And
Mhm.
I don't
And
even know.
also how it was even.
It's
Yeah,
like on a
we'll get to
cloud
that.
anyway.
So in terms of continuing with sort of muddying the interpretation of the events of the first film, during this session, Dr. Beatty asks if the three guys who attacked him on the subway triggered him, or if he like blacked out. Like the idea of being almost like, like he didn't even know what happened. He responds with kind of like a grunt that's a little bit hard to tell like what it means. And then when he gets asked about Murray Franklin and sort of his experience of that, he claims to remember the music. And then he gets asked whether he remembers coming out dressed as Joker, dancing to the music, and he sort of moves over to how he used to watch the show with his mother Penny, before kind of imitating her, putting on like a goofy voice. And then he gets asked if he ever heard her voice, and if it had changed after she died, which he doesn't like respond to the question or appear to understand what the question is. And
Yeah, he's
then,
like, what do you mean?
yeah, like it's just like I don't. Basically, he doesn't really get the sort of the direction it's going in. And then to end the scene, Dr. Beatty asks to speak to Joker as if he's a different person, like sort of a dissociative identity disorder kind of deal. And then Arthur stares at the camera, and then we cut to the next scene. And so you're just sort of sitting there like, man, I really did not. This is an angle to sort of go at in terms of like
Yeah.
trying to re-examine the events of the first film, like start to suggest and build up the notion that there was like a distinctive, different personality that manifested.
I'd say it's the worst of both worlds. We get a whole bunch of questions to open up a whole new line of point of view that we may not have even had in the first one necessarily. And by the time you hit the end of the film, all of this is kind of superfluous because they lock it off.
Yeah, because at the end they're like, "Well, no, that's not what happened." It's like, "Oh,
Well, like,
thanks for
well, yeah, I
wasting our
know.
time with an
I know
interpretation
that's
that
not
I
what happened.
never had." Yeah,
Yeah.
like
He's like, well, I knew
Beautiful.
it didn't happen. I watched the first
Well,
movie.
it's like if they said, "What if he's a tentacled alien monster?" Then at the end they go, "He's not." And you're like,
Oh, I
okay,
mean, that's
yeah.
good, I guess.
yeah, you know, I
Yeah.
didn't think he was, but now all right.
I guess I know for sure.
The only thing I like about it is that it makes sense as his defense's strategy.
As a leader.
But it doesn't
Yes.
make
Yes.
it doesn't make any sense to present it to the audience like, oh, is that what's happening? Because no,
No,
it
that's
isn't.
not what happened.
Mhm.
We saw it.
Well,
We saw that.
we
That's
don't
not what happened.
even really get Arthur's like perspective on this is what we're gonna tell the people
No.
to try and get you like a lighter sentence to say that it's criminal insanity because you have multiple personalities. I don't know what Arthur's perspective is on that. Like, would he be like, where was the point where he said, no, that was me. That was all me. All the way it was Joker all the way down. You know, that was
That happens
that
just
I
being
am
very reader by
He's very
implication,
passive
right?
right now. Yeah, right now
Yeah,
he's just sort of
his
passively going along with
Yeah,
what's
well,
happening.
he's a
I
different
feel that
character
he would
now.
have a visceral
So
response to that. To be told
No,
by
but
his lawyer after all this time, we're basically gonna say that it was just like a crazy different person inside of you. You'd think that after the events of the first film, he would be like, no, like right off the bat, he'd be like, Joker is like me. That's my deal. That's what that's what gave me great catharsis despite everything that happened in the first movie.
Nah,
Yeah.
Yes.
The movie's logic is, well, he's passive now, but then again, like, when would he have heard about this strategy? Probably before right now.
well, but it's
What have they been
presented in a
doing the
very expository way when he
Hmm.
talks with Marianne, his lawyer. Like it's
What have
as
they
if
been
it's
doing
the
for
first
the
time he's
past
heard
2
it.
years?
Well, yeah, especially since like what? There's only like a few weeks before it's headed to trial. It's like,
What
you'd think you would have figured this out a bit sooner, but okay. But the audience needs to be told this. So this is like one of the first sort of instances of a few in this film where it's like, man, the writing is just sloppier. It's not as good, like in
Yes.
terms of
Yeah.
just relaying information to you or progressing the plot.
Yeah, it's such
Um,
a like exhausted trope to be like, oh, I hate this. It's such a pet peeve of mine where it's like, oh, it's a split personality. This when we're trying to sort of defend a character and not justify them, but not make them into a bad guy. We're like, oh, they actually have this evil man inside of them, but they're actually not this person. It's such a cop out and it's such an exhausted trope. I hate it.
which the
I
first
hate
one felt like it
whenever it's done.
avoided. First one felt like it was like,
Yes.
no, this is me, and I did it, and I'm doing it again.
Yep, Arthur
Yes,
made his
and
decisions. He's on the hook.
yes, and again, it's such a misrepresentation of actual mental illness and how it works.
Yeah,
And then
because
it villainizes those people almost.
Good.
also dissociative identity disorder isn't even a real thing. It's largely a fiction.
It is
So
it is a highly contested and controversial
But you
Yes,
say
it
Moon
is
Knight didn't
in the
happen?
psychological community. First off, I don't think Moon Knight actually did happen.
What?
Nobody
So
ever talked about it.
I don't think it
Nobody
did
ever talks
happen.
about it.
It might actually be a figment of our
We
combined
owe-
imaginations.
You guys remember, that's one of the things we owe our audience is a Moon Knight breakdown.
well, we watched all of that goddamn show together.
Listen,
was,
if they
like,
make a
kinda
season
planned
2,
out.
maybe we'll pop it out,
Yeah.
alright? We never got around to it.
That was a show that just happened. Episode 5
So,
was neat.
Arthur, he's in the courtyard and he gets approached by an inmate called Ricky, who was told by the guards that Joker is a good kisser. So then Arthur kisses Ricky and then goes over to hang out with the guards, and they give him a cigarette.
Wasn't even a good kiss, so lame.
Yeah, and so then Jackie basically presents Arthur with the opportunity to go over to B Ward and join a music therapy session, the one where he saw Harleen singing in, and he just sort of basically like silently agrees to participate, and then That's Life that starts playing as he acts out his routine, but a little bit more. I don't know. It's not like actively, but I don't know, less grimly. You know, it's like he's just sort of, you know, he's like, huh, you know, that'll be fun,
think-
seemingly, and then yeah.
This is a good example of I felt the script was weaker. This isn't even a flaw, but when he says, "I've set you up for that," in my head I was like, a bit odd, isn't it? I thought that the Brendan Gleeson Jackie character is a bit of a dick. Just a classic sort of warden type character. That's it sounds like he's doing that just for Joker. And then you have these lines that are like, "I get to sing too." It's like, that's why you've done it. And I was like, oh, I thought that wasn't very like it felt like the person at the time of writing thought to themselves, well, Jackie wouldn't do that. We got to make a reason. Have him say that he wants to sing too, and then have someone else say, that's why you're doing it. It just doesn't feel very efficient. It feels like a 5 out of 10 sort of answer to the question. It feels wouldn't this have been properly nailed anyway by showing us that he's singing? Remember the shot where Arthur's walking off and Jackie's singing, and he looks at him and then he just carries on singing because he's enjoying it? Wouldn't that have been enough already to know that that's why he did it?
You'd think so, but no.
It's
It just felt a bit
in
awkward
that
to me.
realm of it's like it's in the realm of it's logical, but it doesn't feel like earned, you know? Like it's halfway there.
Well, and I guess what I'm getting at is normally speaking, I think I'm just totally fine with dialogue like that, but Joker 1 I felt was a really high quality
Not a high bar.
sort of script. So I was already just struck a bit by like, because there was something earlier too. I forget. Well, to be honest with you, I forget if this was earlier or later, but there's a moment where one of the guards says, it's something like, maybe you can help me out, it's something like, maybe you shouldn't have killed 5 people and 1 live on TV.
I remember that line. It felt a little clunky.
Yeah, and I was like, okay.
This is what happened in the last movie. Do you not remember what happened in the last movie? Person who did those things?
It's so odd, because I was like, I feel like you don't need to worry about that, writer person. You'll be fine. Most people remember, and if they don't, you don't need anything other than he's in prison for murder. You don't need to be like, he killed 5 and one of them was on TV. You're like, yeah.
Oh, not on TV.
So the next day, he gets taken to B ward by Jackie to join this music therapy session. And he gets put next to Harleen, who calls herself Lee. And like, you know, some time passes, and then he heads out to talk with her in the hallway. And so there's a few important things that she says during this scene. She says that she was beaten by her father and committed by her mother because she set their apartment building on fire. And then she also explains that she's basically like a big fan of Joker. She watched the TV movie based on him a lot. She said that she grew up in the same neighborhood, and she also says that she took that staircase to school every day. Which when I heard that, I was like, is there any reason why like the Joker stairs would be iconic in universe? Did he tell anybody about the stairs and their significance to him, or you know what I mean?
The only thing that it could be is that the detectives chasing him found him dancing on the stairs and then chased after him. So if they told their story to the people involved, either making the movie or in their reports or whatever, that's the only way. But it does feel very meta.
It feels incredibly meta to me because the Joker stairs are like iconic as a thing in, you know, obviously in our world. It's like iconic imagery from the film, but like the Joker stairs, he danced down them alone. It was only those 2 detectives, and would they make a big deal? Like, man, his dance was pretty sweet. It was pretty iconic. If someone had a camera, it would have been really cinematic. But like, and this is not the last time that the stairs will come up again as being relevant. And I really don't get it. It definitely feels like he didn't realize that nobody was around, and that the Joker stairs would likely not be iconic. In
Same
this
with
world.
Harley's like finger guns to her head. Like, why is that a thing she knows?
Well, how does she know that that's how does she know that that's something that Sophie
I was going to ask about that.
If he even did it?
Because he never does that in a public, like he doesn't do that on Murray Franklin, right? I don't think.
No. He does that because she does it in the elevator, and then when they get out of the elevator, he does it to her in the first film. But like that's it. So you know what I mean? It's like
I guess that one's a coincidence.
Well, the justification, I suppose, would be when she tells her story either to news or to the people making the movie or police or whatever, she might have described that when he was in her apartment, he did that as well.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
But even
That's
still,
true.
there's a thin justification for it, but it does feel very meta. But that seems like the whole purpose of the TV movie. Like the whole
Mm,
purpose of the TV movie in this story is so
is to
that
make
people can
it so,
react to
yes. They could justify the meta stuff and be like, well, yeah, it was in the movie, so now everybody knows.
We're
Like,
not
oh,
supposed to think of the
okay.
TV
Alright.
movie
Yeah.
as the Joker 1, right?
I hope not.
I don't think
That
It
would
it wouldn't
Oh.
be
pass for a
literally
TV movie
impossible.
from the 80s. Yeah, like
It would
it's
just I would kind of hate it if they were like, yeah, it's like a meta sort of that's what you saw and it's not a true I'm just like ugh.
well,
Ugh.
I'm sorry. I don't. Yeah, that's not the case. Oh well. Um, and so Lee repeats the knock knock joke that Arthur told on Murray Franklin's show. That like the knock knock, who's there? Died in a car crash. He's dead. Joke, and Arthur laughs, and then he apologizes, and he laughs again, and they both have a little laugh over that joke. And then she says that she was watching Murray Franklin, and the whole time she was hoping that he would shoot him, and then he did. Which that feels like, well, I don't believe that. I highly doubt that you were
Why did you
expecting that
hate
that was
Murray?
something that was going to happen. Well, I think it's just like, come on, like that feels like a story that you're telling afterward, which it may well be, right? Especially with what gets revealed later about her. Um, and then she says that that as she was watching that for once in her life she didn't feel alone, and then she sings what's the song, the song that she sings, the exact title, the like forget your troubles, get happy, that one, is that what it's called?
Come on, get happy. I
Uh,
don't actually know what it's called.
Yeah.
mhm.
But this is one of those because I hadn't. This feels like the first instance of them sort of moving towards doing the musical component of this film, even though it's just the character singing. There's nothing particularly theatrical about it. Um,
It also feels
and
to me
I
the
think
first step toward positioning, and I don't know how much you guys would agree with this, that Lee in this film is representative of the audience that they were not happy with in the first film.
Oh.
Um,
Hmm.
a little bit. But I mean, but that's already sort of there in the first movie, in that like, well, the people that view him as the figurehead of their movement, they're already misinterpreting, what Arthur stands for and what he wants and who he is as a person. So I don't I don't know why they felt like it was necessary to try and comment on that or to distance
Well,
themselves somehow.
I again, I mean, we've gone over it kind of, but this to me felt like a exploration of an insecurity for the fact that it was like you took the wrong thing away, and so they've like developed her to have traits and expressions that I think match a lot of what they thought would be the reaction they didn't want people to have, which is to see Arthur's story and feel like
Interesting.
I'm not alone. And it's like, no, you weren't supposed to think that. You were supposed to think this is a really bad downfall of a mentally ill man who needed to be taken care of. You're not supposed to find like camaraderie there or meaning in a sense of, you know what, maybe I could have done the same thing if enough things went wrong, and that in a way isn't even my fault because society should do better to look after its members, that sort of thing. Like, there's a lot of lines from her in this film that lead me to believe she was almost stripped of being a character and instead injected with all of the traits that they believe you shouldn't have had regarding the first film, and that would be crystallized by some of her last scenes. Which
something.
disappointed.
I don't know, like, when it comes to her character, she's so stripped from any type of context. It's really like pure speculation as to what was the intention with her. If I had to guess, I think like they tried to mix Harley Quinn's personality of being obsessed with Joker, and that's why she comes off as like fangirlish. And
I don't
I
mind being
think
their
it's just
fangirl.
that
Like, that's fun.
and that
It's real, right? Like, it happens all the time.
hmm yeah. And that mixed with Todd Phillips's sort of pretentiousness about his previous work, and yeah, that would be my take on her. But I don't
Well, I
know,
suppose
she's quite an empty shell, and it's easy to project whatever
Yeah, I suppose the core idea of someone who thinks he's amazing and likes everything he stood for and all that, that makes sense in the logic of the story. I suppose when we get to later scenes, you can elaborate on what parts make her not feel like a character, I guess.
Um, Something that I like noticed, it was sort of a thought I had as I was watching the film, in terms of the nature of the songs that were being picked in the lyrics. Like, especially if you know, because she sings here the lyrics are "Forget your troubles, come on, get happy. You better chase all your cares away. Sing hallelujah, come on, get happy. Get ready for the judgment day." And of course, you know, based on what happens in the film, it's like, okay, yeah, so the lyrics are relevant, sure, but they're relevant to again a story that already has had like a massive that stands in opposition and in contradiction to what happened in the first film. So like I don't know how many points I feel like giving something like that, right? Of like, yeah, the lyrics are like foreshadowing and thematically relevant. It's like, yeah, I mean, I'd expect them to be, but
Yep.
but
Instead of
again,
a random song you just picked, I suppose.
it's
Yeah.
sure,
I'll
but
probably
you know,
spend some sections of this stream chiseling out my belief about her as a character and the intentions I had with her. But one of the things that's worth mentioning is when the Saints go marching in is like throughout this film,
yes.
keeps coming up.
Hmm.
And I started to have an idea of that combined with some of the things that happen in the songs, combined with what I think the intention of Harley was that the first film doing what it did, right? If your goal as the creator of the first film is to say you're supposed to come away with how tragic that the Joker is like this skin and that underneath is a mentally ill man that no one actually cares about. People care about Joker because he's an icon and he can stir a movement, but that ultimately no one actually cares about the man. And that this film, I'm going to make sure you understand that by having that be pretty explicit, that Arthur Fleck is the one underneath it all who went through all of it, and no one actually cares about him. It's Joker that everyone cares about. And that reflects the audience and their reaction to the first film, which honestly was not a good thing that happened, guys. We need to focus on the man underneath it all. And the looming song being over and over again, right? When the Saints go marching, could be, you'd relate that to like reaching the end, because you just mentioned judgment as part of the other song as well. It's like combine that with Harley shooting him in his sequences. I have a feeling the idea is supposed to be that she gasses him up being Joker again, which is inevitably going to lead to him having to come to decide who he is as a person and make definitive statements about it, which will invariably lead him to separate himself from the Joker, which will invariably lead to him dying. Like the film is foreshadowing
So
with the songs that he's going to die, because this film is
Mhm.
going to make it clear that the Joker is not him. The Joker's not real. He is just a mentally ill man who made mistakes. And then, as a result of making those decisions, which in a way were forced in by Harley being into him in such a way that was not accurate, much like the audience of the first film, we make that clear, and then as a result, like I said, we're jumping around. The real Joker kills him, you know? And that's what, and remember, Harley says, let's give the audience what they want before pulling the gun on him. As if, in a very cynical way, we're saying the audience doesn't want to deal with a real person underneath all this who's going through trauma. They want the fucking Joker ripping his sides of his cheeks open with a knife and being like, ooh, look at me, I'm crazy. That's what they want.
Which, especially because the lyrics of that song to do with like the idea of having a successor as well. When they cut back to that, because they you know he gets shot and then we don't see that, we come back to it at the end of the film and then he starts.
Well,
And it's like it's again, it's like, yeah, I know that the lyrics are like relevant, but like they're all relevant to what is a fundamentally like inaccurate read of the events of the first film and this weird like reaction to the meta of the first film. So
no, I
How
find it
about- you know what I mean?
also like I just don't enjoy this journey at all because, as we made clear, the opening choice, I'm already askew, and so every question I have regarding everything they do forward comes back to that choice immediately, and then there's other stuff on top. And I think right before he gets shanked at the end, they're whistling when the Saints go marching in, like one of the guards, and I was like, yeah, okay, like this.
Yeah.
It's just the whole film has been like he's gonna end up killing himself because of the choices he's gonna make to be authentic, and that's really sad. And I'm just sitting here like, whatever, man. Like, that was you made this story that way. It didn't have to be that way.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, truth.
what's the message? Like, what is the message? I mean, we asked this question, but it's so crazy because in the first movie, it's sort of like, okay, he's this crazy person at the end and whatever. And now we're like, oh, no, actually, he owns up, like, he takes responsibility for all the shit he did. And this is the inevitable end that he meets. So he can't win. Was just, what are we trying to, what? It's so
I
stupid.
think,
And I think
yeah, based on what you're saying, that's the mean-spiritedness that Rags mentioned earlier. Like, even if he does try
Yeah.
to sort of disown the horrible things he did and that persona and everything it means to the worst people in the story, he's not really rewarded for it either. He's just, well,
hmm
dealt with unceremoniously, you could say.
Well, and I think
Yeah.
Todd would say
It's
like
just,
that's life. That's what happens in life. A lot of the
Yeah,
people
and I
underneath it
mean,
all.
100%.
they even played the song "That's Life" when it happened.
Yep.
So yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. Just like in the first film when they played it, "That's Life."
What's the takeaway?
hmm
That life sucks. That's it.
Actually, life
Well,
really is shit. So
well, I suppose what's
maybe
pretty,
you should have
it's
thought
pretty
about that when you were enjoying
I
Joker.
suppose it's interesting to think about as a contrast because you know, the lyrics that Arthur sings at the end of the first film are "That's life," and as funny as it may seem, some people get their kick stomping on a dream, but I don't let it get me down because this fine old world keeps spinning around. And obviously, in the context of the first film, it's like, yeah, there's a lot to make of that as the last thing that he says in the film. Compared to here, where it's just like, yeah, are we playing it because that's like the song that played at the end of the first film, and that's life, and he's dead? Like, I don't know. I'm not sure. The whole thing just seems like, yeah, okay, yeah, all right. So after this conversation, as he's getting taken back to he's getting taken back to the other side of Arkham, Arthur tells Jackie a joke. We're the first one in a while. The two of them have a little chuckle. But then when Arthur places his hand on Jackie's back, Jackie like smacks him across the back of the head, which pretty clearly sort of cements the nature of the relationship, right? It's like they, you know, like he's not going to let him believe that they're like friends at all, or that they're in the same position.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
having been given the context we have, right, I have to start trying to appreciate the decisions they make, despite it being built on things I don't like. As in, you know, take some of these things in isolation and give them, you know, praise and criticism where I think they deserve it, instead of constantly referring to how this shouldn't even be happening. What I quite like about that interaction as well is not just all the things you just mentioned, but also the body language Jackie has. He makes this like stance of "I am ready to fuck you up if you make any decision after I've hit you that is violent." You know, like,
Yeah.
I've hit you and you're going to be submissive. That's how this relationship works. And another thing I got from that, which maybe I'm being too generous, but I really did consider it, was that they do have a history where Arthur, maybe in his first few months, was quite aggressive. Maybe. And he
Maybe.
doesn't want that to come back.
Maybe.
Well, and Jackie would have seen on TV that he shot poor old Robert De Niro in the face. So,
I would say it's more so that. Yeah.
well, my
Because
point is
they-
just that he's aware of what he's capable of, and he is ready at a moment's notice to fuck Arthur
Yeah.
up if he even considers being violent. And I again, it's a weird compliment, but Brendan Gleeson is just, he does everything right in this movie, and I quite
Yeah.
like that little
Yeah.
moment as a sort of praise of him as an actor as well, physically as well as verbally.
I think the only thing to compliment, I mean, besides like it being like competently shot, I guess, is the acting. Like, acting is spectacular from all sides, but the writing is terrible. The character
Goes-
work is
yeah.
just empty for everyone equally.
Man, I wish it was empty. I wish this was a nothing movie instead of a movie that made me feel like I feel.
Mm.
So next up, as they're walking through, the sort of the TV room, I suppose. Harvey Dent is on TV. Harvey Dent is prosecuting Arthur, and he basically says he believes that Arthur is a monster who knew exactly what he was doing, and that they're pursuing the death penalty, which prompts one of the guards to be like, "Ha, you're gonna fry. How's that feel?" And then Arthur starts singing in his mind. So this is like the first musical number in earnest You could call it. It's just
Yeah.
him walking around the room singing not particularly well, which I presume was the point. I presume that was like the intention.
Yeah.
Because he's yeah, like he's not. It's not like what you would imagine in, I guess a typical musical, right, where the characters break out into song and it's it's like very polished and like quality and they're really good at it. This definitely feels like it's Joaquin Phoenix as not a singer, which I presume he's not singing not particularly well, which I wonder about that as a choice. I wonder if that's a good idea or if
I
they
wouldn't
should have
say it's bad. I would say it's not like hyper polished. It's kind of rough around the edges, especially towards the end of some of the musical numbers he has. It gets kind of like gritty, and I quite like his vocal performance. I think it would come across as strange if he was an excellent singer. I think that would be a strange choice in the logic of the story.
I think I understand what you mean. I think I get you. I suppose
If he
I
Yeah.
was
just wonder.
like transcendently good, I'd be like, "What? Really, Arthur?" Like,
Damn,
I
golden pipes there,
yeah.
flexing them.
I suppose
I
one of
thought
Imagine him belting out Elvis voice.
I thought the quality of his singing and his performances were pretty good, though I have minor nitpicks about what felt like the occasional use of pitch correction. Hard to prove that sort of
Mm.
thing, but I got the vibe that there were moments where I'm like, I don't. This feels a little. It set off the auto tune detectors a few moments, but not. It wasn't super heavy handed. It wasn't nearly as heavy handed as that Agatha song that was making the rounds, for example.
Oh, what, the Witch's Road one?
Yes.
That
Holy
one was
shit, the auto tune
painful.
on
Yeah.
that. It's awful.
Oh,
So I
it's
thought it was
abysmal.
yeah.
I suppose the thing is that because I suppose the conversation will be invited the further that we progress, but like the actual song choices, like I broadly like I like the songs choices, but I don't necessarily like how they appear in the film, or like how they're presented in the film, and maybe like one way of might be too early to say this, but like I kind of felt that the nature of whether or not the song was like real, as in it actually was sung in the world, or if it was like imagined or particularly theatrical, came across to me as like somewhat arbitrary. Like I'm not
Mm.
sure unless there's something I'm not seeing in terms of like the reason
can
why
understand that.
specific songs
Like
and when
it,
they appear are on a stage, right? With like them playing, with like Harley playing on a piano and Arthur dancing in front of like a crowd.
yeah, some of them, whether or not they actually happened, doesn't change much in terms of
Well, yeah,
just
kinda
because
how
this
okay.
one,
Yeah.
he's singing it in his mind. He's singing, like for once in my life, like, yeah, no, I'm so happy. And it's like, right, because he had that one conversation with Lee, right?
Mm.
Because he had that one
Which
convo.
is,
Like,
I guess,
okay,
in character somewhat. He gets taken away with women pretty fast. That's fine. I just,
yeah.
it does feel a little like, be it like there's someone. What's the lyrics for that? He's like, finally, I've got someone who won't leave me, or something like that.
Yeah, along those lines.
And it's like, okay, like that's even
Yeah.
a bit of a jump for you. I think. I don't know.
I think the way I took it is he's been so deprived of love and compassion throughout his entire life. I think it kind of makes sense why he would be taken with her quickly. Especially we will soon learn that not soon, but that she's quite a manipulator.
Hmm.
But or at least she's intended to be. But I mean, when it comes to musical numbers, for me, they all just blend together. And it's just like, how many songs, how many love songs, like how many times are they going to confess to each other? It's so completely nonsense. I mean, I understand the like idea. It's so campy that you want to do it, I guess, as a filmmaker, but there are just so many of them and they all do the same thing. Like they don't really accomplish much outside of like initial few
I
ballots.
think
It just all
I
gets
think
repetitive.
I think they
something
go
that
on too long, as well.
Oh yeah,
And
that
a
too.
lot of this, it might be taste, but I think a lot of these sequences, instead of having shorter like bursts of daydreams, as often kind of happens in real life, especially if you have a lot of stuff going around you,
Mhm.
your daydreams are short and they're interrupted by other people. which gives you a lot of opportunities to try all sorts of different smaller ones. These just, I think they overstay their welcome. I think they go on and on
Oh,
and
yeah.
on. And it's weird that in these scenarios he would be able to daydream for that long without something like getting his attention, somebody touching him, talking to him,
Time
grabbing
works
him,
differently
that kind
inside
of
your
thing.
head, Rags.
That's right, it
I
does.
think that's the
Fair.
logic. Yeah. I
Yeah,
would
I mean,
say
yeah,
something
that's true. And
something of the opposite. I feel that it's the story that's not serving the musical numbers, and I think that if the story, because I actually
I hate
don't think the
everything.
musical numbers are actually much longer than most. I think they're actually shorter than a decent number of musical
Well, I was gonna
numbers. It's
say
like
that was
I
my
would say-
complaint on
Well-
Open Bar was that I felt like they ended super fast. A lot of them.
Oh,
And so-
interesting.
There's
So I
really
think-
like none that last more than like maybe 2 minutes. They're not compared to there are a lot of musicals are just musicals like the whole thing.
Hmm.
There's no
Well-
talking, it's just singing. So
not a lot of them.
I saw Cats. Wasn't Cats like all song?
I don't think it's all songs, but I haven't seen Cats.
This could be a matter of what we're both thinking about when saying those things. Is it like, Friggy? Obviously, you're suggesting that the ratio is often higher than it is in this film for songs versus
Yeah,
talking.
like in this film, you think about like because I mean, a lot of other films will be like, maybe like 5-10 minutes go. Like a lot of the Disney, Renaissance films, it's like 5-10 minutes, then song, then 5-10 minutes, then song. Like in terms of the
Well, and there's
ratio of
also-
the songs.
A lot of people don't
Yeah.
even count the spoken songs in this. They're like, nah, like it's a weird middle ground of dialogue versus musical, so to speak.
A lot of people. I'm talking. I saw the musical Cats. I haven't seen the movie. I saw the actual musical.
Nobody's allowed to
Cats.
see that until we record it for EFAP movies.
Oh,
Yeah,
there
I
was
haven't seen
there
that.
was a movie. You're right. Holy shit!
Yeah, there was. Remember
That
that
is-
caused
movie?
COVID.
I haven't
I
seen.
was
I haven't
gonna
seen
say
that
it's-
movie. I saw the musical.
That film is notorious, and I look forward to us all reacting
Don't you
to it
mean
for
the
the first time.
Meowsicle?
But
Oh wow! Wow.
okay, so Cats is unique in that it is almost entirely songs. Most have stories in them, but most actually have musical numbers that are longer than the ones in this. I think part of the reason they
Definitely,
feel
yeah.
so
Sure.
long is because the story that has preceded it has given you little or nothing or worse to think about and chew on. So when the music starts, you're like, oh, but I didn't get anything of substance before this, and now we're taking a break. And very few, if any, of the musical numbers have plot beats in them, which isn't actually super unusual in the world of musicals. But because the story that preceded it is nothing or insulting in some cases, when we take a break from that to do a musical number that's just all in his head, it really drags because you're not getting anything other than just the music. And if you're still thinking about the story, then it's not a fun experience.
On that note,
I think comparing it to stuff like I'm not very musically educated in the sense of musicals. I don't watch many, but Sweeney Todd would be an example of I really like that in terms not just the songs being very good,
The
but
format?
a lot of stuff happens. Yeah, the format that a lot of stuff happens and there's so much emotion and earnestness and plot things and character stuff happens while the songs are being sung that it's almost like the story's just continuing. Like the movie just keeps going on. We're just in a musical part of it now, and then we'll exit the musical part, and then the story will just keep on going. It doesn't feel like we've sidetracked from the story. It just feels like it's cleanly carrying right along. We're just singing it now.
Yes.
For
It's
me-
certainly not helped by the fact that most of these musical numbers either are daydreams or things that aren't happening.
What this reminded me of is a lot, especially this being sort of a love story, is La La Land. Like I feel like Todd Phillips just watched La La Land and he was like, "Oh, I want those sequences in my movie," and this was the outcome because it does like La La Land has that exact thing of like daydreams at the time stopping and the characters just singing love songs to each other but in that movie, it actually like moves the story forward. Here we just pause everything just to have this number and then break out of it.
Well, and like the whole time I'm sort of sitting there going like, I know the lyrics are relevant, yeah, but like they're relevant to a story that's already like you've just deviated significantly again in
Also,
a
I
way
don't
that's
even.
contradictory.
I don't know if this is moving too far away from that criticism or it wouldn't be compatible. But one of the things I got a little struck by was events would happen. I'm following them. I'm not happy with them. And then the songs just didn't give me much of any new information, and half of them were presented in such a way that I didn't find that interesting. But we can get to the ones that are more interesting, of course. But for example, the one we just went past, I was like, "Yep, I got most of that from
Yeah,
the events of the
exactly,
story," and so that felt a
Yep.
little like.
You're just reminding me of the thing I hate. Thanks.
It wasn't even.
This song now doesn't make me.
I just meant that, like, I feel like expressing yourself through song gives you the sort of impetus to be hitting on some things that maybe weren't so obvious, and you can get away with being a bit more explicit. But almost all of them, I was just like,
Yeah.
Mhm.
The only thing I want to push back on is I've seen this take quite a bit, and I just saw it again in chat, that a good musical pushes the plot forward with the songs. Actually, most don't. So,
I feel like
you know,
there's
if
got to
you-
be lots of
Damn,
things
get
you
fucked,
can
Chatter.
achieve. Well,
no, here's the thing, like pushing the plot forward, not necessarily, like elaborating on character motivations and things like that. Usually they sort of erupt out of a scene where we're already sort of establishing dynamics between the characters, and then we elaborate on them in more detail. It's actually not super common for the musical number to introduce a plot event that is an important part of moving things forward. It happens, but it's actually not as common as you think.
Well, a lot of them
And
are
I
like
think
declarations of character, like
Yes.
especially think about a lot of Disney musicals, right? I Just Can't Wait to Be King, pretty straightforward. Or Belle, it's just like, yeah, these are songs that essentially is like, this is the character, this is what they value.
well,
Yeah.
a
Like the
musical
purpose.
where so you got a bunch of
Journey to
guys in
the
a barber
past.
shop reading the newspaper, and then one guy gets up, starts dancing, singing, doing all kinds of things, and then musicians come in, and then it ends, and the guys with the newspapers are still sitting down. You can sometimes have the question of, did they hear any of that? Did that happen? And sometimes musicals deal with whether or not the characters' sort of impact on the world was actually felt, or that was for the audience alone. And there's some musicals I've watched that even like address that question. I can't remember if the Scrubs one did or not, but I know the Buffy one does. It kind
It's
of
like
plays
turn-based
about-
combat in video games. What just happened, guys? What just happened? Just to be clear, what just happened there when we what? No. Oh, okay. We're carrying on.
Okay.
Like the
and-
song
and
will
to the people-
crescendo, and then one character who was in the scene but didn't do any dancing or singing goes, "Sorry, what?" Just like
And
as
to
a
the
sort of,
people in chat who are pointing to individual musical numbers that do move the plot along, yes, I know. That's why I didn't say none of them. I said most.
Oh my god.
This is fine. It seems to be what he's saying is that should not be the sole identifier of whether or not the musical is working, which I think I can agree with.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. So that musical plays out and it ends, and back in reality, Arthur like chuckles, but he's being glared at from across the room by the inmate that's gonna stab him to death at the end of the film.
Woo!
Whoa, what? Damn. Spoilers.
Yeah,
I already mentioned that
not
earlier.
spoilers. Yeah, not spoilers. Wall already mentioned it. Everybody
Yeah,
knows.
I mean, sort of. It was.
No,
No, I
it's
made a big
not.
point
More
about it.
more explicitly talking
There was
about it.
I don't know. I think that it was sufficient. This is Fringy's fault.
No, you're just wrong. sorry, Rags.
I can't.
I
Anyway,
wish to
we
take
then
the
cut
blame
to,
you're putting on Friggy. It is my fault. I've spoiled it already. I
Yeah.
decided it was important.
You're in cahoots. The both of you are in cahoots.
Remember
Um,
in 2019, if people wanted to like, when Endgame came out, and if someone wanted to piss someone else off, they would just go like, "Iron Man dies. Have a good day. Bye," and that would be like a whole thing. I feel like this ending and the spoiler is like the exact opposite of that, but it still pisses people off in the same exact way.
But a really good parallel, I think, would be to say that it is now used as a way to protect people. Like, Joker gets shagged by the real Joker at the end, quote unquote. Don't watch it. like,
yeah,
oh, okay.
exactly. And then Arthur is just standing in the rain, tied to a post and laughing.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. What's that about?
He's nervous again, so he's laughing. Because that's why he would
Why is
laugh
tied to a
before.
post in the raid?
Guess
Because
that's his recreational time, but that's
um,
not. He walks around normally in
he's-
recess anyway, right? Like, we've seen him do that without a little line, but
Look,
yeah.
and there was nobody around as well. He was just standing out there, tied to a post. It looked like he was tied to the post. I'm not sure.
And it's
But
weird
he's
because
just
obviously
standing
it's
in the rain.
raining? Like, is this a punishment they're doing to him, or is this something he wants?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Not sure.
um, so next up is Arthur is on the phone with Marianne, and she's like desperately urging him not to talk to the press because they've got an interview set up. And seemingly he almost feels like more compelled to talk to them because he's been talking to Lee, or had that interaction with her. And then he hangs up, and this guard is like, "Hey, can you sign my book?" And he whispers very loudly as Arthur starts signing the book about how excited he is about how much money the book's going to be worth when Arthur gets electrocuted. He's very loud. Arthur can definitely hear him.
He's
And
right
he
next
does. He does. And he looks at him, and then he
He
writes.
like whispers
instead,
past Arthur.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, he's standing right next to him. Like, I don't know what he was expecting. Like, he could obviously hear him. And then, of course, he then writes, "I hope you get cancer," smiley face. So, yeah, that didn't.
That was
I mean,
cute.
I suppose
Yeah.
that doesn't diminish what the book's going to be worth, but still, I just don't understand why he whispered it so loudly. He might as well have just said it
Well,
out loud.
It also, because I thought the message was funny, but he'd already convinced Jackie to give him the time, so to add that on top, I just felt like it was unnecessary. I mean, I can think of all the reasons why he would have done that. It's like, yeah, but he's got to prompt the funny line. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. And I guess that's that. Which then brings us to a movie night. They're watching The Bandwagon, Arthur and Lee, with the rest of the like music therapy group. Lee wants to leave, stating that she already knows how the film is going to end and that everything is going to work out, but Arthur just shushes her.
Well,
And then she sort of, yeah.
feel like there's a bit of meta going on here.
I mean,
Let's
of
get
course
out
there's
of
a bit of
here.
meta there, yeah.
They'll shoot me. Come on, we know how this ends. Like,
Hmm.
oh, because there's so many
yes,
references.
Very clever, Todd.
Well, I just
Very
don't. I don't
clever.
appreciate it really. I'm like, what do you like? What? It's inevitable that Arthur will die.
True, he is mortal.
I mean, as long as it's been ordained by Todd,
I guess
then
so.
yes.
Yeah, because Rags, this is the DC universe. We could have Darkseid come in and imbue him with God Emperor powers. Okay,
No,
live forever.
he.
God Emperor Joker.
You want to hear a funny joke? And he draws the anti-life equation.
So Lee reaches out her hand to like hold his hand, but then stops before getting up, walking to the other side of the room, lighting a fire, dropping it in the piano, and then just sitting back down.
What a
And
waste.
a sort of well, I feel like somebody would have noticed before it got as bad as it does.
Maybe
definitely.
if they're all on
It took a
really,
little
really
long.
good behavior and
I
they're
mean,
relatively trusted and
yeah.
everyone's looking at the film,
I
maybe.
guess you don't expect that. Yeah.
Because a lot of people go off
It's
to
just that-
smoke, right? So it's like she was just smoking.
Yeah.
So.
It's just that the fire gets really bad really quick, and you even start to
Hey,
see
Fringy.
smoke sort of appear on. Yeah.
I guess you could say she was arson around.
I feel like arson and horsing are not quite similar enough for that
Fringy,
pun
that's
to work.
that's a joke. No, that's a joke from Curse of the Were-Rabbit.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
When?
When the police constable, but right when everyone's like vegetables and stuff were getting eaten, he say the constable guy comes in and he's like, "It was arson," and everyone's like, "What?" I said, "Arson." Is like, yeah, some young kids arson around. Ha 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 ha. The joke from your movie that you like.
I need
Rags,
to
he's-
rewatch.
He's having trouble because he
I
thought it
don't-
was a bad joke, but now he can't say that because it comes from that movie.
That's right. 'cause it
You
comes from
fucked him
Wallace and
over.
Gromit. That's right. You bamboozled me.
Gotcha.
It's a
Um,
good joke from a great movie, but I thought you didn't like that from
a very great movie, Curse the Were-Rabbit. Yeah.
Yeah.
If it came from the movie,
good
it's good. If it
God.
came from Rags, it's bad. Easy.
No, it came from. Look, I would.
I didn't even say it was bad. I just said I wasn't sure if arson and horsing were quite similar enough. That's all. But hey, maybe I'd feel differently if I saw it in the funny British accents in the
No,
fun
not-
play
not-
movie.
Yep.
What? Yeah.
I agree.
They have
Yeah, I
British
think so.
accents. Yeah.
Oh, wait. We
yeah.
might actually be in a position where we can say the movie's joke was good and Rags's was bad because it's a play on arsing around in the movie.
Oh,
and it's
Arsing
British.
instead of arson.
Oh.
Whereas
instead of-
Rags's
instead of
was playing on
why didn't you-
horsing.
Why
So,
didn't you correct me when I said horsing?
damn. I can't believe we
I-
actually got to
oh,
a point where
fine.
Rags made the
This
bad
is
version of the
Uno
joke.
reverse card. Uno
I'm trying
reverse
to.
card.
Just to be
Uh-oh.
clear, I'm trying to recall from
Oh,
memory a joke that
Friggy
was in a film I haven't
redeemed.
seen in
Friggy
many years.
redeemed.
And I thought that I would just do something nice and bring it up from a movie that
Redeemed.
Fringy really
What
likes.
a
but I
roller
was
coaster that
clearly
was.
mistaken.
That was a roller
That was some good
coaster.
writing, EFAP writers. Good
Yes.
stuff.
Really, really
I
good.
can't believe that this has happened. This is unbelievable. I just thought I would do something nice for Fringy, but I was so wrong. 'Cause I
Apologize for
couldn't remember
that.
the specific way that the joke was worded from a movie I haven't seen in
You're
7
such a
trillion
joker,
years.
Rags. Look at you go.
Oh, look at you, Joker. Now we need a Rags emote with Rags with the Joker makeup crying.
I used to
So,
think that this. I used to think this podcast was a tragedy.
Yes. So when she sits back down, the lyrics in the song are the lights on the lady in tights or the bride with the guy on the side or the ball where she gives him her all, that's entertainment. And she says, now that I understand. What's that mean?
I mean, it's an exhilarating moment. This is a big old change for him, right? He's finally living again somewhat, and I also think it's supposed to reflect how we engage with Joker as content, as a thing of like, this is about a man whose life is falling apart, whose brain is shattering into pieces, who's attempting just to try and live a happy life, and we're all entertained by the carnage, by the chaos. I assume these are pieces of what it's going for, but as was mentioned before, the story that is being built to facilitate these little pieces are actually like so annoying and frustrating and contradictory to what I see as the story as it's supposed to be, that I'm finding this less and less meaningful and more indulgent.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. It's a kind of running theme. Yep, I get it. The lyrics mean something, but they mean something in a story that's dumb.
I'm
I would
annoyed with Harley for interrupting the movie. He seemed like he was having a good time.
Yeah.
Bad
watching the
influence.
musical.
He even said like,
She
yeah, they're
is.
about to start the song and everything, and especially if you live in B ward where like life sucks. He's like, I get to watch a movie. I got a cigarette today. You know, he's trying to take the dubs where he can get them. Like, quit talking during the movie.
Ruin it.
So the fire,
Um,
oh, sorry.
Yeah. I'm so confused. I'm not the most competent in prisons, but
No, you're not.
are they are they that is cigarettes and like lighters and stuff so available there? Available?
Well, she was using matches
yeah.
in that sequence, and she is in
Yeah,
what
but
was it, the B
still,
ward?
like that.
He's in
It's like the
B ward, which
trusted
is like
ward.
minimal security.
Because remember, she's a
sort of-
volunteer, right?
Yeah.
or rather, she volunteed to be in there, so she's
Mhm.
considered like
She
But it's
safer.
so
Okay, yeah.
confusing to me
And it's also
because
set.
Arthur too smokes quite a lot, and it's just wouldn't that be a little bit more limited?
Well, so he's not allowed to have cigarettes, from what I gather, other than the guards doing it as a favor, which they have seemed to develop some kind of rapport with that
Yeah.
exchange. But with her, in their ward, I assume they're allowed to have cigarettes of their own, and they're
And
probably
it's the 80s.
yeah, it's
well.
it's an earlier era where security probably isn't as strong, or rather, maybe that's not security. That's just
Smoking
like
was just
regulations
normal.
aren't as strong. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So
Thank you.
the fire breaks out. It gets really crazy. And as everybody's clearing out of the room, Lee kisses Arthur, and then
Aw.
they run outside. They like run away from the guards and run outside where they start singing and dancing together. Which I suppose this is to be taken as the singing like it's real. Basically, this is
Yes.
happening. This is not a dream sequence. They are singing and dancing outside while the fire is getting quite big, which you presume that there would be serious consequences for
Mhm.
Lee, but I mean, I'm jumping ahead. There won't be. The fire is big. It's quite big. It spread to multiple rooms.
Yeah.
It looks like
Remind
the
me, is there-
building's on fire.
Is there dialogue to say that they knew she did it, or is it considered an accident of some kind?
Well, the thing is that later on she says that she's being taken out because there's a bad influence. But I guess but that's like not true.
Right.
So,
Mhm.
but even then, you'd expect it's like, dude, you like set the building on fire.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Um,
If they knew it was her, she would go to jail. This you can't set a whole fucking building on fire and get away with it.
Yeah.
Well, it's just Arthur was sitting down the whole time, so he couldn't have done it, and it would have to
Well,
be
no,
either him or
the story would have
based
to
on the way
be
that they reacted
it's an
to it.
unfortunate accident where a fire started, and we don't know exactly why.
Yeah.
Or rather, that they would have discovered it was matches or a cigarette, whatever. Which I think there's no way to pin it on her specifically. As if-
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's true. But they're dancing and they're singing. I believe it's the same song from the film. Like, That's Entertainment. I think that's the song.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, and they're singing and they're dancing, and then they run over to the gate where all of the journalists are, and they try to climb out. But of course it doesn't work. They get grabbed, and Arthur is very violently placed into solitary confinement by Jackie. So yeah, that's that. That's them dancing. Which again, it almost feels like, is there any reason why this one doesn't have any additional theatrical embellishments? Why is this one entirely like literal? Though it of course it can't be as well, right? Because there's no music playing to them singing. So it would just be her singing in silence. Well, not in silence, but as
this
it's
one
raining
functions.
and there's fire and everything.
This one functions more like most musical numbers in musical movies, where
Mhm.
it's the music is just like part of
It's
the
just
artifice.
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's in the world, but it's not in the world at the same time. But I guess this is what I mean though. It's like, so that's happening, and that's like just played as straight. But then as soon as Arthur gets put in solitary confinement, now it's like a new musical number, but it's in his mind and it's theatrical. And they're on like a stage with a backdrop, and it says like Hotel Arkham and everything. It's just like, okay, now I guess this one's happening and this one is in his mind. Do
Yeah.
you see what I mean? It's just like I don't see the rhythm or the sort of like reason behind why any of them are happening at any particular time and why they're happening in his dreams or not. Like it doesn't feel as deliberate as you would expect it to be.
Well, even in a broader sense, the first movie was very deliberate and meaningful in playing with what scenes are real and which are in his head, or what elements of the
Yes.
scenes are in his head. And in this movie, I don't feel like you're rewarded for thinking about it. Like,
Well,
there's
a
No,
lot
no,
of it
I don't
doesn't
think
require
there's
much
no,
thought. No one's thinking this is real. This scene. I
yeah,
mean.
exactly. And so, like, by the end of the movie, I don't know if there are any scenes that make you go, "Oh, that wasn't real," or "That was real." Like, no, it's
You know, it
just
feels like it's easy to delineate between what's real and what's imagined. Very
And they
easy.
don't-
And as we
yeah, it
mentioned
doesn't
earlier,
impact anything.
some of them, even if they didn't happen or did happen, doesn't change a lot. Which is like, well,
No. Well, no, and in terms of, again, like, it feels like there's not much to say about the song. It's just Lee singing about how she's in love with Arthur. That's it. You know, it's like,
Well-
that's the meaning.
That's live.
I
So,
think
go ahead.
yes. For me, the musical numbers, even detached, like I enjoy musicals, even detached from the story, even when it's done like that, I think it should add some kind of artistic value to the whole thing. And for me, these sequences are quite lackluster. They look pretty, but they feel like I've seen this done so many times before and so much better in other musicals and other films. And yeah.
Well, you expect
It's-
that with $200 million that they'd be potentially very extravagant and very well choreographed. Lots of, backup dancers and singers as well. But I don't know,
Especially to
it's
help
I don't think
contrast his
it's-
imagination with reality.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't think it's
Especially with the
artful.
budget.
I don't think it's creative or motivated in any way. I don't think they have any vision outside of just reason. I don't think they add much of a value to the film. But
No, I
that's
mean,
my
yeah.
subjective take on it.
I think the best part of the musical numbers for me were like the arrangements, the actual music itself.
The
I
actual
think
songs. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they did a very good job, and this is probably the highest point of praise I would give the whole movie, is that I think they did a really good job of making the arrangements for the songs feel as if they exist in the same musical world as the score. So, like,
Mhm.
we're hearing Frank Sinatra songs or songs from old 50s musicals, but there's the sort of dark, sort of cutting cello underneath it, like that we get in the score from the first movie. There are little dissonant flourishes that give it a sort of demented feel that is definitely not in any of the original versions of those songs. So I thought they did an excellent job with that. I thought,
I agree.
because it's a jukebox musical, which is something of a rarity these days. You know, none of the songs are original to the film, and so they're like repurposing them for this story. And in terms of just how they're arranged and how they're performed, I actually thought that stuff was really good. So I enjoyed the music when it was happening. That was really the only time I enjoyed the movie, is when the songs were happening.
When you got to listen to songs that's like, hey, I like that song.
Yeah, and
I don't
Yeah,
like
I
what I'm
think I
meant to
agree.
take of it from this film and like the lyrics and what they relate to for this film, but
exactly.
the songs
And
themselves
then
are good.
the other thing. Oh God, I just lost my train of thought. There it goes. Never mind.
Choo choo.
Choo-choo.
Mm.
Come
That's
back to
okay.
it.
It might come back. So yeah, that song plays out, and then and I suppose the thing that's worth noting is that this is the first musical number where imagined or otherwise, he's in his Joker makeup. Which I don't know. I suppose you could be like, yes, see, it's the beginning of starting to sort of head towards that identity again.
Well, she's explicit. She
sort
says,
of-
"I want to see the real you," right?
Oh,
Oh,
well,
sorry.
no,
You're
no, no,
saying
that's
in
the scene
the
after.
song.
The imagined, yes.
Well, yeah, because one
That's-
thing you mentioned as well was that Harley admitting that she like loves him in it, and it's like, well, we are supposed to believe it's taking place in his head, right? She's got nothing to do with it necessarily in terms of her in the real world. It is him
No,
dreaming
this
about
is in his
her,
mind.
expressing to
Yeah.
him. Yeah.
Which I suppose it's interesting then that he is wearing the Joker makeup, because that means that that he must believe that that's like specifically what she wants to see. Which I suppose, you know what I mean? It's like I guess if
Yeah,
we're to conclude that he's come to that conclusion for himself, that he recognizes that that's like who she wants to see and
Well,
be
which would
with.
be coherent if he believed that element,
embraced
the
that.
makeup, is all
Yeah.
him. Yeah, that's all him. There's
Yeah,
no
exactly.
one and the other.
But of course, as we progress, it will become apparent that that's not the case. Arthur wakes up in his cell, and Lee's there, and she says that that she was led in by one of the guards. Now, as I understand it, people speculate on whether or not this happened, like whether or not this is real or a hallucination. But again, it feels like it's got to be real, right? Given
Yeah.
things that are said later.
Well, it's
This
the
has
only
to be
scene
real.
we see that being justified by an actual event, but maybe they had other times where they were able to do that.
Which is weird because when I was watching it, I'm like, "There's no way this is real." They would
No,
never
I thought there was
let
no way
this
this is real.
person.
I actually
Yeah,
thought
I
I
this
thought it
was the
was
film's
nuts. No way.
explicit reference to how you will encounter scenes that aren't real. Like this was the film saying, for example,
me
this isn't
too.
real, but it's up to you to figure out the rest.
But it has to be.
Well,
But it
Because of
can't
what-
be. It's
because of
nonsense.
what Harley-
Well-
what Lee says later.
well, I mean, it's not
Well-
impossible that she did some kind of
guess-
favor for a god, and he let her in for, you know what I mean? Like it's not
I
impossible.
guess.
I guess
but-
what I'm saying is that, but it has to be because of her claim that she's
I just
pregnant later in
said
the film.
you could try and argue that they had other opportunities to do that.
Sure, I guess, but they probably didn't though, right? Like,
Well, this is the thing. I feel like it's probably it's a movie, so there's plenty of things we didn't see. But I don't know. Like, I'm with you. I understand what you're saying. I just I'm also with Rags of the whole like I was like, this is obviously fake. That is like, well,
I mean, yeah, but it seems like it's not. Like another scene that seems like it must obviously be fake, but Todd Phillips himself said was real.
yes.
So,
Mhm.
so we can talk about that one later. Basically, the gist of this scene.
Can I just be quick though? Like, this is an example of if this scene is real, that's fine. If it's fake, it's like, all right. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't actually change much of anything in terms of. Mostly, the only thing it changes is whether or not it makes sense that it could happen. It's not like it's changing much on the character side of things.
Lee explains that she's being sent home because Arthur is a bad influence on her. But she spins this in a positive way, saying she'll be able to attend the trial every day before he gets out. At which point they're gonna build a mountain. And then Arthur declares that he stopped taking his medication. She said like, you gotta stop, and he said, oh well, yeah, I have stopped. And then before they have sex, she applies his Joker makeup, claiming to want to see the real Arthur. And something that I would say that in terms of because it feels like we're not going to actually like take advantage of any opportunities to praise the production aspects of the film. because there's so much to be said about the writing and the storytelling. But I really like how the lighting, like the light that's coming through in the window, kind of casts Arthur's face in white. So like she's not actually like applying the white portion of the makeup. She's just doing the like the eyes and the mouth.
Yeah.
Oh,
But because of the
you're
white
right.
lighting,
Mhm.
it kind of looks like it's a complete Joker makeup, and it's like that's like a neat detail.
I liked when he was thrown into the solitary confinement, the light on the door just highlighting his face in the whole room. I thought that was neat. I liked
Yeah.
the night after, I think, that he'd first met Lee, where the door closes,
Yeah,
it's
when he's
pitch
in
black,
the
and he's lit up by his own cigarette. I thought that was
cigarette.
good shit
Yeah.
too. This
Yeah.
is reference because we did say
Joker.
broadly that the film, it's got plenty of good looking shit in it. It's just hard to
Mhm.
feel a lot for these shots when the story is annoying you so hard.
Yeah.
That makes
Yeah,
it even
pretty
more
much.
heartbreaking to me.
A little bit.
Well, yeah, because
Yeah.
imagine if it
Makes
was
sense.
good. Imagine if it was
Yeah,
a good
exactly.
movie. That would have been nice. So next up is Arthur getting prepared for his interview with Patty Myers, the interview that got set up for him by Marianne. She basically is urging him to show the public who he really is, that he's not Joker, but Arthur Fleck, who is, like sick and ill. And then Arthur kisses her just out of the blue, which stuns her and prompts her to suggest canceling the interview. But he sits down and it proceeds as planned. And during the conversation sort of starts with talking about like if he remembers what happened and having a hard time telling the difference between what's real and imaginary. So it seems like he's I, I feel like it's hard to tell whether or not it's a case of him being like on board with this as a narrative to present, or if he's like being convinced of it, or if he believes it in earnest.
I have
You
no
know
idea
what I
what his
mean?
perspective is, and I feel like that should be a very important part of his character in this movie. Is he going to accept? Well, essentially, is Arthur going to accept the lie that it's a different part of him that isn't really him in order to maybe get off with a lighter sentence, or is he going to fully adopt it, even if it will give him potentially a harsher penalty?
I honestly, I think the people who adore this film / Todd Phillips would likely tell you that's actually not important compared to Arthur figuring out for himself who he is and what the Joker is in reference to him. He is not thinking about his sentence or the results of it at all. He's just thinking about his mental state.
Well,
Yeah.
don't we get a little bit of that by implication? Like when this interview, he doesn't seem to accept this story. He doesn't say so explicitly. And then later when he will eventually fire his lawyer, isn't that kind of an indication of how he views this lie and whether he wants to go along with it?
I guess the thing is that also has to be packaged with the whole idea of Joker is a performance and he's felt compelled to put on the performance, but then
No,
like
yeah.
he realizes it's bullshit.
Definitely all of that. It's got nothing to do with avoiding sentencing in any way, shape, or form, even though that would be a very practical concern. And it is brought up to him when he's watching the TV in one of the earlier scenes. It's just not something that seems to faze him at all, whether or not he's going to get executed, I guess. Which, is partially in line with the fact that he's always been ready to kill himself, I guess, from the first film. But
Mhm.
it does feel as though the first film rejects that aspect of him by the end of it, right? Like he's moved on from that. He isn't in any ways ready to die anymore. He doesn't believe that's the right result. So I think there was definitely room for it to be explored in this film, especially considering just how much in this film doesn't need to be there.
Yeah.
99%. Anyway,
As
let's
the,
move on.
As the interview progresses, he starts getting a bit more he gets asked about like when talking about going on the Murray Franklin show, he says he was planning on killing himself on TV, but changed his mind because Murray was a bad actor, which then which then prompts Patty to repeat the line, "You get what you fucking deserve," and saying like, well, that's not funny, that's not a funny joke, and then Arthur says, "I should have told a better joke." Yeah, so
Are you joking now. It's weird to see Steve Coogan in one scene, just
it is weird.
being very serious. No, you can't do that. It's fine with me. It's just kind of strange. I even
when I see him, I'm just thinking about Hot Fuzz.
I mean, I was gonna say I think about Tropic Thunder first instead of Hot Fuzz. Like,
Interesting.
I'll never forget in the cinema watching so to speak, the conclusion of his story. I was fucking blown away. I couldn't believe that happened. I thought it was hilarious. Specifically Tropic Thunder, and that's like my favorite Steve Coogan role at this point now, other than the classic sort of thing. But what I was going to bring up was I find it interesting on a meta level, just the Steve Coogan and Brendan Gleeson talking in the background that's muted while Arthur's talking to his representatives, so to speak. I wonder if they're having real dialogue or if they're just having a conversation. Because because they wouldn't need to have an accurate one to their characters, but you could have them do that, but you could simultaneously just like, I wonder what they were talking about. Maybe just like, hey, this film's pretty neat, isn't it? The other was like, not really.
Have you read the full script? They might not have even read the full script. That happens sometimes.
Oh yeah.
So Arthur starts to get a bit more flustered when he gets pressed on the notion of this idea that there is an alternate personality called Joker who took over. And then he starts calling him low IQ. Like, he starts calling Arthur like an IQ loser.
Yeah, the interviewer calls him that, yeah.
It's a bit like, okay. And then Arthur gets big mad and scolds him for not caring about him or how he's changed compared to before. Like that should be the focus, that he's feeling better before. Or he's feeling better than he did before. And then so when Patty asks him what's changed, Arthur says he's not alone anymore. Obviously referring to Lee, who at this point we already know is it was in the papers. There was a shot earlier where you see her face in the newspaper, so it's it's kind of, she's already like a known element.
The film is not going to play with the idea that she's not real. She's definitely real.
No, she's definitely real. Definitely real. And then Arthur starts singing. He starts singing, but of course this one is for real. And I suppose something that's interesting. I suppose it's interesting because I feel like it goes nowhere, is that Jackie seems to be almost like taken aback. It's kind of like disarmed a little bit by seeing him sing. I'm not sure if any of you got that impression. It looked like he was kind of like almost stunned.
I get what you're saying. The expression is that of like, it's almost strange in terms of
like,
what is he thinking about?
That sort of reaction. But
Yeah, like this is weird, kind of.
Oh, I meant more so like almost in a positive way, almost like it's kind of like having an effect.
Impressed?
Not impressed.
Not
just
impressed,
kind of
but yeah.
like just sort of a positive being taken aback.
If there was a chill version of in awe, it's not quite in awe, but
Yeah.
somewhere further down, but in the same vein.
Something like that.
It is an interesting reaction from him.
I don't know. It's just I don't know. I don't know what's really to be said. It's just like, yeah, he starts singing and sort of performing to the camera.
Something about this conversation that I felt again, because I feel like the whole film's doing this. When you have Steve Coogan saying, "What are you saying? It wasn't you. It wasn't Arthur Fleck. It was some killer clown, some creature inside of you that did all that." And I'm just sitting there like, no.
Why are we doing this?
Yeah,
why
like,
is this even like the big conversation?
And I think someone could say like, well, yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean that's what happened. It's just being explored by the characters. But I'm just like, we're wasting so much time talking about something that's not true just for the film to say it's not true when none of us thought it was true. What's the point of this?
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's such a movie dialogue too. It's not realistic for them to be talking this way to each other. I feel like it just, for them, as you said, for the movie to get across the point it wants to get across.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah.
Do we remember why they're even doing this interview?
The viewers that this will allow them to see the real Arthur, but the real Arthur in this case being the argument, right? His argument in terms of his defense, which is that there's Arthur, and look at Arthur, look at him, he's just a sad, mentally ill fella, and then there was Joker as a different persona, and that's like the point of the interview, is to try and present that case.
I guess in the public opinion, right?
In the public,
Because,
yes.
yeah. Okay.
PR.
Pretty much.
I suppose that makes enough sense.
But outside, Arthur singing, it's being broadcast on TV, and so Lee is watching, and so she smashes the window and takes the TV, which would turn it off. So, not really sure, unless she doesn't own a TV, or she just felt like smashing the window.
I thought it was funny, she tears it out of its cables. I was like, you need those.
Yeah, you need those. you're just taking a TV that you can't watch now.
Yeah.
So what's the point of that?
It's dramatic, but another thing that would
dramatic.
is
Is
still
it? Sorry, I'm still so confused as to what she was trying to do there, or what
she
she
wants the
accomplished.
TV. Let her have
She
it.
wants
it
the
doesn't
TV to
work.
watch the
And she
performance,
can't-
so
what
she
is-
breaks it, and she can't watch it, and it will be over by the time she gets home.
What?
So
Why? It's so strange.
She's gonna cuddle the
really,
TV.
what you need? Yeah, I guess so.
It's a tiny little one too. I don't get
Yeah.
it.
Well, it's because that was probably the easiest one to carry.
Yeah, she can't be
Like-
carrying a big old TV. Those things were
It
fucking
would
heavy,
have
man.
been funnier though.
So I was just
I
gonna
was
bring up
just. Yes.
real quick in the when he's speaking to the interviewer, that would still support what I think the film was trying to go for a lot of the time. He does say in response to all those claims that nobody wants to know who he is now, and
Yeah.
I still think, like fully referencing the whole like nobody wants to know the man, everyone likes the Joker, and that's what Lee.
I don't know, man. It feels like the first film was about understanding the
I
man.
disagree.
so what
Yeah,
do we even
I thought that film
Yeah.
more than any other interpretation of the Joker was trying to say, look at the man that became the Joker. Usually you don't do that with
Exactly.
Joker. That was the
What's
controversy.
going on, Todd? What's happened?
Yeah, it's like, so you don't care about
What are
Arthur
you
Fleck. It's
doing?
like, no, everyone did care. That's why people liked the movie.
Yeah. Stop trying to convince people that that's not what happened. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing, Todd?
Very
Jeez.
annoying in a meta sense, but also just in the story. Why would he say that? I don't
Yeah, well,
believe he would say that.
Well, yeah,
Like,
how
what-
much attention is he even paying? How much attention is he paying to like the conversation surrounding him in the real world when he's in prison, and he's not like reading newspapers or anything? You know what I mean?
he's also
Does he even
wrong
have like a
because
basis on which to make those assessments?
his representation are desperately trying to argue that he is Arthur Fleck and that we should care about that man and not the creature that came out briefly and made him act in ways that were not him. You know what I mean? Like, there are people who are trying to advocate for him specifically to help him. So like, make it.
Yeah,
It does feel like another bleed, a meta bleed. There's a lot of that in this film.
Yep. Which brings us to him going into the city for his first day in court. And while he's driving there in the car, he's like practicing faces that he's supposed to put on. Which in particular, this as a thing that was happening, the idea that he was there sort of practicing how he should look. It's like, man, so we have like outright totally, because this was what he was doing in like the first movie. This was like a thing that he was trying to do, was figure out how he was supposed to act rather than simply being as he should be. And it's almost like it goes unrecognized. You know what I mean?
Don't like it. Wasting time and repeating time. Why? Why must you?
I mean, what's going to make it a film if you're going to do a sequel? If you're going to just repeat beats from the first film like this?
Why? Yeah, it's like a really bad case of sequelitis plus something else, tumor.
I got
Yeah.
some small enjoyment out of watching him in this scene, just because he's a really talented actor and
Yeah.
he's given a good performance. And I think there are a lot of scenes like that where I'm just like, oh, look at you go, Joaquin. That was an interesting choice.
Look at you go, buddy.
Look at you go, Joaquin.
You got paid a lot of money, I presume,
Yes,
for
I
this.
certainly
So,
hope
you
so.
know, you got that bag. He rolls up to the courthouse, and there's hundreds of adoring fans cheering him on, like, yeah, good job,
Woo.
Joker. Woohoo. And he kind of like gives him, I don't know what you call it, like a sort of like a, yeah, I'm here,
Casual thumbs
thanks.
up, yeah.
Well, he doesn't. I don't think he actually he does a thumbs up. It's more like just a
Smile.
yeah, look at me, and then smiling. Yeah.
Well, so does he like all the attention he's getting, or does he think that no one cares about who he is as a
I
person?
don't know. I don't know what. I mean, I
I
guess
don't
Aren't we
think-
getting Aren't we getting both
Hold
of
on.
those back to back?
I don't think this
Yeah.
movie allows him to think.
It's pulling him in
Well,
all different
what is-
directions a little.
Yeah, how does he see his relationship with all the people outside who dress like him, who idolize him, who want to help him out?
They don't
what
care
is-
about
what is
him,
his
Rags. They care
opinion?
about Joker.
All right,
Even though
then.
he's clearly
Moving
happy
on.
to see them. That's the
Yeah, it's
point.
just
It's like
like-
it just doesn't really line properly. Because wouldn't that make more sense to have him looking almost apathetic or lamenting
If
that
that's
audience.
if that's the direction they were going in. But again, that's not what he should be thrilled.
Well, it's just like it's
based on
almost
what
like the
happened in the
first
first
film is
film.
actually creaking through here every once in a
Yeah,
while. It's
exactly.
almost like they're
how I feel.
reminded when they make these scenes, like, oh yeah, he loves
Mhm.
attention, he loves being known, he loves having people recognize his existence. That does come up explicitly in this film, and it's just like, man, fucking watch the first one more. Like you watch it a few more
Yes.
No, but we
times.
don't have enough time because we got to bombard with more meta. Because as
Mm.
he's getting taken into the court, he starts singing "Keep on smiling," because when you're smiling, the whole world smiles with you. And then, okay, showtime. And then he steps in, and is like, "Yeah, see, showtime. He's putting on a show for you fuckers." that's the point. That's all I got from that.
Well,
Is like,
yeah,
yes,
there's stuff like
he's
that
got to
throughout
put
the
on
film
a
as
show.
well. That ends up, it just creates this little like brew of gross and miserable.
Yeah, a bit.
Because
I don't know. It's
I don't
just,
like
yeah.
the explicit like you only like it for the chaos, you like it for the suffering, don't you, audience? I'm like, oh, shut up,
You're
leave me
here to
alone.
see a crazy story.
So
It's like, yeah,
pretentious.
because it's a film. You're making a film. Like, people are here to see your story, and you
It's a
can't
bit
get mad at them
cringy.
because they're interested
I
in
guess
seeing your
It feels like
story.
anti-honesty, and I'm not saying a lie. I'm saying like it's like I'm being so fucking brutally honest here, and it's like, no, you're not. People say this all the time. It's boring.
that specific moment didn't bother me because when that moment happened, I was thinking this was like, oh, this is more like the first movie, because we had just seen him in front of the crowd and like being really thrilled at everyone being there for him, and this felt like almost like a little remainder from the first movie where he's more that character still.
I
Like
was
there's a
mainly
brief
referencing the experience of the film, not necessarily this individual moment, but Karen.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm just saying like there's like a what I was getting to is that there's a chunk in the middle here where he like gets his mojo back, for lack of a better way of saying it, that feels like, oh, finally we've gotten
Yeah,
closer to where he was at the end of the first movie. And that's sort of where I was most hooked again, because I'm like, okay, cool, we're finally back here.
Yeah,
I
things
don't
will
know
be
why
happening.
after
This is the
yes.
guy I remember.
having spoken to a couple of different people when it was first coming out, the consensus was this was the most entertaining the film got. Some of the sequences here, especially one we got coming up that I think everybody would consider the best scene.
Mhm.
And it was like, okay, I don't know why we regressed him a bit, but I'm glad we're back. And then,
We fucking took an
where-
hour of our time, Cap.
Yeah, I know.
Give it back. It's
know.
not yours.
Yeah, I mean, because sort of in continuing with that, like Arthur comes in and he's gleefully greeting his fans as he steps into the courtroom. But then he's just sort of looking to see, is like, oh, is Lee there? But she's not.
No.
And then you get the judge basically saying, like, all right, I know there's like a media circus, but you all need to chill out. Like, this is going to be an orderly trial, all right? So, shut up.
Man, if only he actually did that.
No, I know he doesn't really. He doesn't do a great job.
Oh, he's terrible.
Actually,
He's such a
enforcing those rules.
bizarre character.
Yeah, they're having their cake and eating it too.
Yeah.
They're like, see, we've got a reasonable, straight-laced judge who's going to treat this properly, and then he just doesn't. Like, he lets
He's
so
all
many
talk,
insane
no
things
action.
happen. Why would he have allowed him
Exactly.
to dress up as Joker? Why?
Yeah.
Well, because
Because
technically
he
he
said that
said, "Oh, I looked through the rules," and
Yeah,
it
but
said,
he seems to have the final decision on it. Surely you'd have, even if there is precedent, you'd be
Listen.
like, this is unique circumstances, and this will we already know this guy riled up the whole fucking city to riot. Why would we let him dress up as the fucking Joker and then represent himself? Represent himself, I can buy. Not dressing up as the Joker. I was like, nah, I don't think he would fucking do that.
There's no rule that says the dog can't play basketball. All right.
Drew, we need to end this this discriminatory racism
Listen,
against
there was-
canines in sports. Okay.
There was no rule that prevented Catwoman from playing basketball, and we still that happened.
Oh no. Well, the face
yeah.
paint and the mask of Joker is just it's at this point it's been 2 years. It has become a symbol of rioting and
Yeah.
rebelling and everything terrible. And the last time this guy wore that makeup is when he committed the freaking murder on a live TV. So, I mean, and to allow him to do that same thing in the court
They should have
is great.
they should have had a judge character who, on the surface, kind of comes across that way, but we maybe get one scene to let us know this is a judge being like, I'm going to make my fucking career with this. This will be the biggest case of the year. I'm, of course, going to let a couple of things slide, because this will, it'll be famous. It'll be all over the TVs. Everyone will talk about this forever. So, like, the implication being is like, I need order in my courtroom, and then he's like, hey, yeah, dress up as the Joker, do it.
Well, remember that was kind of an element of the People vs. O.J. Simpson show. You remember, Mulder?
Yes,
Kind of like there's sort of speculation on whether the judge was like how much he was gonna try to calm down the sort of media circus surrounding it, or whether or not he was more
Play
chill
into
with
it.
it. That is like an angle, yeah. But no, this guy's he is meant to be like the straight laced. This is going to be an orderly proceeding, but so many things happen that are just so clearly not orderly at all. It's just craziness. Lee is outside and she sings about that's entertainment, and then she goes inside. Does anybody have anything they want to say about
another great
that?
example of yep, okay,
Oh, man.
nods, like
Yeah.
yep, all right, that happened. That was time. Now it's time that's gone forever.
Yeah. So there's a doctor, Dr. Liu, who's been called up by the prosecution, who is testifying that in his view, there is no evidence that Arthur suffers from multiple personality disorder, or that the Joker is a personality disassociated with himself. He believes that he was sane when he committed his crimes, and that he fakes his mental illness. And then Marianne, his lawyer, retorts that he only spoke to him for about 90 minutes and was in no position to draw any real conclusions about Arthur's psyche. And so the whole
90
time
minutes? That's a decent amount of time, actually.
It is a decent amount of time, to be fair, but I suppose my broader observation is like, we're spending a lot of time on a debate that's pointless.
Yes.
Like, this is a pointless debate.
And I think this film actually kills its own like argument for these sections by having one that people like, and it's because it's all about character. It's not about, so is he multiple personality man? Is Joker real? We're all just sitting like, shut up. I want to talk more about like things that.
We have to spend.
I saw the first movie. I know the answer.
Yeah.
Because Arthur's not really in a position to do anything while this is happening either. He's just sort of sitting there looking around and looking. It's like, oh, look, there's Lee. Oh, hello. While this whole debate that's pointless is happening, and taking up minutes of time.
I really don't like this, but I think the idea is to recount all of the events of the first film, to rebuild, to re-experience, and to reignite the Joker. That's what happens, right?
I guess so.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's gradually sort of happening.
Doesn't that tell you just how much of this film was a bad idea? It's like, what do you mean? We're gonna recall all the events to make him experience the same thing he felt in the first one, to get him back to being the Joker.
To spin those events in a way that we can recontextualize so that this story can make its point.
Yes, that's how this film feels as well, in a meta sense, that it retells the first one but changes the ending. It's like he released a director's cut.
And then, so these stories, like, the only thing that they offer is like, well, I guess that would be the defense's position and that would be their strategy, but we're not learning anything new. And I don't think the movie does a very good job at all making compelling courtroom arguments. You know what I mean? Like, there are worse examples as we go on, but this is one of the worst courtroom dramas I've ever seen. It's awful. You know,
totally.
and I really like courtroom dramas when they're good. You know, I find, the way lawyers make arguments in court very interesting, and this has basically nothing of value in that regard.
What was the one we watched that was like amazing?
The Verdict.
Yeah, that film's really good.
The Verdict is excellent. That's a great film. That's a really good film.
Courtroom drama I fully recommend.
The Verdict. Okay.
Anyway,
A Few Good Men is also awesome, yeah.
A Few Good Men is really, really... You can't handle the truth! It's iconic, for a good reason.
And then I immediately think of the Simpsons reference. I shouldn't have said it, I'm sorry, but it's true.
Look, you're right, The Simpsons has a reference for everything, okay?
Mm-hmm.
When Marianne starts talking about Arthur's childhood trauma, he's, like, pretty visibly distraught about it. And so he starts drawing Joker in his notepad while Marianne is arguing that Arthur retreated into his Joker persona when he was attacked on the subway. And we get a few flash, sort of frames of that event. And I'm still thinking there. It's like, what are we meant to? What are you getting out of here, Todd? Like that as she's making the case that he retreats into the Joker persona to like get away from these horrible incidents, he is actually just sort of sitting there zoning out, drawing
doesn't-
Joker in his notepad.
But the film says no to all of this speculation.
Yeah.
No, I know. That's
It's
the thing.
so this is like I
But
can't
it's
even
almost
entertain
like
talking
Arthur
about it
implied it.
because the person. This is what we said before, right? Like
Yeah.
everyone's sitting there with an interpretation, or at least a handful of different ones. Someone bursts into the room and says it's this thing, and everyone goes, "No, it's not." And then that guy says, "No, it's not," and leaves the
It is
room.
this thing, and let me talk about. He doesn't leave the room. He's like, let's spend 2 hours talking about my interpretation.
Well, yeah, he says,
Yeah.
"No, it's not," and then says it is this other thing, and then everyone's like, "No, it's not that one either."
Yeah, but then he locks
Just-
the doors, and he's like, "Let me explain it to you." Yeah, nice and slow.
And it's not even
Todd
interested in.
Phillips.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna say Todd Phillips is so incompetent at understanding human psyche, and I'm not even a professional, but it's bizarre the way he presents it as like he's just so full of himself, and it comes across so much during all these speculations because this is not a light subject to speculate on so openly and then discard it and then replace it with something else that fits your narrative better for the
No, yeah.
character.
Completely
It's,
agree.
uh,
He like
insulting.
reformats his mental illness into something else.
Yes.
He's playing around with it a lot in this movie because, as we just mentioned, puts a lot of lines of dialogue, a lot of characters' beliefs into a particular place, and then just says all of that is nonsense. Like, why did you do all of that?
Yes.
What's the point of that? Why are you? Because the first one, quite bold, in the sense that a lot of people said, like, what is this going to do for people who think about mental illness and you know, like very serious conversations. This one's more of a, what the hell are you doing? To the point where it's like he's the Joker. He's fucking around. Like he doesn't know what he's doing.
Because he's not even going off what you just said. He's not even interested in answering certain questions that you might think would evolve from this premise. He's not interested in the question of what it actually means to punish some. Like, can you actually be so mentally ill that you're not considered responsible, or you shouldn't go to prison? You know, none of those questions. Like, what does it mean to? How do you achieve justice with someone who is like severely mentally ill, who did something horrible? Like, he's not interested in any of those questions ultimately. It's like, so why is he filling them up?
No, like I said, he's so distracted by the question of, was it Arthur? Was it the Joker? Was it both of them and they're the same person? Was it neither of them? Is the Joker real? Is Arthur real? And you're sitting there like, what the fuck are you doing?
Am I real?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too meta, man.
Mm. The next day, or it might have even been a couple of days later in the trial, his social worker, you remember from the first film, she's on the stand and she's reading his journal entries about Sophie, that was written on the same day that he killed Randall and Murray. And Arthur gets a bit. He's like, oh, you know, these weren't meant to be read out loud. He just grabs the microphone and says that, and then the judge is like, hey, shut the fuck up. And basically, the question asked and answered is that the journal reads as though it was written by Arthur, not a distinctive Joker personality, before she then proceeds to say that his jokes aren't funny.
Yeah, that felt weird.
It's
Yeah,
like the
a
low
little
IQ
bit.
comment from the
A
interviewer.
little bit, yes. It's like,
It's like, oh, that's kind of
Oddly-
that's just a jerky
oddly,
thing to
like,
say.
needlessly just bringing that up. There's no point.
Well,
There's nothing.
It's
gained.
Yeah.
Like we can be
strange.
more straightforward about it. It felt to me like it was put in just to have him go, I don't like that. Oh,
Yeah,
ouchies.
to get big mad.
Brain hurty
his
juice.
ego is being wounded. See, that's his ego. Yes, Jung. Anyway,
Yeah.
it's like
It's like you could have
I
been
don't
a
know,
bit.
it's just the whole.
Why wouldn't you present it as like it was known that he was a failed comedian or something like that instead of saying his jokes aren't funny? It's like,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. I mean, she's also meant to be a professional therapy lady.
Yeah.
And she is in a court in front of a mass murderer. It's just so out of character for her to ever make such a
No,
stupid...
Yeah, I mean,
I agree.
it's
It doesn't
weird.
match
It's
the woman from the first film who tried to like level with him about how people like them are screwed over by this system, and this court is trying to decide just how much of what happened to Arthur in his early childhood, which she has now got like full awareness of, had an implication on how and why he did what he did. And she's just so like just blunders into saying he wrote unfunny jokes. Okay.
I feel like it would be more appropriate for her to talk about, like, see, this is what happens when you shut down public services. Stuff like this
She
is
would
what
take that
happens.
chance,
And
yeah.
yeah,
Oh,
I
for
feel like that would
sure.
be something she'd say now that she's in this, the
Yeah,
spotlight,
'cause
so to speak.
in the first
Yeah,
film,
now
she
that you mention
basically
it,
said, like, point blank, like, "They don't give a
They
fuck
don't give a
about you,
shit about us,
Arthur."
Arthur. Yeah.
yeah. That's so terrible that this movie completely discards that notion because it's such an important message to get across, and it doesn't give a
It was another
single F.
small element of the boldness of the previous film building up to just, I think, being a bold film in general. The fact that he's like angry at her in a very normal protagonist way, and then she says they don't give a shit about us, even though she's the the professional social worker in that scenario. Because you're like, oh shit, that's how much this
Mhm.
things are crumbling. Like she's leveling with him at that
Really
level,
leveling
but
with him, yeah.
And trying to bring him out of his own sort of like inward looking self-pity and everything. Like, no, it's not just you, you know what I mean? It's not it isn't the world against you. There's a lot of us that feel
Mm.
this way in a sense. The movie's
It's
just not interested in a lot of these questions. It's not like you could have someone like Harvey Dent who is really intent on for the sake of winning the case, not having people sympathize with him so much because he's interested in for him it could be like that's sort of irrelevant whether he was born or made. What he did is horrible and he needs to be punished for it. Like we could explore some of these questions with different characters who have different views on what justice is and how
I
that relates.
I wouldn't
Go
have
ahead.
done it myself, but you could have begun the film with the beginning of the trial, and these questions could have been explored thoroughly if you wanted to make that film. Again, we could talk forever about which film we would have made if we were forced to make a sequel. But yeah, because I completely agree. A lot of the much more interesting questions that haven't yet been addressed by the first film in regards to all of the broad things that are happening maybe get played with at best. But most of this is just having characters come on stage, say things that would annoy Arthur, and then he breaks out into his I am the Joker again. They joke at me. Here I go Jokering.
I'm juking.
Which it's weird. It is so weird to like sort of realize how much time you've spent just getting back to where you thought you were at the beginning, but you weren't.
Mhm.
And then, of course, as we mentioned, just having all that take place in either cell blocks or the courtroom, and you're like, man, we're through a
Yes.
lot of this, and it's almost like not even a filler episode of TV, more so a some guy telling you about what happened between scenes, especially with
Mhm.
how undone and redone things are. It's really a strange fucking movie, honestly. The
Yes.
amount
It
of
is
ways you can be
strange.
critical of it.
It's one that you can, like, when I walked away from watching it, it did leave me with that kind of like weird, kind of empty feeling.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Whereas the first Joker is like, oh, I know what they're trying to say. It was executed so well. It was so, well crafted. This one just it feels like a weird empty movie, like one of those zero calorie kinds of movies, but it tastes
Mhm.
terrible, you
Mhm.
know? The first
Because
one
like,
had Go
yeah.
ahead.
No, go.
The first film had a lot to say about important topics like societal, issues. It felt
Mhm.
like we could kind of learn from it. It had an earnest message about society and how we treat each other and the role of, the role of normal people in one another's lives and what we can do to kind of, help to fight against mental illness and
Mhm.
depression and those little things that we all have to deal with. It was very personal and relatable. Even if you're like a normal, well-adjusted person, it's still very personal and relatable because we all have the sads
Yeah.
and we all have, those rough patches in our life. And that's what makes it doubly strange that this movie doesn't have anything to do with that. It doesn't have anything to say
It's very
that's like
bizarre.
meaningful. You didn't take the opportunity like you did with the first Joker to make that relatable, interesting, quasi
Yes.
timeless sort of message about the human experience and how we treat each other.
Hmm. I almost wish that Todd really like continued the tradition or the legacy of the first movie with sort of paying homage to films and stories that came before, because now I wrote this down in my whatever script, and that I do think that from the first Joker, I get a sense that he is a type of director that operates the best under some kind of pre-existing prompt. And I do think that this completely misses the mark because he really didn't know what he was trying to say or what kind of story he wanted to tell. He just knew that he needed to make a Joker sequel, and he was high on the sort of the reception of the first movie. And I'm guessing you kind of get an ego from that, sort of like, I really can't go wrong with my characters or my story progression. And I mean, to me, this movie seems like an execution of that.
It definitely would have given him a sense that he can't really fuck this up, because
Hmm.
people, especially the context of the first film being the funny comedy guy is going to try and make a serious film. Okay. And then it did as
Hmm.
well as it did. Got a lot of respect
And
from a lot of
now, what
people.
kind of movies is he going to be making?
Well, a
I
lot of
wonder
the
if he's going to be
respect he
allowed back
gained
on the Warner Brothers lot.
got fucking. It's like he staked himself in the heart with this one. With how people talk about him now.
Yeah.
Nobody's making fun of him, right? The news that he was sitting, that he went like to, where was he when the film came out? Wasn't it like he went to some ranch
Cabin
or
or
something?
whatever. Yeah.
Hmm.
That's
The
awkward.
bunker. He went to his
I
Yeah,
suppose
bunker.
like
what's
I
funny
said,
about
like
that
he
is like
he
it's
did
not going to
it.
help you. Like you're going to get that avalanche of information one way or another.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Such an interesting position to be in, because like there are so many kinds of stories you hear, like George Lucas like completely dreading the premiere of Star Wars, and then you know it's so interesting how different directors deal with different kinds of stories, different kinds of movies, and their outlook is always interesting to hear before it premieres and before they get the initial reception.
I'm looking forward to the days where we do colonize Mars successfully, and so people can actually say, like, I'm just gonna go to Mars. Like, I don't want to deal with this anymore. I'm going to Mars.
I'm gonna climb a
Yeah.
mountain, get up and that mountain. Speaking of which, um, Lee said they're gonna build a mountain. She reprimands Marianne,
With that
saying that
line.
everybody wants to see the Joker.
That felt odd, by the way. Did they have a relationship at all? Those two? Have they spoken to each other
This was the
before?
first time. This was the first time that they had a conversation.
I was just like, okay, this is happening, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, it's pretty funny because like Lee is just being like very plain, saying like, well, she doesn't say it, but she basically implies everybody wants to see the Joker, not that loser Arthur. And it's like, man, imagine if imagine if
Yeah.
Arthur sort of was aware, especially considering all the journalists that are surrounding her. Um, yeah, I feel that's basically it. She just says that, and that they're going to build a mountain out of a little hill. It's like, yep, that's the song, and mountains and molehills. Yep, all right, cool. So, which then brings us to the next scene where Arthur's sitting in his cell, like in the court, and Marianne's basically saying that like Lee lied about every facet of her life, that
Hmm.
she lives on the Upper East Side with her parents, one of whom is a doctor, and she voluntarily checked into and out of Arkham, and also mentions that she went to grad school for psychiatry, and basically says she's playing you for a fool, but Arthur's kind of just like, it's just like, yeah, whatever. And then he imagines, and then he goes into his head again, and he imagines them on their own talk show. It's like,
Yep.
oh, okay. Yep, we're doing another one. Look, it's the Joker and Harley show, which I don't know. Yeah, all right. I suppose what's funny is that this is actually like the most important one. This is the most important, like, sort of imaginary dance and song flashback sequence because this is the one that is tethered directly to the ending of the film. I mean,
Yeah, because
basically,
it has that turn where she pulls a gun on him, so
that's right.
it's the most for establishing that like, oh, maybe this perfect romance we have isn't perfect, that something's going to go wrong and all that.
Well, yeah, because they're
I
singing, and then yeah,
I think that's possibly like the more obvious read. While, like I said earlier, I think that the point is supposed to be that she is going to be the death of him, not in this conventional way that she will kill him or that their relationship will kill each other or anything. Just that by meeting her, she gasses him up, and then he has to realize that he's not that is not the way he wants to go, and by doing so, gets him killed. Like, so she, in a way, is the reason he died.
yeah,
I think because in this particular scene, it really just seems like it's the surface level read. You know what I mean? Just
Oh,
that,
sure,
like,
but
oh, I don't know
obviously
if I can trust her.
by the end, they recycle like the moment in this scene with him dying and the getting shanked, right?
yeah.
Oh,
I
right,
guess
yeah,
I
yeah.
get what you mean when you say that, Cap. I suppose to almost like bridge the gap. It would be like this now. You could read it simply being like maybe like she's actually deliberately sabotaging him to fuck him over. You know, like the nature of how she's going to wrong him might be a bit unclear, but then when it get recontextualized, it brings it around to like what Mola is saying, the idea that she will be the death of him.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, I suppose it's it's bearing in mind some of the things that they say to each other because they're singing, and then Arthur stops singing before Lee does, and he's like, "Oh, you're making it all about yourself when it's meant to be about me and how I'm great." And then Lee says, "Let's give the people what they want," and then shoots him. And it's like, right, okay, yeah. See, let's give the people what they want. Here you go. This, I mean, this is incredibly meta, right? Of like the people is the audience, give them what they want,
Well,
and I
and
guess the like what you want will destroy them, so fuck you or something. It's like, what are you, what?
I can't
Like, who are you
resist the
talking
read that
to?
it's like the making it about like again, if she is the audience, which I do believe this film is trying to push on us,
Absolutely.
the audience is making it about themselves instead of understanding this is a story about a broken man who needs help. They're instead seeing how they fit into the story, how they're inspired / they've lived a life that's similar, and what they think the Joker could represent and how he could unite, blah blah blah. It's like, no, that's not what this is. The Joker's not real. It's about Arthur, the poor man who was broken down by a poor system and he made mistakes and he needs, that sort of thing. And then give them what they want, which is Joker, and that's going to require killing Arthur. We got to get rid of him. Which
It's
is
like,
just so
okay, yeah,
miserable, dude. It's such a
yeah.
fucking miserable message.
Yeah.
It's pretty nihilistic, isn't it?
Yes, I
It's,
don't often like to pull that card on any film. I feel like people use it a little too flippantly sometimes, but I really
sure.
probably would apply it to this one.
Yeah, maybe you
I
should
feel
have
like
thought of
you would
that
have to
before you
accept that
liked the
that's the
Joker
case, right?
movie.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's it's something that we can keep talking about as a thing, right? But like, there's kind of like a fine line that you walk in terms of like challenging essentially the audience's expectations to get something out of the art that they're consuming. I don't know why it's coming to mind, but how many of us here have played Spec Ops: The Line? How familiar is
I only
everybody
know
with
of
that
it.
game?
I haven't played it.
I
Oh,
have
you
not.
played it, right?
Oh, wait, sorry, what were you asking if I've played Spec
Spec
Ops
Ops:
Online?
The Line.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I guess without giving too much away, because if you haven't played it, it's a game I would recommend. Spec Ops: The Line is a game that essentially challenges the default assumption of players in terms of like engaging with essentially like first person or third person like military shooters. It's sort of like it starts to challenge a lot of your assumptions about the things that you ought to be doing in the game, questions about whether or not you should be continuing with something if it's not like meeting your expectations of what you expected, or whether there's something wrong with your expectations that you brought into the experience that you're the experience that's presented before you. It sort of challenges the idea of like players paying attention to what they're being asked to do or the context for why they're doing any of the things that they're doing, and whether it should be reaching a point where you should be questioning whether or not you should even be continuing with the experience. So these sorts of things. It's
Yeah.
very much a case. It's very meta. It is a very meta video game. Even the loading screens break the fourth wall, and start to become more confronting and challenging as the game progresses. But obviously, the reason why I'm bringing it up is because when you can do it really well, when you can start to mess around with and challenge like people's expectations and interest when it comes to engaging with media. You can get some really like interesting, fascinating. You can evoke some really fascinating reactions from the player or the viewer. In this case, though, one of the big problems that it has is that it's trying to assign something to the audience that for many people is just not going to be applicable. That being their interpretation of what it is that they found interesting or fascinating or compelling in the first film, and their interest in seeing that story continued in a sequel. Like, if there's a mismatch, you can get some really bad results, as I think is the case with this film. There is a mismatch between what Todd Phillips has taken to be people's interactions with, expectations of, and desires when engaging with this story, and what people actually took away from it. So then when it's like, see, like, fuck you, huh, for wanting this is what you get what you fucking deserve or something. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, it's you've got a different understanding of the first film. I don't know, it's just like it just sort of comes across as like, oh, okay, Jesus, calm down, something like that.
There's a scale for this, but like there's a little trophy shelf for the best examples of like films that I think manage to, and this is tough, intertwine the experience of watching it and the medium of watching it, like the actual format, as part of the storytelling. The games, I would pick Soma as being one of the greatest examples of using the fact that you're playing a game to help tell its story. You have something like Sicario that is using your experience as a first-time viewer to help you understand the journey of a character who's experiencing similar things but in a different context. It's like very important that you understand how she feels, and thus you can, as being a viewer of a film for the first time who's not understanding the situation. There's a couple of examples. Spec Ops: The Line is another example of trying to use this, and I think when it's at its best and its maximum, it's like kind of amazing, like master level work of just, wow, you managed to incorporate the experience of watching the thing as part of the storytelling. If you fuck it up, though, I think I think this might be the best example of that, where it's like desynced entirely and it's actually just actively needling and pissing off the audience constantly. It's like this constant reference and idea of like how you feel about this story, I'm addressing it in real time, even in the scenes as they go by through a character. Like, how you feel about this, I'm aware of it, and you're just sitting there like, I know what you're doing, stop it.
It's like, I know what you're doing, what the fuck are you even talking about? Shut up.
It feels jabby and preachy and kind of like like you're
Well,
upset I
like,
enjoyed your last
you're not
movie.
as clever as you think you are. Like, everybody knows exactly what you're doing, and it doesn't like evoke or prompt any inward reflection. It's just kind of like, yeah, no, I know what you're doing, but it begins with a total mismatch of understanding of what happened in the first film, and the reality is that you're the one who has forgotten what happened. You're the one who's contradicting what happened. Not the audience. At least not. I don't know. I mean, obviously, you can't speak for everybody in terms of their reaction, but like, it really does just begin with this like disconnect and contradiction of what the events that actually took place in the first film, not the meta surrounding it or all of the conversations and the cringe. What happened in that film? What you clearly intended for that film to be about when you made it. Kind of like, I see someone mentioned it in chat, right? The Last of Us 2 feels kind of almost somewhat adjacent as the thing. You know what I mean? Of like man,
what
you
if
just
Joel
don't
was
even
shit,
remember
actually?
well, it's like, oh yeah, remember when Joel did that evil thing at the end of the first game? And it's like, what? Like, what are you
No,
talking
I
about?
don't. No one does.
Yeah, no, yes, it was. It was very evil, and he deserves to die. What's up? And it's like,
okay.
okay, all right,
Thanks.
yeah. So we're getting pretty close to one of the more like baffling scenes in the film, honestly. So anyway, in Arkham, Arthur's sitting on the bleachers. Jackie gets up and's like, "Hey, you got a visitor," and the other guy's like, "Get off our seats." And then Arthur imitates like shooting both of them, like like finger, like pew pew. And then he just leaves. I don't know if anybody has anything they want to say
This
about this
I guess
interaction.
his friends there with him alongside him. He just
Yeah,
seems to be
Ricky.
around in some scenes. Yeah, Ricky,
Yes.
he's just there again,
I
I
don't
wonder
know
when
why
he's gonna die. Like I just like I was waiting for it in the movie.
Yeah.
But I was like, oh, he's here again. I wonder what their
Um,
relationship is.
Wow.
I
Yeah.
don't quite understand his antagonistic relationship with the guards that's developing here. Obviously, it's going to get worse, but like, you know, earlier he had before the movie starts, he has a pretty good relationship with the guards because he tells them jokes and they like him. And now that he's got his, then he gets depressed for reasons that aren't entirely clear. I guess it was just the medication. Now that he has his mojo back, he's like being a bit more antagonistic with the guards. I don't really know why.
I think it is just the idea
Maybe
that he's becoming more like Joker, and that's what that means. That he's
But
just like
doesn't
antagonistic to everybody.
doesn't
even
he
though
have
the
a good
Joker's
relationship with the guards, you know, following on from the events of the first movie?
are they
Like
trying to
when
say like the
Mm.
more confident he gets, the more cocksure he gets? Like he can't manage his personality when he gets confident or happy?
Which is really odd considering that he's about to have a conversation with Lee about how she's lied to him about everything. So,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? It's almost weird that he
Yeah.
would be like particularly upbeat or optimistic compared to in the first film where the highs and lows make a lot more sense. There is a portion of the film where it seems like he's starting to get into sort of a swing of things that's more positive, but then, terrible thing happens and then that creates like a new slump and it declines from there, you know?
Mhm.
It's very
To
strange. I just
me,
like, go ahead.
no.
I was just gonna say that we're starting an arc here where he falls out of favor with the guards and starts antagonizing more, and then things get worse and worse, ultimately leading to a scene that people in the chat have been dying for us to talk about. And I just don't know if it makes a lot of sense to me, the falling out that they have and the way it progresses.
Yeah,
Seems
to
to
me, the
kind of start here.
guards just come across as very, very one-dimensional. They're just there to, do evil stuff when they need to do evil stuff. And that's the extent of their characterization. It's really,
Well, they only have a
it's
couple more
really bugging
interactions
me.
between now and that scene, right? That
Yeah.
scene. There's only like one or two more interactions between then and now. Between then
Yeah.
and this point in the film. So yeah. It almost just seems like, oh, well, you need a scene that plants the seeds, sows the seeds of that conflict. And so this is one of them, of
Mhm.
just Arthur being a little bit more antagonistic towards them.
I don't know why.
Um,
Also, they don't really respond the way I would expect them to.
of almost being
In
like, what the
that
fuck
scene?
was that? Like, why is
In the
he?
scene where he's like going pew pew, shooting him with the finger guns, and like taking a while to get out of the seat after being told to. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You think they'd
And
clock that behavior as like, that's not normal. What's
yes,
going on?
I mean he
Mhm.
reacted pretty stridently when he touched him earlier,
Yeah.
and so now he's like deliberately disobeying him and like finger gun, acting like he's gonna kill them when he's killed people. You know, they're sort of nonplussed about it. It's strange.
Yeah, I think I agree. So Lee, Arthur as a visitor, it's Lee. And I mean, obviously, it's challenging her on the lies, and she pretty casually just admits that she was lying just because she wanted Arthur to like her.
Yeah.
Like she's pretty brazen. Like she's not even really like trying to hide it at all. Um, and then she says that she cares about Arthur, unlike his lawyer. And that she's moved into his apartment building so that they can make a home together when he gets out. To which he points out, like, I don't want to live there.
It's a
I
shitty
don't know.
apartment and it's full of terrible memories.
You watch the
That's
TV
the
movie, it's
better.
not a good place.
That's right. So she wants to be there because
This
she
is
wants
the
to live.
apartment where Arthur Fleck was
Yeah.
evil.
No, but you see, he should have noticed because he doesn't care about her. She doesn't care about him. She cares
Yeah.
about the fantasy.
Joker.
She's the audience, she's doing the stairs and the apartment, wearing the makeup.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then
Holy
yeah, 'cause that-
shit.
and then she says that she's pregnant. And that with Arthur's child before singing "Close to You." And it's like, oh, okay, all right. Like,
Yeah.
she just starts singing and kind of dancing in like the sort of the meeting room, the visitor room. And it's I don't know, it's just like, and then of course it's like, why is this one real and not imagined? Why is this a real musical number that's happening in the
Mhm.
real world and not in his head? What is the reason for any of them being imaginary or not? I'm gonna keep saying it because I just don't see the reason behind it.
Yeah.
And
They
then you
aren't
get the
treated like an
oh, sorry.
escape. They're treated as like actual random kind of daydreams and just whatever he's thinking. But yeah, I mean, I feel like you're right. We just don't we don't get the chance to take advantage of the whole dream sequence stuff.
Mhm.
What I'm also curious about Lee, is that does she have some kind of like, does her surgeon father sort of help her out in certain situations? Because like in the beginning of the movie, she very obviously, and I think it was obvious to everyone, that she tried to break out a pretty dangerous prisoner, but she got no consequences for it. Then, she keeps doing these deranged borderline criminal stuff and nothing for her. And she's still free to roam around, which is so bizarre to me. And the only way it could be explained is that someone is taking care of her, but the movie never confirms that, or never even, alludes
I
to
think
that.
they want
So,
to sort of vaguely rely on the whole like, well, yeah, but she's wealthy, so she's not like getting seriously like
yeah.
serious repercussions for any of the things. But I mean, she like
That's
nearly
just
burnt
poor
down
writing.
Arkham. Yeah, I mean, it's just sloppy writing. It's kind of the thing about this film. It has more instances, even putting to one side the just massive disconnect in terms of the um intentions and themes. It's like, yeah, there's just like more sloppy writing. Things just like make less
Yeah.
sense. There's
This
more
one
things that
feels
make
like
you go
it
like,
this one feels like it accidentally broaches a topic that was very clearly part of the first movie, which is like the classism that was in the city. And I don't even think
Mm-hmm.
that this film meant to do that intentionally. It just sort of like, I guess you could interpret this as maybe being that thing in this movie.
Yeah, but it's not.
Then you get the iconic trailer shot, which is a good shot, all right, god damn it. Where
Yeah, there are good shots in the movie.
he
The movie's
takes
got good shots.
the smile on the glass, and then Arthur turns and he smiles, and he's smiling with the smile that was drawn on the glass. It's a good shot.
Yep.
And then he dances in his cell for a bit before he goes into court. Which then brings us to it's Sophie. She's testifying on the stand.
To be
And
clear,
I feel like in this
all
case,
these elements
yeah.
seem to be a laborious like redoing of getting him back to Joker mode, like all of them.
Mhm. When
Everything
he
she
was
says
already
to
there,
him,
you'd have to
that
reset it.
little shot, then him doing the Joker dance while smoking, and then this sequence with her, and then the big musical number, like all of it feels like I've got to justify getting him back into Joker mode while we're all sitting here
Like,
like,
what do you mean
you
have
did
to
that to
justify it?
yourself.
He was there. Yeah, you reset him, dude.
You have done that yourself. Obi-Wan would not like this movie.
I suppose for this part, I feel like it's worth
Because
just
of
sort
Harley Quinn.
this part. I figure it's just worthwhile to almost just like run through all of the things that she says just to sort of get them all lined up. So, she basically explains that after what Arthur did, her life became difficult because of the media circus surrounding him, and then she goes on to say that his mother Penny thought that he was a loser. That she said that there was something wrong with Arthur and that he lived in a fantasy world and he had a dumb laugh. Penny made up a story about the laugh so that he would feel better and wouldn't kill himself. The story was that he was put on Earth to bring joy, and she couldn't believe he based his whole life around this fictional story. She thought it was ridiculous that Arthur seriously believed he could become a comedian when he wasn't funny at all. And while all of this is being said, Arthur is getting big mad as all of these things are being said. And he's just kind of like, holy shit, it's just like bombarding about how much his mum thought he sucked. Like, just like all at once.
It's just a worse version of the first film. When we,
Yeah.
I love the relationship they have with him and his mum in the first film. It's much more, dare I say, realistic in terms of the pieces of torment we see and what we can assume it was at its worst. But just, for example, he's talking about his life goals while taking care of her, and then she says, like, don't you have to be funny to be a comedian? And it's such a like,
Yes.
like,
Nice, Mom.
yeah, it just feels much more real, as opposed to she thought he was an idiot that wasn't funny and told him.
Especially with the neighbor about how he's a loser, and she couldn't
Well, and,
believe
like,
that he believed story that he was put on Earth to make people smile and laugh.
To tell a kid from like raising them that their job is to make people smile, that's why they're here, and then for him to have pursued being a clown as like a job and trying to do stand-up comedy, it just feels really mean-spirited again. To be like, what an idiot, he believed me. It's like,
Exactly. This
okay.
feels so mean-spirited.
Mhm.
As it's zooming in on him getting really mad about all of these things being said, and the music is ramping up too. It's just like, what? Why? Okay, all right. And
It's
this,
such a
yeah.
it's such a such a cop-out writing to this hearsay. Oh, I met her mom one time in the elevator, and she told me this and that
Yeah.
about there is some
Yeah.
like what are you? Such a stupid scene. Why are we doing this?
We gotta get him to Joker out. He's gonna Joker. Here he goes.
Which he's
He's
about to do.
He's gonna
Yeah.
joke out.
Dr.
he-
Joker and Mr. Fleck.
He sinks into his mind and performs another musical number as the Joker, so in his makeup, and he sings about being a lonely fool while beating the shit out of Harvey Dent and the judge. Like he just like I mean I'm not really sure how to describe it other than he's like singing and then
He doesn't
just
like the
starts
judge and
smashing him
the
with
Dent.
Harvey Dent. He just smashes him with a chair, and then he beats the judge with a massive mallet. This wasn't because all of the songs are based on songs that are like they're all based on existing songs, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because this one's like
cute.
"The Joker is me" or something. I think that's I mean those are the lyrics anyway.
How can you have
Yeah.
the Joker beating a judge with a gavel to death and it mean almost nothing to me? Like,
Because the thing is, it means nothing because I mean the context is he's just fucking
He doesn't
furious.
like
that
the
he's
Joker.
yeah,
He
like
doesn't
that's
the
what I mean
judge
by it.
and the-
You'd be like, what do you mean
Yeah.
it's meaningless? He fucking hates that judge and he doesn't like this whole scenario. I'm like, yeah, that's what I mean by meaningless. Like it's,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's like the obvious
Yeah.
that on the surface, that's obviously what it means. But normally
nothing
it's
else
a
to conclude
little bit
about
more clever than that. There's
You'd think there'd be more. Yeah.
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 But there
Also-
isn't more, so we can just
We can
carry
move
right
on.
along. Yeah.
It's also a
And I
bit
guess,
odd that he like takes it out on Harvey and the judge and not the person who was just humiliating him in the fantasy.
That feels
It's a little
cowardly to
weird.
me. Actually.
Beat
Yeah.
that woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest.
her up.
If
Yeah.
this movie lacks that, it's a very insecure movie. It doesn't want
Do
to
the
go the
one
wrong
thing
direction.
Outlaws had going for it.
It fears going in particular directions. So it's like,
The
yeah,
one thing Outlaws had going for it, that Kane punches Lady Stormtroopers?
Beating the shit out of women.
90% of the Empire are women now.
Look, their decision, not mine. Look, I just punch them, and if they are what they are, I don't know what to tell you, man.
I guess something to add as is happening in this scene is that Lee is like she paints a bloody smile on her face and is dancing in the background, like the idea that she's vicariously living through this, which is a little bit weird considering that what's happening in the real world at this point is just someone talking about how Arthur's mum thought he was a fucking loser, but he's imagining her like, vicariously like having fun while he's imagining losing his shit.
Well,
Seems a bit like kind of wires crossed sort of thing.
the whole idea that he's like delving into this as like an escape. Like, I don't even want to. They're describing the loser. I want to be the Joker because he's a different
Yeah.
personality, and she likes the Joker, and I'm powerful as the Joker. I can knock out the judge and save my own. And then it ends with him shooting himself in the head. Again, I just assumed the point of that
Yeah.
being we're on the journey of him. He's going to kill himself as a result of all this, metaphorically.
Mhm. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, he shoots himself, and then back in the courtroom, he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna represent myself," and the gallery just breaks out into applause.
Yeah, you're fired, attorney. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Let me get a quick kiss
Yeah.
real quick before you go.
Yeah, he does that again, which is it's just like, oh, okay.
And by the way, we
Um,
don't, correct me if I'm wrong, we don't see any desperate, passionate attempts from her in the rest of the film to save him. She's just gone.
She does like an interview on the radio or on television that plays like during a montage, but that's it. Like she never shows up again. She doesn't
It just feels so
try
odd.
to do anything.
Should have been a part of
you
his
think
life
that
for
she
so
might even
long.
should be trying to even if he wants to represent himself, trying to like provide him with advice or anything, but not really. No.
Is she a
Just
public defender or someone who took the case because she's really
The
passionate
impression
about
I
it?
got was that she would have taken a personal interest in trying to help him. Like she thinks, I could be
it
wrong on
seems
that.
that way, but at the
If
same
it would,
time, it's
well,
like, I mean,
wouldn't it be
you know,
interesting as if instead of a public defender, she turned out to be a prestigious lawyer who took a special pity on him for the plight of his situation and hearing about what was going on with people in the city, and so she volunteered to do this, and it was
well, I
like a
mean,
big deal that she
now,
was staking her reputation on helping him.
now feels like a good time to mention, she's been brought up plenty of times during the discussion, but every time we just sort of glide past because there's nothing to be said for her, really.
Which is a big
She's like kind
problem
of a nothing character.
because she is the answer to a lot of what Arthur's complaints are and what of Todd's points are. She's like a contradiction in the
Exactly.
story. She cares about the man, and you'd be like, yeah, she does, but broadly people don't. It's like, you can't do that. You can't have her get sidelined and ignored when she's the one you're saying we all need to be. Like, if you're going to suggest that it's not even, it's Arthur himself who's advocated several times people need to know the real him. She was the main advocate for that,
Now she's gone.
and he booed her. He was the one that did it.
Yeah, he did it because he was big mad.
And I think if you're supposed to like reverse engineer some meaning there, being like, yeah, it was his mistake to make, I don't think that's the story you're telling at all. Like you would justify the notion that he is self-sabotaging to the point of doing things that are anti to his values. Like, why wasn't her name mentioned then in his final speech? You know?
Yeah, I don't know.
Along
I
other
mean-
names, maybe.
But then again, I guess she wasn't advocating for the same thing that he ends up concluding, because this film is a mess. She was saying that he created an alternate self to deal with the trauma, while he was arguing, nah, it was just me.
Yeah. And then,
Well,
Very
it would,
messy.
well, that could have been something they could have played on. The idea that it wasn't just a legal defense. She really believed that he was truly innocent, and that truly was the actual state of him.
oh well, that's it. She's
Oh well, I
basically
guess
out.
she's
She's
just not
gone.
a character. All right.
Yeah.
And then,
Bye.
Bye, lady.
Bye,
uh,
lady.
Lee visits Arthur and says, "Oh yeah, everybody's going crazy, and you can do anything you want. You're the Joker." And then, and then as as he's getting taken back to Arkham, you've basically just got like that, right? The accounting of the events of the day, and then the interview, which is the last thing that the lawyer Marianne gets to say of like, "Oh, like nobody cares about Joker, and this is bad." And as that's happening, Lee is walking up the Joker stairs. And it's like, oh, all right. Yep, those ever important Joker stairs that everybody knows about. Which is pretty funny because if everybody did know about it in universe, you'd think that there'd be more like, that there'd be like graffiti or especially you know what I mean? Like since this is
Yeah,
like
yeah.
decaying Arkham, you'd think that
Yeah.
there'd be more evidence of people's awareness of it as an iconic place. I mean, or even like people visiting, because in the real world, like people visited the Joker stairs, like the real
Yeah.
Joker stairs.
If you're
And it's
gonna
a
do the
movie.
meta thing, why not have like show people doing that?
The stairs need to be empty for all of the important scenes and conversations that are going to happen.
Right,
on the
true.
Stairs.
Never
So,
mind.
yeah. And then he gets back into Arkham. All the inmates are praising him, and they all start singing "When the Saints Go Marching In." As Arthur laughs, and all of the guards start losing their shit and grabbing everybody. So it's like, oh look, he's causing chaos. Look at him go.
Hmm.
I mean, I feel like there's nothing to be said. It's just like, yeah, and then the Saints
He
go
likes
marching
the
in,
attention. He likes
But, like, doesn't
that
it-
he's sowing seeds of chaos, I guess.
This
He
is-
enjoys this.
Getting close to what I would have assumed would have happened when he first entered Arkham.
Yes.
Exactly, that it would be chaotic.
Like, what the fuck was all of... Why did we spend so long not doing the film until we're now running out of time? Like a half an hour
because
left.
at this point, for reference, yeah, that we're getting real close to the end. We're well past halfway at this point.
The
And
other
so,
thing that bothered me about
yep.
this scene is that he's clearly the thing that's causing all the chaos, and they just
They
start
just leave him.
tackling everyone else.
Hmm.
Like, take him out of there.
Mhm.
No, he needs to be up there and keep laughing. It's more cinematic.
Shut up.
Well, on that note, when he stands on the table, the guards are pretty chill with it. When the next guy stands, they're like, hey, you get down from there. And it's like, why wouldn't you have said
You
that?
You're
know,
not allowed to stand up. Yeah.
One person on a table at a time limit in this hospital.
He was there
prison,
first.
whatever we are. He was there first. Wait until he gets down. Wait for your turn.
So next day in court, Arthur's there in his Joker makeup. The judge is like, "Yeah, you can do this because precedent, but take it seriously." A warning which he does not enforce very well.
No, or
as
at
will
all.
become apparent.
I'm gonna allow you to dress as a clown, but please don't be silly.
Yeah, don't be. And then
Yeah.
like,
Here's
it's
the
just
goal
funny.
to say, don't, like, I'm not going to let this courtroom be turned into a circus. Like, yes, you are.
Yeah.
You're doing
He's
it
a
right now.
clown.
Exactly. And if to prove him correct, so Gary Puddles, he gets called up to the stand. Arthur waves at him. We
To
cut
remind
past
everybody
with,
who Gary is. He's
yes,
the little.
he was the short guy that Arthur was friendly and nice to Arthur, and so was spared from his wrath when he killed Randall.
Great little element
That's
of the first
Gary.
film, and
Yes.
you know, just
That's one of the most brutal scenes. Yeah.
it's. But like, there's so much to draw from Gary's story in that film as a little, like, almost ray of hope about some of the nature of how we treat each other, things, and the things that come out of it and stuff. But and I will say, like, I'm not even knocking this film. I really like what they do with Gary in this.
I mean,
Yes.
I think he does a great job as an actor. Yeah,
He was in
it's,
Game of Thrones as well for I think 2 episodes.
Mm.
I haven't
Right.
seen him in anything else, but I'd echo everyone else. Like, well, he's earned himself a chance to be in other things, I think.
mhm.
Absolutely.
I wish Gary stayed the same and his writing was the same, but he was face to face with other kind of Joker.
I
Then
thought you were
we
gonna
get
say I wish he was taller, and I was like, what the fuck?
oh no.
Um,
No.
It's
No,
so
no, no, no.
if it was relevant to point out in the context of the whole, you're not going to turn this into a circus. Arthur immediately starts doing the stereotypical Southern lawyer accent.
Yeah, the fucking
Yeah.
Futurama joke.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does the bird. The like. Now look here, Mister. Like,
I don't
that
understand.
sort of
Like, it was.
thing.
I know loads of people have commented on this as just being an element that was like, why did you do that? This. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say it's like ruining anything necessarily, but we just got him back to Joker. He has a way of speaking as Joker, and now you're giving him an accent.
Yes,
Oh,
he briefly turns into Morse doing the Southern plantation voice.
I feel like this.
My Kentucky Fried Chicken is some of the finest in all the South.
He just
11 herbs and spices.
I don't even like. It's just so like it's like, yeah, he actually becomes like the from Futurama.
The
It's like
chicken
doing
man, or the what's his name?
stereotypical Foghorn
Le-
Leghorn.
No, funnily enough, that would be relevant to what I'm about to say. The guy from Knives Out,
Oh,
yeah,
Benoit
Oh.
Blanc.
Benoit Blanc. Yeah,
Not LeBlanc, yeah.
it is.
I don't know. It's just like, you would think that the judge would immediately be like, "Shut the fuck up,
Stop
speak
doing
properly."
that.
What are you
Oh yeah,
doing?
Yeah,
totally.
just stop. We know that's not your voice. Stop it. You get 3 strikes or whatever the fuck. But yeah, just
Southerners are
whatever.
not allowed in this courtroom.
Not fake ones. He's the stolen valor rags. Don't let him have it.
Stolen valor.
It's
This scene is
so-
like
yeah.
the best of this movie meeting the worst of this movie, and it's just
That's a good way of describing it.
yeah, and it's the most engaging because of it, because it's so like, what am I watching? Because you're
Yeah.
fascinated by the Gary parts, but you're so like off-put and just completely weirded out by the entire Joker thing and the contextualization of it all. So it's a very fascinating sequence, I would say. It's my favorite in the movie.
It's
Mine too.
it's basically so the most of what he says is skipped when he's being questioned by Harvey Dent. But he basically asks him, "Hey, can you point out, you know, who killed Randall?" And he points to, you know, he's sitting there on the table. He's got the clown makeup on. He's wearing a red suit. And then that's the end of Harvey Dent's questions. And yeah, Joker gets up and starts doing his Southern lawyer accent,
Before you-
asking like
before
very
you go,
direct. Yeah.
Sorry,
No, go for it.
Okay, Harvey Dent is just now at this point in the trial establishing who killed certain people. That's the first thing you do, and he never denied any of the murders. Like, you know what I mean? Like, everything about the legal process here is wrong. Like
Well,
every
yeah, the
little
whole
detail.
the whole point that he needs to be striving to achieve at this point is establishing the idea that he had a guilty mind, that like
Yes.
he knew exactly what he was
Yeah.
doing, and he executed on that. It's funny you bring it up because I mean, to jump ahead a little bit, this is the end of Harvey Dent's case.
Yep.
Yes.
Gary is his last witness. He rests after this, and it's
Which
like,
is
oh,
insane. Is he not the
okay.
prime witness or one of them? If
I
not,
mean, he's one
Yeah.
of the. I mean, yeah, for Randall, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely, he's super duper important for that one. But yeah, you're right. It's like,
start
I mean,
witnessing.
for something that is a courtroom, but I mean, the reality is like the courtroom stuff only takes up like 30 minutes of the film in terms of like where it
Which
starts and where it ends, and it doesn't even comprise most of the. It doesn't comprise the majority of that.
which is really
runtime.
notable because so many people in their initial reactions were saying we spent so much fucking time in the courtroom. It's mainly a courtroom drama. It's
Yeah.
like, guys,
That's not true. We spent so much time in Arkham.
Yeah, I
It
think people
registers
like
as such.
yeah, because the Arkham portion, that hour plus, is kind of like, you know, it's just like we're back to where we
Mhm.
were by the end of it. So it's like forgotten, and then the story as we see of new things happening, or at least somewhat new things being progressed, is the courtroom, and then it ends.
Mhm.
So it's like, well, that was a
And then
courtroom
it ends.
movie.
It ends pretty close to when it starts to get a little bit more dynamic.
But you're right, like the
Which is,
screen time
yeah.
total of the courtroom is actually very small as a fraction
Yeah,
of
it's
the
like
film.
20 minutes or something. Really, not that much time.
Actually, the
It's
funniest. Sorry.
no, go ahead.
The funniest experience of mine with this whole courtroom thing is that it's kind of embarrassing. I did hear the name Harvey Dent in the movie. I was like, oh, that's cool. And I learned after watching that. I don't know, maybe I like blacked out or what happened, but I completely missed the fact that this other guy was supposed to be Harvey Dent. It just did not
Oh
register
my
as
god,
that at
you
all.
joked it and you didn't realize
Wow.
he was Harvey Dent.
Oh, and yeah, and I learned after watching the movie that that was supposed to be Harvey Dent this whole time. So yeah,
I mean,
it
it's
didn't change
not.
much, but
It was never going to
He's-
be like set him up as the next fucking Batman villain or anything like that. This film was always going
No.
to just be like, well, it's
Yeah.
appropriate. He's the DA in the universe, so he's the DA here.
it's so stupid
Tremendously
because
underutilized.
Yeah, well, we didn't
The
get much
mo-
from him, even though he actually has more screen time than a lot of characters in this.
Yeah.
Yep.
We didn't get much from
he's
him.
just
We didn't
Go
get
on.
much from him, and like the whole Two-Face thing sort of like fits the theme, sort
It
of.
does,
Like,
you could
there are
use it.
obvious parallels,
You
and they
could
did
use it for
nothing with
sure.
it.
Mm.
Ugh.
Well, the only thing they did with it is jumping ahead. He gets two-faced.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness!
When I saw that, I kind of like did giggle. I was just like, no, shut up.
Yeah, I know, right?
There it
Feels
is. It's
way
just like
more.
it's like if you got a bingo card for a Batman movie, you guys like, yep, crossing that one off. He gets
Yeah,
his, yep, there we
exactly.
go.
Which is funny when people sort of said that of the first film. When I would say it's way more applicable.
Well,
here
there's
of
so much
just, yeah,
meaning
and there we go.
behind Alfred and Bruce and Thomas being in that film. There's so much to say about it, but there's nothing to say about Harvey Dent being here. He's just here.
No,
Yeah.
he's just there. He could have been anybody. He could have been someone, just anybody else.
Imagine they just said he's Oswald Cobblepot. We'd be like,
No,
okay.
he could have been, yeah.
You say so.
He's Victor Freeze. Like, all right.
Sort of like the main takeaway from a lot of the questions that he's asking Gary is that they're kind of like ill-formed and directionless. Like it's like he doesn't even know where he wants to go with them. Almost like he's trying to ramp up to the case of like, yeah, see, there's me, and then there's Joker. Or alternatively, like, no, that's not even the case. Who even am I? It's very directionless. And Gary doesn't really know what to do with a lot of the questions.
So, well, not
I
to
think
say
it's
it's the Gary portion of it that is so meaningful. It's not really the Joker side of things. There's something to say
Yeah.
about the Joker side, but it's still very messy.
But like, what's even the point? Okay, so if he fires his lawyer because he's given up on the pretending like it wasn't him thing, what is he even doing? What is his defense? Why isn't the trial over?
The sad answer to this, I think, is that's not what he's thinking about. He's just fucking trolling.
No, I mean, I suppose, yeah, he's just sort of, I don't know what he's up to in the scene, but like, what is the judge, like, you know what I mean? Like, how do I phrase this? What is his defense now if the whole point of firing her was because he is getting rid of the defense strategy that he's actually has a split personality disorder.
Yeah, like what's his goal here?
I don't believe we
What
get an
case is he
explicit
putting up?
one, and I think until he's decided, right? Like, if this whole process is supposed to be Arthur deciding what actually happened in the first film, then we get his conclusion in the end, the closing statement. And so up to this point, he's not even thinking about a defense, or, like I said earlier, the sentencing. Literally just he's going on his journey of figuring this out, so he's asking questions, he's being chaotic. This is what I mean. It's almost like you're looking for meaning, and then you find out it's the dullest answer. You're like, oh, that's that, I suppose. It's, it's a journey he's going on that we didn't even need, because it's done already.
Well,
And
the
then, of course,
firing
there's-
of his lawyer. You go ahead.
Just what I was going to say, and then to conclude, an answer that none of us agree with. And when I say us, I mean the audience.
The firing of the lawyer should have been like the break point that a lot of stuff in the movie was building up to, whereas here it just feels like it randomly happens. And him using his being the Joker to represent himself should be him finally like this. It's him finally committing to something that we've been that the movie's been kind of building towards, but we don't know what his relationship is with the little revolutionary people outside and the Joker adoration. We don't know what he really wants. So the part of the questioning here with Gary, where is it leading to? What's it trying to say? The firing of the lawyer, well, what is it trying to say? What does he want? We spent all this time and we don't know why
And those
he's made
credits
one
are
of
crawling
the
towards us.
biggest decisions. I mean,
I mean,
yeah.
I think all we're meant to conclude is essentially that like he's made a stupid decision as part of a performance that he can't keep up for very long, and that's kind of the takeaway for why everything is so like rudderless and directionless in this like questioning, because it's just
Yeah.
like he doesn't even know what the hell he's doing. I think that's
I would
like
also-
meant to be the takeaway.
I would also expect the judge, obviously he should shut down the wearing makeup thing. He should shut down the, hey, stop speaking like that. This is insane. He should also shut down these directionless questions, you would think.
Yeah, he
know,
takes
'cause that's
ages
often
on that front.
Yeah. And then the other thing he should not do is let him wander around and just approach the jurors.
Yeah,
He lets him get
quite
real
Yeah, it's
close to Gary,
intimidation.
too, who's admitted he's basically traumatized
That was
by the
weird
Joker.
to see. Yeah.
So like in real life, you're not the lawyers don't actually do that. This is like very much a movie thing, but you should definitely not let the guy who he's not even denying that he killed those people. Like he's a murderer and he's just walking up to the jurors. You should not let him do that. That's insane. You've already made
But it
this a
needs
sort
to
of
And
Bullets. He's like, oh, may I remind you? Like, and all that shit. I don't know. It's
Yeah.
just, it feels like there's
So-
not much to be said really about any of the things he said. It's way more about Gary's reactions of like,
yeah.
just answering the questions as best he can, and then eventually starting to be like, like, I was terrified. You scared the shit out of me. I thought, like, what the hell, you know what I mean? Like, you made me feel so small and powerless.
Probably worth summarizing
It
that
is
portion
a-
before because there's plenty to talk about for that, I guess.
Well, yeah, basically the he's doing this questioning that seems to essentially be like not really going in any direction, but then it kind of leads up to him being like, oh, when you saw me like in my apartment, did I seem like a different person, or was I the same old Joker that I've always been? And Gary's kind of like, like, I never saw that side of you. Like and I suppose the thing is like kind of two different answers, because he says like, don't do this to yourself, it isn't you. But then he also, when saying like, oh, well, maybe you didn't know who I was, he's like, well, I never saw that side of you, which then prompts Arthur to go on a bit of a big old kind of like rant. I don't know what to make of the rant, other than it felt like it was trying to essentially emulate the rant on Murray Franklin's show, right? It's kind of like, but like less authentic, which I presume was the point.
Possibly, yeah.
It's hard to tell if that was the point or not. Unfortunately, we might be in the situation where I don't know if that's just how it comes across, or if that was its intended
I think
design.
I'd say that because it feels like it got very much undercut. Because he's like, oh, people think they could treat me like shit, but I'm free. And then everybody cheers, and then Gary like basically cuts it down immediately, like, why are you doing this to me? Like, I'm terrified. I'm scared of everything. You made me feel powerless. And that starts to like Arthur starts to kind of like break a little bit. He tries to make jokes about it at the beginning, but then he's like, "Wait, no further questions. No further questions." So you know what I mean? Like if it gets undercut like that, it makes me feel like the whole point of it was see like the big rant met with the reality of the harm that was dealt to this individual.
I think the intention here, as opposed to the first movie, in the first movie, it's sort of like uh, Arthur is a mask that slips and we see Joker. Here it's Arthur sort of taking on, sort of putting on a mask of Joker. And that's how I think it's intended to come across, as him acting like a Joker, but he's not the actual villain. So, this movie really tries to get across with this sequence that he's not this evil person we believe him to be. It's done. It's terrible.
Well, if we can focus on the part that I think is strong, and I would almost want to isolate and put into the good version of this film, is a really decent and interesting point to be made, which is if Arthur's journey as Joker in all of this was a result of the trauma that he experienced, and he feels justified in a lot of the actions he takes because society left him behind, would step all over him, would treat him horribly, wouldn't care if he died, doesn't care about the man underneath, all that sort of stuff. If that expression as a result of all of that then inflicts horrors, those very same horrors that he believes happened to him unfairly, on someone else, that he's reminded in this scene was someone that he cared about, someone that he treated well, and he's destroyed them. I do think that is a really good starting point as an angle to make him rethink exactly what he's doing as Joker and what Joker means. The fact that this guy is saying to him, a lot of what he says is very applicable to Arthur, how Arthur felt with the world. And it's like, you did that to Gary, especially weird when you're supposed to care about him. And he cared about you. He liked you. But you've ruined this man. And the performance really captures it. And you buy it, too.
Yeah.
Because in the first film, it's darkly comedic, I'd say, in the scene with Gary. But at the same time, it's very easy to look back on that scene and describe it the way Gary does here. And understand it.
Imagine it from his perspective.
And it does undercut Joker's sort of pizzazz, which is exactly what it's supposed to do here, but it's going to be used for different purposes, which we'll talk about because we're very close to some other things.
I guess the thing is, though, is that in terms of this, like, tearing him down, this isn't, like, the thing that really tears him down.
No, it's definitely not. We have references to prove this is not what tears him down. However, I think it should have been.
It should have been, yeah.
Yes.
It's I mean, of course, the sort of the reversal, right, of like of Arthur when he let Gary out in the first film, saying, you were the only one who was ever nice to me. For Gary to then like flip that back around and say that to him, but obviously like crying because of course this one's tinged with a lot more negativity of like, you were the only one who was nice to me, and then you did this. Like, goddamn, like that was like quite destructive for my worldview and my outlook on life.
I think the reason I personally think this is the most impactful scene in the whole movie is that this is the only time this film actually directly addresses and actually like presents the direct consequences of the actions taken in the first film, and when it comes to Gary, and no other time, the only times this movie addresses anything like that and comes to doing any of that, it sort of tries to either rewrite the history or, misconstrue it in some type of way. And this time it's actually addressed, and you can feel the impact of Joker's actions from the first film. So I think that's wonderful.
In a well-written deconstruction of Joker as a character, this was one of those key things that would believably and justifiably begin to like make him crack.
It's it's like this idea and this execution and this actor and some of these lines, they could be rescued from this film and put in a way better one.
It's contradictory to his sort of like quasi code of honor that he has in the first movie of, oh, I'm not going to hurt you. You're A-okay. You're nice to me. Or I killed those guys because they were awful.
that should be indicative of kind of like how the whole question of yes, there's a Joker and it's not Arthur. It's like, well, no, because I mean, you know, after he killed Randall, he let Gary go because he likes him personally. It's like, yeah, because Joker wasn't like a distinctive identity. Like it wasn't a distinctive identity, because if it was, that probably wouldn't have happened, right? He wouldn't be able to recall like, well, yeah, but you were nice to me always, so like I'm gonna let you go. But again, it's like you're inviting a question that didn't even need to be addressed, because nobody thought the Joker was like an alternate personality. I guess
and you would
something to
think
add
that
on.
that would be a
Sorry.
defense that Joker would say. Like, well, I guess you don't really even know, because we're not exactly certain what the Joker's, like, what Arthur's trying to do here in terms of like representing himself. What's the point of these questions? Where is he trying to go with it? Because originally I thought, oh, he's going to try and use the defense of I only killed people who deserved it, to maybe try and appeal to the like the crowd outside of like, yeah, those bad people, they're finally getting what they deserve, and the blah da 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 da. And then he has to be confronted with the idea that, yeah, you might be going out there to get the people that you think deserve it, but that has repercussions, that has consequences. You can't just do that sort of thing. The people out there are some force of chaos that you can't really treat with. But we don't. That's just not really the direction that it takes. I don't know what direction it really does take, actually. Like I said, that aimlessness kind of comes into play with the questions that Arthur sort of asks to Puddles. So
Something I'm supposed to add as an important thing that happens is during his big rant, he says, you know, the guards at Gotham, they're fat and stupid, and Jackie is watching this and is quite bewildered and perplexed by this.
Like, oh,
this will turn out to be like the most important thing that happens in terms of its consequences.
And why would he say that?
I think, first of all, that he could have said anything much, much, much fucking worse, and the guards would still only have laughed in response. I was kind of like, wait, why did he take that so badly? Like, it's not, you know what I mean? Like, it's like because they have the reaction shot. He's like, "What the fuck?" And I remember thinking to myself, like, he called you fat, whatever.
But this is gonna have. This is
I
gonna
think
have
that the other guards would even be
consequences.
like, "Ah, he's right. You are fat."
That's what I mean. I feel like you could have had that. The Brennan Gleeson's Jackie could have just been like, you know, like taking
No,
it.
I mean, they had other ideas in mind.
They sure did.
The way they wanted to take it. So that's as basically as Gary is saying, like, you know, you were the only one who was ever nice to me. Why are you doing this? Arthur, with a cracking, like, breaking voice, says, you know, I have no more questions, Your Honor. And then Gary leaves. At which point, Harvey Dent says bafflingly that he rests his case, and that's the end. And then Arthur's like, "Oh, the defense rests," and then the judge is like, "Okay, well, yeah, I mean, I guess that's the end then." And everybody cheers for some reason, which I find odd. It's like, why are you cheering? He's just sabotaged himself, like he's screwed.
And it struck me on a meta level of like, did we not just finally manage to make the courtroom whole idea worthwhile, and then we gave up?
It's over. Yeah, like, you only get, what, 5 minutes of Joker in the courtroom, and then it's over.
You could have done those scenes for all the... Why the fuck didn't he get to talk to the neighbor?
Yeah.
Hello?
I mean, it feels like that's the opportunity, right? Have Joker talk to every single person.
The social worker. He could have been like, oh, I see how it is. Like, you know, oh, the world's against us until you have a chance to benefit from stepping on me as well. You know, that sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. That would have been interesting. But, nope.
Yeah, that's it's like you never get the back and forth. I'm sorry that the system failed you, Arthur, but that's no excuse for what you did. Or
anything.
Eventually, you know, you've got to, like, you still have a responsibility, like just like I did, and maybe she feels like she failed him. Something.
I suppose on that point as well, in terms of missed opportunities, this is the first time that anybody in the gallery like says anything negative. You hear a couple people saying like, you know, you're gonna fry, you fucker, and stuff like that. And it's like, oh yeah, shit, because you know, it's like we haven't seen it, but there are going to be people in this courtroom who fucking hate him. The people who, you know, like the friends and relatives of the people that he killed. But like you don't see any of that like up to that point in the film, right? Of like the opposing side that's looking to get him, other than Harvey Dent, basically. Which again feels like another missed opportunity. Why wouldn't you take advantage of that for a greater portion of the film? I don't know. It's just like a courtroom's going to be like a more dynamic setting than Arkham, at least the way that they chose to spend their time in Arkham.
Well, the
I don't know,
movie
it's just-
feels oddly detached from the first movie. The
yeah.
fact that like the
Yeah.
Waynes and everything, like what's going
Well,
on
yeah,
with
I
the
thought.
Waynes and
I
with
kind of wondered if Bruce was
Butler,
gonna,
yeah,
you know, like show up again, basically, or if Alfred, because it feels
yeah,
like it'd be
Alfred,
relevant, right? You call Alfred, it's like, dude, this dude came to like
Yeah.
Thomas Wayne's house.
Yeah, he
He
put
would
his
he would have
fingers in
had
the
to
kid's
have
mouth. That was
been
weird.
called as part of the case. That would only make sense.
But for some reason, that's not the case. I don't
It's
get it.
establishing a pattern of
Mhm.
behavior for sure. Yeah.
And especially the idea of like, well, what's the deal? Like the idea that the shadow took over one night. It's like, well, what about that day? You know, what about all these other instances? But you know,
Oh well.
I mean, there's no time for that. We got another musical number as he walks out of court in his mind with Harley, and then they start singing about building a mountain. You know, like,
I'm with you.
This
I
sounds
didn't.
like a mountain, all right.
Once the sequence was over, I hadn't gained anything. I just watched them do a sequence, and I was like, "There it is."
Yeah, they got to build a mountain. Yep, and they're dancing.
Mhm.
This actually felt like
And
one of
then
the
after-
few times they came close to giving Lady Gaga something a little more difficult to do. She's like playing two instruments
Yeah.
and singing at the same time, which is shit that she can do every day. Because one of the things about this film that struck me as weird is they didn't really take advantage of her at all.
No,
No.
a lot of the singing is like what's it called? Like the sort of, you know, like not singing
Box
properly,
singing?
basically.
Just speak
The-
singing,
the
I
so-
guess.
Yeah, speak singing.
Yeah.
That's it. And it's like, why though? She's like a singer. Why not get her to like
I
sing?
want to give her challenging
real.
shit. And I don't know why they wouldn't have given her the chance to write an original song. Do you remember I think it was called Shallows was the original song for the other film she did?
A Star Is Born.
Mhm.
Yeah, and it was
Yeah.
it fucking struck a chord with the audience. So the film did really well. People see that, usually cite that film as evidence that she can act. I'd just be like, why did you hire her if you're not gonna like take advantage of her talents?
Actually, get her to like sing. Really? Yeah. I don't know.
Well, she has moments where she sings really, and this is one of them where like it gets a
Mhm.
bit
Yeah.
more boisterous. But
It's like
a
after the
decent,
fire, she's singing, and it's like, oh yeah, she.
That's
you
what I'm
can tell
saying.
she's
It
a singer,
happens,
you know?
but very
Yeah.
little.
Well,
If
there's
I'm
only
not
a couple of
wrong,
musical numbers that are like that. Yeah.
if I'm not wrong, the first like entire 2/3 of the movie, she's not even allowed to use her chest voice, which is
Well, yeah, because they don't do any like proper musical numbers until like later on.
Yeah,
I
I
think the first
mean,
proper one for her is the all important one, right? The one on the talk show, the Imagine talk show that they have.
yeah.
Oh wait, no, there was them dancing. The one before that where they were dancing and before she went and visited him.
Mhm.
But still,
What a
it's
waste
not
of
many.
lungs.
Most of them are just like the talk singing stuff, which I don't get it. I'm not sure. I agree. Why bother
Oh, that
if you're not
song
going to use her?
on the rooftop was written by her, but that one, how long did that
Oh,
last?
okay. That was like a couple of minutes, I think, 1 or 2 minutes.
And it didn't. I don't remember it being like made important, so to speak. You know, it's sort of just there.
I know.
Obviously, I'm not
Mhm.
saying you have to do the same thing as A Star Is Born, but Shallows was like an incredibly important song thematically as well as within the universe
Yeah.
and out of it.
Every time you say A Star Is Born, I think of Hercules. I'm just
That's
gonna
okay.
level with you. All right.
That's
Hercules and
allowed.
Lady Gaga are similar.
That was a good movie, Hercules.
So,
Bless
yeah,
my
so
soul, Joker's on a roll. Except he's not.
Arthur. Oh, sorry.
He's not on a roll. I said he was,
Arthur.
but he's not really.
I see.
Yeah.
So Arthur gets brought back to Arkham, and once inside Arkham, Jackie, who is furious, him and a couple of other guards drag Arthur into the bathroom and they rape him.
Yep.
That should not make me laugh, but it does.
It's just
So I learned what all the memes were about. I was mistaken. I was so mistaken when I saw. I knew virtually nothing about this movie going in, but I couldn't. I couldn't help but notice that there was a lot of like memes about Joker being raped that were just going around the internet, and I'm like, that's
Mhm.
weird. And I was thinking, oh, does Lady Gaga take advantage of him or something
There
like
is,
that? I was horribly wrong.
not even
I was
joking,
horribly wrong.
there is a famously viral tweet from years ago that says like Batman has tried everything, but he hasn't tried raping the Joker.
Oh yeah,
And I think people quote tweet it being like, "Well, we got our answer. That does truly kill the Joker more effectively than anything else." Oh, where do you begin with this? Should we need to get to the consequences of it, I guess, as well, right?
So yeah, so after
Mhm.
this happens, Arthur gets dragged into and thrown into solitary confinement. And the other prisoner that you may recall was mentioned before, Ricky, he's there, and he's like, "Oh, what are you doing?" And then he starts singing, and Jackie, in a blind rage, drags him out of his cell and suffocates him to death.
Mm-hmm.
And this is heard as the camera zooms in on Arthur, like totally like blank face, zoned out, like destroyed, as he's listening to the sounds of him gagging and choking, and the other guards like saying, "Jackie, holy shit, like stop." And so yeah, he gets choked to death, and then blacks
Mhm.
out.
Maybe you guys feel differently, but I got a pretty distinct impression with all these factors put together. But what's interesting about the puddles part of it is that I feel like there's a scene that kind of cancels it out in terms of being an effective motivator for what's about to happen. But him listening to that and the rape, plus the visuals of him washing his makeup off post the dance in the first film,
Yeah.
I just got a distinct, strong impression of, man, this whole Joker thing ain't worth it. People suffer. And I was just like, what? What are you? Was this? How is this happening? Like, why would that even be considered? Like, look at the suffering I'm causing myself, and look at how someone I like just died, and all of this because I'm becoming the Joker. I don't even, like. I was just like, are they like outwardly forgetting what happens in the first film? The amount of crazy chaos and suffering there is in that as a result of his like rise as Joker. I don't understand why this would
Mhm.
be
Well,
such a
because
motivating factor for him
we've
to
abandoned
think.
so much of the first movie.
That's what I'm getting at, because the next thing we're getting
Yeah,
pretty soon
it
now
doesn't
is him
exist.
essentially establishing the Joker's not real. It's time to end. I made a mistake when I killed people. Like, it's a
This
very
whole sequence is just cruel. Like it's cruel.
well. So
I
this
I
is the big
agree.
one. This whole sequence is the
Yeah.
big one for fuck the first film. Okay, this is what this actually means, and this is and of course you could have done it in multiple ways. They chose one that was very just like, oh, you want to do that? Okay, I
Mm,
guess.
I
this is
don't
a
buy
line where
that this
it
changes his mind.
No, I don't
I
either.
think
If
this,
anything,
I
it
think
might
this
hyper
event makes it worse.
accelerate him.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's what the audience would have wanted to see, was that he experiences one of the worst things in prison, barring death, I guess, and severe tortures that a lot of men go through, and is often thrown in as like a joke with a lot of movies, and he would instead overcome it. He'd be like, "You really think that was gonna fucking break me? Like, do you know what my life
Mhm.
has been?" And then on top of that, hearing a friend die would convince him to stop, to slow down. I was like, no, not even close.
And he was killed by the guy who raped him. So
I don't know.
I don't buy that at all.
It's a crazy authority figure that just did all of this. It does nothing but support the entire like journey
Yeah.
that he went on in the first film.
Also, like, I mean, this is a very terrible thing, and it's not even worth comparing to, but like, we do learn, even in this film, it is confirmed that he does have a history of SA
Yeah.
with his. So it's kind of like, okay, like, it just. He has gone through a lot and a lot of similar stuff.
Isn't that established in
So
the first movie, or is it just implied?
Is it the?
I
'Cause it-
think
I
it's
think it's implied.
implied,
It's
but in this one,
confirmed here.
it's the dad,
yeah,
right, or
it's
the
said as
stepdad, or
part of
whatever.
the.
Was it?
I got
Was
So
it the mum?
I
I
got
can't
the
remember.
very strong impression that that was exactly what you're meant to think from the first movie.
Right.
So
They
Yeah.
do mention it in this one, though, right?
yeah, they make
Yes.
it explicit, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't buy that this like de-radicalizes him.
No.
I think that's retarded. I also just it makes no sense that the prison guard as established would do this. to
No,
me.
yeah,
Like,
that's actually a really
this
good
comes out
point.
of complete left field.
I didn't get the impression of that at all, and I certainly didn't fucking get it from him calling them fat. And I actually think the film is aware of this. It like has to. Do you catch the dialogue when they're setting this up? He's like, "You just had to go on TV and be a big shot. You just had to think you're better than us. You had to say you have no idea what it takes to bring joy to this place." It's like, what is this? Is it the ramblings of the
Told you-
writer trying to tell me
Well,
why
it's
this
the
is okay?
same,
He called you fat, man.
It's
Yeah.
the same as
Like, that's what
when he's
really
stroking,
happened.
when he's stroking Ricky. It's like, oh, are the Saints? Are they coming now? Are they coming now? And it's like, what the?
Actually,
What?
kind of, yeah. If
Yeah,
you're joking,
totally.
in a way,
But-
yes, that's actually kind of true. But
No, yeah, I didn't get it at all. I was just like, why is he so mad? And why are the writers shouting at me that he should be mad? It makes sense. Trust me, it makes sense. This is his character. He would be mad about this. Like, no, he wouldn't. What are you talking about?
No.
was this like a mental shut-off point for like anyone here? Because I feel like for me,
Yeah.
I was already in a bit of a
yeah.
malaise at this point watching it, and here I was like, oh, all right.
A little bit,
Mhm.
yeah. That
Mm,
stare
okay.
emoji that is a good expression, like I said. That new one. People have been using it in chat. It does represent, like, I'm not even kidding, really. It's this sense of, like, what was that? What are
Well-
we doing? Why am I...
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So which before the final court scene, you just have Lee singing as she's putting on her makeup and singing the song. I feel like there's nothing really to be said about this.
Yes,
Or-
I was just going to say that the reason why I wouldn't add the experience with Puddles into this decision that much is because they showed us he has one of his most invigorating Joker experiences through song after that conversation with Gary,
Yes.
which I think is a huge
Mhm.
mistake. Like, you don't want
Oh,
to
100%.
tell us that, like, that didn't affect him really much at all, and then you have that happen, and then it's like that affected him completely. There's memes about this being discussed left, right, center, but you guys know how this would happen with these events in this movie. It would be summarized as the Joker was defeated by rape. It's very fucking strange that you'd want to tell the story that way.
Yikes.
Yeah.
And
So,
it's just it's such a shocking example of something that you see a lot in bad writing, like especially amateurish writing, where the main crisis point of the movie is just a bad thing that happens instead of anything that's motivated by what came before it, or anything that's an indication that they're farthest away from their goal. You know what crisis moments usually represent. You would think it would have to do with Gary, but it isn't. It's just that he got raped by someone out of the blue. It's like,
He got
because
no,
that's
it wasn't out
bad.
of the blue. Called him fat.
You did call him fat.
Like that's
It is-
not.
You're right though. That's wild, isn't it? Like they do all that setup, all that emotional acting, all that strength of that part of the scene, but it's ultimately doesn't matter at all. It's because he called the guy fat and got raped, and his friend got killed because of aforementioned rape from the fat calling. That's it. That was the catalyst.
He said, "I don't want to play Joker anymore."
Yeah.
Well, so I mean, in court, he's got to provide his closing statement, and he sits before the jury and stares into the camera for several moments. And while that's happening, Jackie is watching on TV, which will make you lead like, oh, is he about to like explode and say what happened and talk about how like horrible it is in Arkham and like how everything's gone. You basically like to sort of reiterate a lot of the complaints and criticisms and that he levied in the first film, you know, like when he was on Murray Franklin's show, talking about how horrible it is out there and nobody knows or cares.
Wouldn't that be interesting if the way that he looks at it is, you know, a lot of people got hurt from the things that I did that I didn't intend. There were unforeseen consequences that I didn't want. But you know what? I can, no matter what happens with this trial, whether I'm guilty, whether I'm found guilty or not guilty, whether you guys think I'm crazy nutso or not, here's what I do know. And he could say something about, you know, Arkham, the guards and what they did, justice for Ricky, that kind of thing. So at least he could say, you know what, I can actually do good in this different way than what I thought I could. But
Oh, dude, I
But
would way
this is
prefer
what-
the idea that he doesn't believe himself to be the Joker, but he will adopt it because he knows he can make change with it.
That'd be interesting. But this is what he says instead. As he sits down in a very weak voice, he says, I wanted to come out here as Joker, and I was gonna go on an angry rant and blame all of you and everyone for this fucking miserable life. But it wouldn't matter, because I can't do this anymore, because I can't be who you want me to be. It was all just a fantasy. There is no Joker, it's just me.
Whatever the fuck that means.
Well, so here's the awkward part. There is no Joker in the way that this film tried to create that as like a distinctive entity. It is just him. Because
Yeah,
he
it's
was
almost
the
like
Joker.
It
gaslighting.
always was that way.
Yeah, like he there is no Joker. He was the Joker. Like it's almost
Yeah,
like
can we?
no, you don't understand. You've actually said it correctly, but your meaning is wrong. He was the Joker. He transformed into the Joker. That's what happened. The whole film was his descent into becoming the Joker, and essentially like letting the mask fall away and revealing like who he really was in a very dark, twisted way. Right? That was what happened.
It's remarkable because of how much work is being undone that the first film did to justify why the clown iconography, why the name Joker, how he got attention from Murray, how he ended up on Murray's show, why Murray said what he said, and why he adopted that from what was essentially his comedy hero. All of these things were written, I thought, to structurally build up how we get to the point of him calling himself Joker and him being dressed as a fucking clown. But now it's being said as though Joker were a thing already that he tried to steal as an identity or something. Like the meta bleeding in again of being like, is he the Joker? Is that, and yeah, to have this assessment at the end, it's almost fucking infuriating in the sense of like, what are you talking about? This is all like balked, and it all goes back to that opening of the film. I was already like, this is not. Why are we doing this with the film? Why is this what's happening? Joker was a name he got from someone else, and it represents, I suppose, who he is on that stage, but then he realizes that is Arthur, that is Joker, even irrelevant of anything to do with DC, cutting it all out. Just the idea of a fucking clown, a guy who's trying to make people laugh, but views the world in that way through and through. There is no taking anything seriously. It's all a fucking joke. We lost him. He's gone.
I mean, well, it seems like he's changed his mind. You know, the line, I used to think my life was a tragedy, now I realize it's a comedy. It seems like he's reversed around. It's like, no, it's a tragedy.
Yeah, what the fuck happened?
Well,
There was so much power he got out of, instead of reacting to everything as a miserable person with a miserable life, to simply be like, you wouldn't get it. This is all hilarious.
That's kind of the point of the line, right? It's the idea that the story that somebody tells themselves about their life and the situations that befall them can either strip away all of their agency or imbue them with agency, and that turning it around to be like, well, it's a comedy. It's like, well, shit. Once you view it that way, it's like, I guess all of the horrible things that happen can be something that he can laugh at and use as like fuel for action rather than
the churning of
suffering.
a society that did what it did to him and others to then be like have this backfiring that one of the biggest representations of jokes in the world gets fucking like executed on TV while trying to insult him for having lived the exact same life in terms of trying to make the effort to make things work. Like there's loads of little pieces of dramatic irony floating around, and then of course the chaos outside, the downfall of all the riots, all this damage and everything collapsing, and then the Waynes experiencing what they do. There's all this shit to say about how like it's the result of all the actions of a collective set of systems and people in charge who failed that then brings down their own destruction. And it's kind of funny, like that aspect, even though it's completely chaotic and at times horrifying. It was bold, damn it, and now we've reduced all of it down to, no, I just made some mistake. I killed some people, and that was bad. There is no Joker.
I hate how empty the line, it was all fantasy is. Like, it's meaningless. It does not mean anything. What are you even implying by that? Like, script-wise, what are you trying to get across with that? Did he imagine it? What is that? The script treats it as some kind of like justification or like contextualization of why Joker does not exist, but it does not give you anything. It's just a fantasy, it's just an empty line. Because like, oh, he's mentally ill, so what do mentally ill people do? They daydream and they fantasize and they make up stuff, and Arthur made up Joker, and that's just such dumb
Not what
dumb
happened.
writing.
Not
Nope,
what
that's
happened.
not what happened. Yeah. He he then basically outlines all of the things that he did, and then
well,
Lee and a few other
Just to, because doesn't he say? I don't. Forgive me if I'm getting ahead of you. Just the knock knock. Who's there?
No, that's a bit
Yeah.
later.
Oh, okay.
That's after. So he concludes basically saying, "I just want to blow it all up and start a new
Right.
life." After explaining all of the things he did, and then Lee and a few other people just they leave. They storm out.
You see, Fringy, the film was right. We lost interest in this guy once he announced the truth, and she represents us, and boom, boom, boom.
Very clever.
Very clever movie.
Very, very clever.
As soon as he told you the truth that he is a troubled man who needs help, you weren't interested. You only liked him when he was Joker, which is so fucking funny because he wasn't Joker for like the first significant half, if not more, of the first film, and we cared about him because we cared about Arthur Fleck and the life he was living.
Yeah.
Exactly. So yeah, a bit awkward that. But yes, the last thing that he says, or he cries for a little bit, and then he says, "Knock knock, who's there? Arthur Fleck. Arthur Fleck who?" And that's
the point being made. No one cares about Arthur Fleck. No one knows who Arthur Fleck is. Once he's detached himself from the Joker, there's nothing left for him. He's fucked, and he's gonna get killed.
I mean, as long as Todd Phillips has ordained that is the case.
Exactly.
Then,
It's like, see, that's the, and it's like, that wasn't the fucking story. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you made this up. This was your idea. You did this. You did this. That's right. It was you. So yeah.
I feel like this is maybe an attempt to like, I mean, who knows what it is, but you know, to not glorify Joker as a character and sort of fix the first movie or whatever. But I feel like this movie could have done that and did not celebrate Joker and have his demise without character, like assassinating him as a character. Like you could have still sort of communicated that message that Joker is actually bad and don't glamorize him, and have him defeated at the end and still deliver that message without having to get rid of him as a character completely.
It's interesting that you say that, because as far as I'm concerned, the first film, again, it's one of my favorite things about it. Like, Joker creates his antithesis. Like, he creates what will be his undoing. I mean, it's, you know, he says, right, like, I'm just thinking of a funny joke, you wouldn't get it. It's like, I guess Todd Phillips didn't get it. Like, that is interesting. The idea that in order for Joker to even exist and be created in the first place necessarily creates the force that will destroy him in the end. It creates the response.
And how bold to say they both came from society just not caring enough about, like, the people of society not working hard enough to care about each other.
And then it creates a cycle. It creates the cycle of Batman and Joker, you know, in this tug of war of like reacting to and responding to each other, and in a sense one of those sort of eternal questions, right, for Batman. Does Batman's very existence essentially invite these sorts of like crazy supervillains to sort of exist? Does he feed into the cycle of their turmoil, the turmoil that they bring about? Is his rule, you know, because he doesn't want to cross that line, is he essentially just perpetuating the same kind of harm that creates the circumstances that created him in the first place? Like, that's kind of it's I mean, it's part of the reason why I think a lot of people had the feeling of like, well, you don't need to do another Joker film, you don't need to follow it up, is the idea that it really it like provides its answer, and the answer to that answer, it's like, you know, this world created Joker, which in turn created Batman. It's like, that's really cool. And instead here it's like you said, Nutzer, it's like you don't have to make a point against Joker by just assassinating the character. Like, I don't even think that makes a particularly compelling case against Joker. You know, if it's like, whoa, I mean, as long as you turn him into something that he wasn't, what you created, and then tear him down from there, it's like, oh sure, but that's like, you haven't even addressed the real meat of criticizing that character.
Yeah.
I wonder if Todd Phillips knew all of this about the first movie at one point, and then has been sort of convinced by a lot of the insane vitriol that the first movie received, that like, oh, he actually does need to make sure, like he's convinced that a lot of people got the wrong message, and that he's sort of maybe has a chip on his shoulder about proving that no, I didn't mean to glorify him. Look at me showing just how much I'm not glorifying him in this
Yeah,
movie.
Was
look, I
that
raped
worth?
him.
Mhm.
Was that worth potentially losing Warner Brothers like $150 million?
I don't know. See, I don't know how much
also-
of this, because people have certainly speculated that this is something more like deliberately insulting to fans of the first movie. I don't know if I believe that necessarily. I think
Yeah.
there's
Well,
an
I've,
insecurity that this movie radiates, in my opinion.
I've talked to Frank about how we could be in a Neil Druckmann situation. He could believe this is coherent with the first film, and he could believe that everyone is
Right,
overreacting to the second one, and that he always intended this. This was the whole story.
Which I
Mhm.
find unbelievable. The notion
Yeah,
that
sure.
there is no world where at the ending of Joker you're like, yeah, and so then he's gonna and then he's gonna decide there is no Joker, and then he gets stabbed to death in prison. Like, what reason would anybody have to infer that this film was what was gonna happen?
We should probably
No,
save
I
this
don't think-
conversation
I don't
for
think so
we're
at
close
all.
to the
I
end of
think
the film.
something changed.
Yeah.
I think something changed for him.
I think something changed as well. I understand though
Yes.
that it could be the Neil Druckmann situation, but I think he changed his mind. I think that he listened to the criticisms of the meta, and that made him change his mind on what he wanted to do. That's the vibe I get. But yes, we are quite close to the end. So Arthur
Yay.
calls yeah. Arthur calls Lee, who doesn't answer, and he said the jury came back with a verdict in about an hour. And then he starts singing one of the songs from earlier, but she ain't listening. Well, she's not answering, but she's sitting in the apartment and she puts a gun to her head. But and then it cuts away. I mean, again, it's just like, yep, he's singing a song, and it's a song that has lyrics that are relevant to this story that is incompatible with the first film. But okay. And then back in the courtroom, the jury delivers the verdict. And they just keep saying, Arthur Fleck guilty of this count and this count and this count. And then Arthur starts cackling, which prompts one of the members of the gallery to jump out and start attacking him. The chaos erupts. He gets separated from the crowd. He gets taken over near the wall and keeps laughing. And then the wall explodes. An explosion just tears through the wall, appearing to have killed and injured several people. Arthur was quite close to the explosion compared to most people in the room, and he's okay. He's fine. It takes him a little while to get up, but he's
just a
up
little
and at
dazed,
him.
but
He's
that's
the only
all.
fella
Yeah.
who gets out of that courtroom.
He is the only.
Everyone
one who
else
gets
is
out of
on
the courtroom.
pause.
Yeah.
Thus begins the worst. Just like in terms of just this happens and then this happens and then this happens. Connective tissue. The worst instance of the writing in the film, as far as I'm concerned, of just like getting characters where they need to be. Like nothing here makes sense at all. He should be. He was so close. He was the closest. He was like one of the closest people, and he's fine. Meanwhile, Arthur, Harvey Dent was pretty far away, and he got his face messed up.
Yeah, he got two-faced.
But
Yeah.
Arthur, he did, and it's like Mola said, Arthur's like the only person who's able to essentially like get up, get out, and leave. He's like, everybody else is basically on pause so that he can get out. It's really, really bizarre. But he stumbles out of the courtroom, and then like a Joker fan is like, "Oh, hey, it's the Joker! Come on, we're gonna get you out of here." The logic seems to be that when he said he wanted to blow it all up, somebody put a car bomb next to the courthouse and then blew it up, so that I guess they could get him out, even though it didn't look like they were making much of a concerted effort to do that. It almost seems like it's luck. They just stumbled across him.
Yeah,
And they're like,
Yep.
"Yeah, look, it's Joker."
That's what. And that's what it looks like.
go.
The random guy dressed him is like, "Oh, holy shit, it's you! Oh my gosh!"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then he gets a car. Hey, I found the Joker guy. Help us escape.
Let's go. And then they go driving for a little bit. And then when they get caught in traffic, Arthur gets out and starts running away. And the guy's chasing after him, but he can't catch him because Arthur is too
Why does
fast for him.
Joker get out and run away?
I think he just wants to be away from them, and he wants to go meet Harley, which then raises a new question because he runs away and he escapes, and it's much later in the night. It cuts to a lot later, and he's walking to the Joker stairs, and Harley's
Walking
there.
down the street. He still hasn't been captured.
Real quick,
Walking down the street.
because I consider it another clunk of the fucking script. He's listening to them in the car talk about how they're gonna burn it all down, and he's like, "Oh, jeez," and wants to get out. Like, I don't want to be a part of this. I don't like this no more.
Oh, is that what they're going for?
Yes.
Yeah.
Shit.
I think so,
He's
yeah.
relatively comfortable in the car in the sense of it's a safe place, but then he hears them talk about burning everything down, and he's like, "Oh shit, I want to get out of here. I don't like this." Which again is just like, whatever. Whoever this character is, I don't know him. This guy who's terrified about the notion of things going to ruin in the city. Yeah, that's Joker for you, I guess. Arthur doesn't like that. He wants to run away.
And then he goes to the stairs, and Lee's there, which is miraculous, really, in terms of a coincidence that she knew to just wait there for an indefinite amount of time, because Arthur would definitely go back to the iconic Joker stairs. This meeting can't happen, but it has to, because this is like the clearest declaration of the point of the film, along with what he said in the courtroom. Because he goes up to the near to the top of the staircase, and he's like, "Yeah, let's run away." But she's not interested. She says, "All we had was the fantasy, and you gave up. We were never going anywhere. There is no Joker. That's what you said, isn't it?" And then she starts singing after she reveals that she lied about pregnancy,
fair,
and then she starts. Yeah.
The most relatable part of the film, I'd say, where you're really in sync with the character when he says, "Please stop singing. Just stop singing, please."
He just keeps singing, and he's like, "Stop! I want to talk. Stop singing." But she just keeps singing the like that's entertainment, and then she leaves, and then the police just show up right as she leaves to arrest him.
Yep, and back into prison he goes.
They don't grab her, I guess.
No, they're not interested in her. I just find it funny that they arrive like 5 seconds later. Imagine if it took them a lot longer to find him, Maybe he could have gotten away. Maybe he would have run off.
They didn't find him walking around the street all day
For
wearing the
hours.
same
Probably went to
clothes
his famous
without
Joker
a-
stairs.
Yeah. So yeah.
Famous
See,
Joker
that's
stairs.
exactly.
I remember those from the
anywhere to
movie.
go. I'm sure that's where it went. The famous Joker stairs. So this brings us to the final scene of the film.
Yay.
Arthur is back in Arkham. Someone in the background is singing "My Echo, My Shadow, and Me," which I guess is meant to be relevant because, hey, look, that's what it opened on. Full circle, right? And so a guard comes in and says, "Hey, Arthur, you got a visitor." And Arthur is walking through the hallway. And as he's walking through, there's the inmate. You remember that inmate, the one who was looking at him earlier?
The sketchy
So
looking
he's
one.
like, it's right. He's a bit crazy looking. And he's like, "Hey, I want to tell you a joke." And Arthur's like, "Oh, is it going to be quick?" And he says,
I've
"Yeah, I
already
can
read
make
the
it quick." And so the inmate says, "So a psychopath walks into a bar and sees this famous clown sitting there all alone, totally drunk. It's pathetic. I can't believe you're here," he says. "What a disappointment. I used to watch you on TV. What can I get you?" And this clown turns and says, "Well, if you're buying, you can get me anything." "Perfect," the psychopath says. "How about I get you what you fucking deserve?" The inmate then stabs Arthur several times in the gut.
Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum.
Just put him out of his misery at this point.
He
You've already,
said the line. He said the line. And then he stabbed him.
I don't even know
Just
why
stabbed him
he would
10
like
times in the
Arthur
gut.
deserves to die because he doesn't like consider himself Joker anymore, or
You don't get the joke. That's what. You don't understand. You don't
Joker's
get the joke.
betrayed his fans by doing this. Okay, even
if
Lee
I
was
betray my
upset with
fans, I
him.
hope they don't stab me in a prison.
I fucking hope not. I guess there's one more bit to
I
add on,
just-
right? Because it's
Well, yes. There's a little bit more. So as Arthur like turns around and he's bleeding profusely, we then cut back to that imagined interaction with Harley where she shot him. And he starts singing about wanting to have a son take his place. And then we cut back in Arkham. He like collapses onto the floor, and the inmate behind him, he starts cackling maniacally and then carves a smile on his face, like, takes the blade and cuts the smile on his face.
Woo!
F you,
And then-
Nolan.
And then That's Life plays as you zoom in on Arthur's cold, dead eyes. And that's the end of the film.
I mean, what can I say? That final shot of him being shagged and left in a fucking what feels like an alley in prison, you know, just to be forgotten. It's like that's what this film was. It's just
Yeah.
bye meaning.
I
And
just remembered for the first time since watching it that there was indeed a sarcastic clap by the end of it.
That's
The guy
suitable.
just stood up and clapped.
Oh man.
it's
Well,
just
Let's
like
talk about all of that, I guess.
uh,
You know, to
it,
just
it
be more specific. First of all, like, why did this happen? Because that was kind of just asked. Is you could go the meaning side of things, although just the practical. It's just this guy really believed in him as the Joker, and him doing what he did in the courtroom made him think, "I'm gonna kill you, and I'm gonna be the Joker now." And it could be as simple as that, I guess. It's nothing interesting on that level to me. But like, if the point being made is Arthur indulged in quote unquote the Joker, or what people assumed was the Joker, and the music in this film to avoid addressing what was really happening, what really needs to be dealt with, which is like the Arthur underneath, the man who made mistakes, the man who was desperate. And so he finally decides, after being pushed to limits again, after being gassed up by Harley, after going through the thing with Gary, after the rape, that he needs to be honest, be truthful. This is me. There is nothing else to think about other than the fact that I made mistakes because I was brought to a degree that I couldn't handle anymore, and that I'm sorry, and it was a mistake, and I shouldn't have done it. And you know, he doesn't want to go as far as hurting other people as a result of it. He doesn't want to have a bad effect on the world, according to that little car ride, according to his experiences with Gary, according to having that guy getting killed and the camera tightening up on him for that whole sequence. Like, this is all supposed to convince us that he's believed now that being the Joker actually causes even more suffering, so he wants to relinquish it. He's done with that, and he wants to be helped. He wants to be known and understood as Arthur, and as a result, separating himself from Joker. Like, it's like he's killing Joker, the idea, and then that's going to invariably kill anyone caring about him, which will in turn literally kill him. And all of this was brought on where it might not have been by him meeting Harley Quinn, I guess.
I think it was an awful choice to have this random fucking guy be the one to do it.
But that's the
The
point,
guy
isn't it?
Yeah.
I know, but I think it's an awful choice.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I think all of that was an awful
y-
choice. Everything I just said is an
yeah.
awful
Yes.
choice.
I what's the best you could say? The idea that his story ends tragically is probably not super unexpected, but man, this
It's
is the most
how,
like
yeah.
pointless, bleak, meaningless way you could possibly do
Well,
it. Oh, the guy who ends up killing him was a guy we saw for a couple seconds once earlier in the movie.
not just meaningless, right? But if you had a pint of meaning, he's been sapping it and dribbling it all over the floor throughout this movie from the previous one, and it's like, stop it, stop. You have to take your meaning away, like that you got from the first film, because he keeps fucking with it. It's like a black hole of meaning. This film, it's sucking the meaning of the first one into it and killing it forever, which is why
Which is a really bad problem to have as a film, you know? Like, seriously, dramatically, like, stripping away all of the interest and meaning that existed in the original film.
hence miserable.
Yeah. And I mean, it's part of the thing, right? Of like, well, if you want the first film, if you enjoyed the first film for the reasons and interpretation and understanding that's basically just like accurate to what happened in that film, this film's existence really only stands to get in the way. Such that if you're gonna enjoy the first film and find it worthwhile, this film you kind of just gotta pretend it doesn't exist, which I'm gonna find pretty easy to do, honestly.
Well, I think the more I think about it, the more I get a little angrier as opposed to apathetic about the film too. Because if I'm truly to believe the notion that you know, the audience, they're not interested in the man behind the Joker. They're interested in watching a guy in face paint go nuts, cause chaos, and kill people. So let's give them what they want. Reveal that Arthur is just a man, fucking kill him, leave him bleeding on the floor, and show him in the background. You got your real Joker on the way, the one you want. The one who's gonna kill people and blow things up and fight Batman, because that's what you care about. You don't care about, you know, the people who actually suffer. You don't care about the mental state of those who are trodden on in society. You only gave a shit for a moment because he adopted the role of the Joker, which again, like I said, not the first film's point. as far as I was concerned. It's certainly not what I took from it.
I mean, yeah, like it's
Yeah, I
it
don't. I mean, I just.
Eh.
it
I
really is
like
just
the
a
first one more.
I like the
You
first
know what?
one more.
I think
What a hot take.
most people seem to feel that way. I don't think it is even remotely surprising that this film is not being received well by the audience and is failing.
Well, it's not going
Um,
to win over anyone who hated the first one either.
no, of course not. No. So
No
it's
one's
almost
going to
like
be
who's
like,
this even
"Oh, now I
for?
understand that you have the right opinions." Like, no, they're going to hate this one
No.
too.
Exactly. Who is this for? Who wanted this?
Well,
It seems like the answer is nobody.
I think Gary said this. It's something like when he got home, he tossed his steelbook of the first one in the trash. I don't know if he literally did that or not, but I'm having a reverse reaction. The first one is the first one. It will always be meaningful to me. I'm ignoring this one. Fuck this one. Get out of here. You're not interesting to me at all. You're only damaging the first one. I'll happily enjoy the first one in future whenever I decide to watch it again, and we will laugh because of the tragedy of the second one, in retrospect, looking pretty funny, and how stupid it was, and how misguided it was, and how misunderstood the work from the creator himself was, which, again, not unprecedented. We've seen this before. I'm not going to say it was as embarrassing as Ridley with Prometheus, right? Like, and what he did with the fucking engineers, but you get the same scale. The fact that James Cameron supports the new Terminators, or whatever have you, Shane Black being a part of The Predator when he was such an...
I suppose the thing is, though, is like this one is a bit more awkward because it's like Todd Phillips was on the cusp.
No, this is the
of
worst,
essentially
I think. This is the worst
I would
example we've
say-
ever had. It's actively attacking the first film, like it doesn't like it.
Well, and I agree. And the thing that I was getting at in terms of the idea of like Todd Phillips was like getting close to getting that cred, you know, as like a filmmaker, right? From doing comedy movies to then do Joker to then like just exploded completely. I don't know what he does after this, you know, like what's it gonna it feels like, you know what I mean? Like he was like on the cusp of being like, yeah, look
Yeah,
at
I
me
think
go.
so.
And now it's like
He's
it's
undone
over.
it. Yeah, he's undone
Yeah.
it. Because the shanking itself, to me, is almost like Joker 2 doing it to Joker 1.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just you watch, it's like, holy shit. Like, jeez. Is this tell us how you really feel? You know? Like, my god.
Mhm.
And it feels like slamming the door shut, right? There will be
Oh,
no
yeah.
more sequel. Regardless of how much money it's gonna make, which it looks like it's now gonna lose money, there's not gonna be a sequel. That is slamming the door shut.
So imagine
As
you were like
violently
a
as possible.
batrillion gazillionaire and you just say like, you know, Joaquin, we're gonna make Joker 2 for real this time. We're gonna remove Todd, we're gonna write it, and you're gonna do everything I tell you because I'm gonna pay you $1 trillion to fucking do this properly. I often wonder why the hyper rich don't fuck around with movies in that way. Just be like, I want to make a fucking Jurassic Park movie. Here I go, you know? You know, like buy the rights or whatever have you. I guess
Yeah.
some of those rights are super protected, but there's plenty of ones you could probably buy up and fuck around with, fun ways.
Well, if anyone wants to watch a film like this film but done better about like authoritarian, toxic, abusive sort of institution breaking a free rebel spirit, just watch One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
I thought you were gonna say
That's
watch
such a-
Joker
so
1.
much well, that too, but in terms of
But
what
no, yeah,
this
you're
film
right.
tries to accomplish, that film is actually a masterpiece and a masterclass of how you break down a character completely. So,
King of
Yeah.
Comedy is a really good movie.
It is very good.
That's King of
Mhm.
Comedy
King
is
of Comedy
really,
is
really good.
Good
That's
stuff.
yeah. It just is that film impresses me in terms of its construction and writing. Not like this one.
Kind of
Not-
ironic that he probably would have done better if he aped like King of Comedy and Taxi Driver even harder for this one. At least the ending would have been better.
Look, right. The thing is that Joker, the first film, I could see the similarities and influence of Taxi Driver and King of Comedy, but like it is a different movie. Like
Oh,
it just
sure,
has
yeah.
different.
No, I'm
It's,
just saying that like at least those had more satisfying endings, even though they ended. You know what I mean? Like this one, I don't know what he was
Yeah.
up to with this one. Because if you think about like all the ways that this could have ended, right? One is like it says no, it was me, I was the Joker, I did it, and then he gets executed, and maybe he becomes a martyr or something like that to the movement. Todd Phillips doesn't want to do that because he's clearly insecure about people taking the wrong message away, and so he can't have him be a martyr, right? And he can't have him be like
Mhm.
fully reformed either. It seems it's like the worst of both worlds where like he renounces his jokerness and then he still dies. He doesn't even get to be rewarded for it. You know what I mean? Or like reward, like I don't know what the reward would be for his sort of like redemption, but he's clearly not interested in that either. It's just the most bleh version you could possibly do.
If I may read, I just got some things that I've kept in tabs ready for our stream on this. First
Oh,
being,
no.
this is just discussing the film with Todd Phillips and Entertainment Weekly. The murder trial at the center of Joker Folie Deux ends in explosive fashion. A bomb goes off and destroys the courtroom after Arthur Fleck decides to defend himself and confess that the Joker is not some split personality of his, nor does he even exist. It's been Arthur all along, and he's guilty of the murders he's on trial for. Quote, he realized that everything is so corrupt, it's never going to change, and the only way to fix it is to burn it all down, director Todd Phillips told Entertainment Weekly. When asked about having Arthur confess to his sins, quote, when the guards kill that kid in the hospital, he realizes that dressing up in makeup, putting on his thing, this thing is not changing anything. In some ways, he's accepted the fact that he's always been Arthur Fleck. He's never been this thing that's been put upon him. The idea that Gotham, the Gotham people of Gotham put upon him that he represents. He's an unwitting icon. This thing was placed on him, and he doesn't want to live as a fake anymore. He wants to be who he is.
Fake?
Is what I mean. It's
Wow.
just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Arthur's decision to revoke the Joker is off-putting to Lady Gaga's Lee, who spends the majority of the film trying to provoke the Joker persona to fully take over Arthur's mind. She never calls Arthur by his real name until their last encounter where she leaves him, now that it's clear the Joker does not exist. Quote, the sad thing is, he's Arthur, and nobody cares about Arthur, Phillips said. She's realizing, I'm on a whole other trip, man, and you can't be what I wanted you to be. Phillips also stressed that this final encounter between Arthur and Lee is real and not imagined, as some fans have stated in speculation on social media since the Joker's sequel release, given that there's scenes that are not necessarily happening. He was quoted as saying, it is actually really happening, which I find very funny for any director to say to their audience after a film comes out. So, not good.
It did happen.
You could have drawn all of that from the film, but the fact that we're now getting pieces from him to confirm it, you know, that he doesn't know what the first film was about, is a bit sad. There we are. It
Yeah.
happens.
I
So
feel
I
like
have-
so much of this movie could be saved if he just bothered to rewatch the first movie before getting into this one.
I have 14 fun facts.
Ooh.
Number one,
All right.
the
14. All right.
idea for the film came to Joaquin Phoenix in a dream.
Yeah.
No.
I'm
Yes.
afraid these are fun facts. These are not fun lies, okay?
What is?
Okay.
Can you elaborate on what part of the idea came to him in a dream?
I have not got anything more than that, I'm afraid. You'd
It's
have to go
not
searching.
stated.
All right.
Good start. Number two, contemplated putting on a Broadway show before committing to making a movie.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
3, Todd
Sure.
Phillips had free reign with Warner Bros. Wanting him to do his thing, and the film had no test screenings.
Man,
Not
how
yet.
many times is this going to happen as a thing, right? Of like, yeah, the
They make so
studios
much
are
money.
all creative.
Interfering.
Well, it's just funny that this has happened with Warner Brothers twice, right? Patty Jenkins, Wonder Woman
Yep.
1984, total creative freedom, and everybody fucking hates it. And then this comes along with all total creative freedom, and everybody hates it.
Isn't it ironic that so many of the stories that you hear about movies getting like damaged and worsened by the like executives and producers and so many fingers pointed at them, and I'm sure most of them like legitimately, but here you have the complete opposite. It's so
Well, it's
It's
just
so
creative freedom. That doesn't tell you anything necessarily. It could be that the
Mhm.
creator had some ideas that were really stupid. Like,
No,
it's entirely possible.
I said
Everybody
on
understands the idea of Suits destroying a film, but they don't understand the idea of maybe Suits saving a film sometimes.
I think I said on a real BBC, it's like this is a clear example that studio interference probably would have made the film better. I don't see how it would have made it worse.
Yeah.
Oh, so is it part of your collection, the James Gunn thing?
Well, yeah, yes.
Okay, all right.
That is fact number 5. 4 is Lady Gaga signed on before the script was even finished, which is just kind of like a
Yes, the sort of the old-fashioned Liam Neeson agreed to do
yeah.
Phantom Menace before there was a script. The
Don't do
classic.
that. Unwise to do that.
Yeah. Fact number 5, new DC boss James Gunn had 0 involvement, gave notes to Todd, but Todd did not use them.
It is fascinating how James Gunn has inherited all of these failures for the
Yeah.
last
What's funny to
several
me,
years.
if I were in charge of all of DC, and then it's like, oh, by the way, that Joker film, the 2019 was getting a sequel, and you want to do a test screening? You're like, sure, or even read the script. You'd be like, what the what? No, what? No, 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 no. And you write all these notes, and then Todd is like, I don't need your fucking notes. You're like, okay.
Yeah.
Oh god.
I
I mean,
man, yeah.
yeah. No, go
Oh,
on.
sorry, it sounded like you had some. I find it very fascinating that, with the exception of the Batman and the Penguin, every DC project since like 2020 has been a catastrophic failure.
Which is a lot.
Catastrophic failure. Not just like, oh well, it didn't do quite as well as it needed to, or it like, it got real close to breaking even. It's like they've all lost like billions of dollars.
Yeah. It really like reminds me of the James Gunn situation of like Bob Chapek when he
Oh,
sort of
the Disney
inherited.
guy.
Hmm.
Yeah, because like he was rooted out of Disney so quickly, even though like he was blamed for all the shitty projects that were coming out, even though almost all of them were like
Already
confirmed
approved,
or
already underway,
approved
already in
by
production.
Iger, and
Yeah, yeah. He was like
Bob
a fall
Iger
guy.
was the one behind almost all of those projects, and Chapek just accidentally inherited them. And when they all bombed, he got the blame.
The thing is, we're well into
So
bombs for Iger as well now, you know? So, like, they tried for a little bit to be like, yeah, it was JPEG, he fucked things up,
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
back. It's like,
Now,
no. That ship was sinking anyway,
mm-hmm.
and it's continued to sink. Number 6, film had a huge budget, 200 million, including 20 million salary for Joaquin Phoenix and 12 for Lady Gaga.
Bad
Bad
so much
idea.
money.
200 million,
Mm-hmm.
and it should not
Do
have
you
cost that
think
much.
do you think the dream for the idea for this movie came before or after the 20 million?
Oh,
Jeez.
and I read somewhere that this movie cost more than Dune.
Yeah,
Which
I
is
don't think
yes.
Dune cost $200
kind
million.
of
Yeah,
It was like
crazy.
160, something
That's
like that.
insane,
Yeah.
man.
that's ridiculous.
Number 7, the musical aspect was largely downplayed in marketing, with director Todd Phillips at first insisting it wasn't one. Now, this is not
What?
a defense of Todd at all, but after seeing it, I was like, I can kind of understand why one might have said it doesn't go the same way as a musical, but I'd mean it in a bad way. If someone was asking me what I mean by that, I'd be like, well, it's very clunky, confused, some of the songs sort of cut off. They're all done in different ways at different times with different meanings, and sometimes the meaning is no more or less than the fucking dialogue we just had. Feels like a lot of it is time wasty. I don't know that stylistically they all sort of match or whatever, and you sort of end up scratching your head a little bit. And there's plenty of big old chunks of this film that have no songs in it. So, you know what I mean? Like, musicals, when I think of musicals, they're so much more conventionally slot-inable into the same section. This one feels like it's a fucking... It got dropped into a vat
It's
of acid.
hesitant to be yeah.
Yeah.
It definitely. I was surprised. I thought there'd be a lot more singing. And I thought the musical components would just be a lot more.
Yeah, like,
More.
saying it's not a musical I would never put that in the format of trying to defend the notion that you're heading toward a music. Like, if someone said, like, oh, I don't like musicals, I wouldn't say to them, oh, don't worry, it's not a musical. I'd be like, it's not really a musical in a bad way. It's kind of weird, and I don't think you're going to like it, even if you did like musicals.
This will not change your opinion on not liking
Yeah.
musicals.
Number 8. Christopher Nolan reportedly changed the ending of the first movie because it ended with Phoenix's Joker carving a smile. There was no resistance for the sequel, with Nolan having left Warner Brothers.
I find this one silly.
Yeah.
Like, you can't have him carve a smile. My Joker does that, as if it's like, oh, okay, all right, that's silly.
I mean, I felt like it was silly at the end of this film to have it, but a lot of people are speculating on the angle of it being shitty, because it's like, how could this possibly be Heath Ledger's Joker? And it's like, I don't know if
It doesn't have to be.
They're just saying,
why would? Yeah.
But like,
Why does it have to be his?
There's a context in which it can absolutely work that another man who does the action similar to what we know of a different Joker did so because of the events of this film and this character, whatever. It's just the way they execute it was fucking horrendous.
I mean, from Nolan's perspective, I think I understand. I mean, I don't know. I would try to be a good sport about it, but at the same time, like, I think Heath Ledger's Joker is the only one out of the bunch who does carve that smile. So I'd be like, why would you want to do that?
Maybe
Make
this
up your
is
own thing.
like a poorly translated version of what if Nolan said, like, I don't want you making the origin for my Joker.
Yeah,
Leave it
who
the fuck
knows?
alone. If it was that, I can understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I perceived it.
I mean, I like the imagery of him painting the smile with blood.
Yeah.
I like that. I think it would have been a bit more awkward if that beat played out with him. Like, I think I'm like him sticking a knife in his mouth and cutting it and be like, oh shit.
That would have been worse.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I think that would have been worse. So in a sense, it's like cringe that you were saying, like, that you get to have a monopoly on Joker carving the smile, but I mean, it ultimately resulted in a better choice.
Yes.
So there you go. Studio interference yielded a better decision. So it's complicated.
Number 9.
Also, maybe the motivation. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think also, like, that smile is such a mysterious part of the Nolan's Joker. It's never, he gives so many different kinds of story arcs for it. And I would understand why Nolan would try to be like, don't give a particular answer that people can like take and run with.
Oh yeah, it is worth mentioning the Jack Nicholson Joker gets I forget what, I think it's glass smashed into his face, and it does cut up the two sides of his face. Hence why he gets the surgery so like it's not unprecedented with Nolan or anything.
Oh, okay.
So number 9, Todd Phillips was secluded on a ranch during the opening weekend. We did talk about that. Quite amusing. 10, the film was panned by fans and critics, currently holding and I'm not sure how current this is, but currently holding a 33% critic score and a 31% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. Finally, the critics and the audiences can unite.
Yay!
Well, wasn't it there's the other score system that it's the lowest for a comic book movie ever?
The cinema score was a D, the lowest ever.
That's right. Yeah, lower than Morbius. And it's funny because people are saying like, oh, it can't be worse than Morbius. It's like, well, so the reality is most Marvel films are probably, I've not seen Morbius yet. I'm sure it's terrible. Most MCU films are probably comparable in quality to Morbius, especially the Phase 4 movies, Phase 4 and 5. So I always find those observations funny of like, Joker couldn't be worse than Morbius. It's like, dude, there's probably a lot of films that are worse than Morbius. Like,
What's
if you actually
crazy,
watch Morbius.
The fact to throw along with it, opening domestically with 37.8 million. You're like, oh, and then it says lower than comic book films like Morbius and the Marvels.
Yeah, that's right. And look at how well the Marvels did. Marvels had a 200 million. Wow, I think it actually had a lot higher than a $200 million budget in actuality. But yeah, geez, oof. It's not been a good time for comic book movies. One success and a billion failures.
And then the final,
how far they've fallen from their dominance.
Final fun fact set being it needs 450 globally to break even, and it may lose the studio over 150 million, and Warner Brothers Discovery is already 40 billion in debt.
In massive debt, yeah. Jeez. What a
Warner Bros.
disaster.
How much in debt?
40 billion.
Holy shit.
Yeah, they're in trouble.
That's a
How is
lot of
that-
debt.
How is that possible?
I don't know, just very sound financial decisions. That's like-
Once you're $10 billion
Like-
in the hole, you're like, okay, guys, let's chill.
And how do they still exist? Also,
I mean, they're
Well,
How do
working
you-
on it, I guess. They're working on it. They're trying to pay it off.
it probably is somewhat like
It's
that, like
crazy.
moving loans around, moving money around constantly, all different promises, long-term deals, and then different projects going up and
Yeah,
going
you
down.
wanna-
It's super complicated. It's
Yeah, if you are owed money by them, if Warner Bros. Owes you money, then the best thing for you to probably do, at least for a while, is to say, we're gonna essentially hopefully enable them to make money to start paying us back
What you're saying
instead
is
of, oh, you're in debt, so you're done.
If they owe money to Warner Brothers, they need to go around and say, Joker 2 is really good, actually. You guys should go see it. That's a good movie.
can I just say,
Definitely check it out.
if you Google
What if they
it,
all went to the theater? They bought a whole bunch of tickets to make money for Warner Brothers so that they can get more money from Warner Brothers. So they all went to the movie themselves.
if you Google it, the result is very funny. It says at the end of the third quarter of 2023, Warner Brothers Discovery had a gross debt of $45.3 billion. This is a large debt, and Warner Brothers have been working to reduce it.
Yeah, that is a
That is a large debt. You're right.
It is incomprehensibly large.
You should be working on reducing it. Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Well, I mean, making
They're
films
working
like
to
this,
increase
$200
it.
million is not the smartest idea, I would say.
But the first one made $1 billion, Fringy.
It did, and they wanted that billion. But lots of Captain Marvel made $1 billion. Aquaman made $1 billion. Lots of things
That's a
made $1
weird
billion
one.
that had really bad performance on their sequels. Like, it is actually
Especially
remarkable.
in
Like,
that time.
DC's had nothing but failures for like the last 5 years, with the exception of like the Batman and Penguin, which exist in their own world. Which I imagine if
Oh.
that's making them wonder, like, fuck, maybe we should like really try and back this horse, you know?
As they just FYI, I recommend the first 3 episodes of The Penguin.
Yes, first
Yeah.
Penguins. It's been quite impressive.
Yep.
Lots of some really quality writing and some great performances. Colin Farrell just like sinks into that role completely.
It's kind of weird.
I really
Um,
like him.
Both The Penguin and Joker 2 needed to be great to justify themselves. One of them succeeded so far,
them-
and the other one
yeah.
has failed miserably.
It's actually as remarkable, isn't it? Just like what an actual disaster for them right now. To follow up one of the most profitable, if you compare the budget to the actual like profit, it's got to be one of the most successful comic book movies of all time by that metric. $55 million to $1 billion worldwide gross to $200 million film. That who knows if it's gonna even how high it's gonna get, like maybe what, like $200-300 million, so it's gonna lose a shit ton of money. Like, holy shit, what a disaster. And then this leads right into Superman next year, which I presume it won't have any impact, like serious impact on that, but like, I don't know, man, that film's got to be good and it's got to be successful.
Well, final thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the end. I mean, I don't like it. Don't like Joker 2.
Yeah. Agree.
Don't
Yeah.
worry, not expecting closing statements, just if anything, anyone else wanted to say anything, because I feel like we really have covered it. It's just, it's annoying that happened. You know, would have been nice if that didn't happen, but there we are, it's happened.
Yeah, it's you mentioned it the other day, Muller. It's been a bit of a not great in terms
Bit
of
of a
like,
rocky year.
you know, yeah. I wonder how much of that is because Star Wars Outlaws is a recent. I mean, obviously there was no expectations for that one, but holy crap, that was.
Well, we've had highlights. We had
Deadpool
Madam Web.
Wolverine.
That was fun.
Deadpool and Wolverine was a huge disappointment
For us, yeah.
for us. Yeah, that's. We still got Arcane. That's coming soon.
Oh God, please.
I
Yay.
hope it's good. If it's not good, that it's going to be a really 2024
I'm
is
gonna
not
become
going to
the
be
Joker. We don't want that.
a fun year in terms of anticipated films and TV shows not panning out so very well.
Oh yeah, Romulus.
Arcane
Fuck.
is my last
Yep.
hope. Romulus.
Ugh.
Romulus.
Nosferatu is
think-
another. I'm really hoping that's good.
Hoping what's good? Sorry.
Nosferatu.
Oh yeah. You know what's funny? This is probably naive of me, but I was like, that's obviously gonna be good, right? Why would it not be?
Well, yeah, I certainly hope so.
It's like
He's
I
three
shouldn't
for three
think
so
that
far.
way. That's just asking
Careful now.
for. Yeah.
The monkey's paw's got plenty of
Mhm.
fingers left. No, it's not even the monkey's paw. Because with the monkey's paw, at least you get something.
You do
It's
get
just
something,
like
yeah.
it's just like shitty when
That would be
like,
funny,
with
it's
the
like-
price you have to pay. But it,
Give me a Joker
It's
2
just-
sequel, or give me a Joker sequel that gives you Folie Deux, and you're like, okay, Monkey's Paw, this was a bit much. Like, what are you doing? And it's like, I told you. You're like, no, come on. That's silly. Give me an ice cream at least.
Oh, I saw
Mm.
someone earlier say that jukebox musicals are never good musicals. Singing in the Rain is one of the best movies of all time, and that's a jukebox musical. So you're wrong.
Singing in the
I
Rain is
enjoy
great.
those.
No, I don't want. I don't like it if we end up making these broad, sweeping statements about how you should just not do a thing in a
terrible
movie. It's
film.
like
Yeah.
this movie's gonna
Yeah.
regress a whole bunch of ideas, because that's what I felt like the first one did the opposite of. It was like, you don't make a movie solely about Joker, or you don't make an origin for the Joker, or you don't make a movie that you know, like the ending isn't even clearly the good guy wins, or that the world is better off. Like it bucks a lot of those sorts of things, and it did well. And people enjoyed it and found meaning, and it's like, there you go, see, it's tough, but you can do it. You just gotta really do it right. And then this movie happened and
Mhm.
fucked everything up.
This one's
did.
easy to write off as not
For the
Joker
record, like-
canon.
We recommend against multiverse, time travel, resurrection, but all of these things can be done in such a way that you're like, fuck, that was good, man.
Yeah, of course.
Yep, it's like
Yeah.
like a lot of things, a lot of ideas. There's very few, if any, ideas that are like intrinsically bad. So much of it is it's the execution. How well do you do it?
I
There is
think we'll.
it's
No, go on.
do it. I insist.
Oh
You
my God.
must.
I think we'll live to see the day where Todd Phillips just wakes up in the morning and decides to rewatch Joker 1 and issues a public apology.
You get the Danny DeVito meme. I get it now,
Like,
but it's his own movie, and years later.
I'm sure we'll see that one day. I don't know why, but I'm sure.
Yeah, maybe.
well,
Yeah, I mean, I'm done
yeah,
with this
that's-
movie.
I'm
That's
happy to be done
that.
with this movie and never
Yeah.
speak of it again, except as a terrible example of what to avoid, so that generations into the future will learn to not repeat these mistakes.
before we go, Nutsa, what are you up to on your channel? What's happening over there? Why should people go and check out your stuff?
Oh God. What am I? I just like 10 days ago posted a video about Acolyte, which is so. I'm sorry, I can't talk. It's not cliche at all, of course. And yeah, I mean, I'm working on a few new videos. That I'm not gonna say yet because I'm not set on anything. However, I'm very sleepy, so yeah.
All right.
I have a question.
Well, she's
I have a
made several
question.
videos lately about the sequel trilogy. You went back over them to see
Oh
how
yeah,
they're holding up.
those.
Highly recommend that.
Those
It's a
also
little like,
happened.
hey, remember they happened? Let's truly see if they're bad. That's the conclusion. But
Well, you
plenty
made
of
that
unique
cartoon
insights.
as well.
Well, wait. So you got that? I would say that the audience would be interested in checking those out, especially because our audience aren't too big of fans of the sequel trilogy. They're like into it, but you
Yeah.
know, it's like a and then of course
Thanks.
an Acolyte breakdown as well of what you most hated about it. With broke into different sections, be it each of the characters, the broad storytelling points, and some stuff about Leslie Headland, our favorite showrunner.
Thank you.
And then yes, a video that I kind of wanted to play on like a meme fab at some point that you made.
Oh, okay, all right, okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good
That
video. I
that
like
one.
it.
It's very,
Yeah,
very
it's good.
Oh,
amusing.
thank you.
Go
This is
and
very sweet.
people in chat, if you search "Dear Disney, you're homophobic," you'll get a very amusing animation that kind of gets into a point that I think Disney are going to start rolling out more and more as the future goes on. Which is, you know what? Well, you know what? I won't spoil it. Go watch it. You'll find it very amusing. Like I said.
Thank you a lot.
Thanks for coming on. It's been fun.
Mhm.
When
Yeah,
are
thank-
when are you and Fringy gonna do an animation collaboration project?
Mm.
No
Hmm.
idea.
All right.
Yeah,
What
like,
do
I
you
have no
mean?
idea. But
That
maybe one day.
sounds
Who knows?
fun, but I'm
Mhm.
not that confident in my drawing or animating skills,
I'm
unfortunately.
not that
But
confident either,
know.
but yeah, but still, maybe.
And
Okay.
Mr. Capital Opinions, what about you, sir? What have you been up to?
Oh, hello. Well, I'm working on a big reaction response video type thing that'll come out soon. We stream on the channel every Sunday talking about movies and stuff. We did one not too long ago with Muller and Fringy about how good David Fincher's Gone Girl is.
Yes.
Mm.
Yay!
Go
Go
check it
check
out,
that
guys.
out
That was how long?
if you
7
haven't.
hours or something? It's
That was
We
a
talked
while.
a lot about it.
6 hours. Yes,
in
we got to
exhaustive
gush
detail.
about Gone Girl, which rarely
Yes.
have an opportunity to do so, I suppose. So thank you for facilitating that. We enjoyed it.
Oh, no
Indeed.
problem. We talk about movies
Mhm.
every Sunday. I think this Sunday we're doing The Sixth Sense. So sometimes there are older movies that maybe you haven't
You
seen
did
in a while.
Mars
So
Attacks recently. What was the conclusion on
we
that?
did. Oh, it's fun. It's
It
a
is a
fun
fun
movie.
movie.
I like
That's a fun movie.
it. That's the short version. Yeah, so come check it out.
I love
And
the
Devs
title for that stream,
episode
by the way.
5, maybe eventually. Ack. Yep.
Fuck devs.
Yeah, eventually, before I die, that will be done.
Yay!
Yay.
I love that
fuck
every time we're
devs.
reminded of you working on it, me and Rags have like a bit of PTSD of having watched that show.
Oh my
Shudder.
god.
I can feel the
Ah,
shudder through the
Fucking
sheets.
devs.
I hate that show.
Terrible. Terrible,
Fuck
terrible,
that
terrible.
show.
But hey, there you go. Plenty of creative projects on the way. You fellas in chat and ladies are probably familiar with these two, and we thank you both for joining us. Free and Rags, anything you want to mention before we, of course, talk about the Plumbos?
Because of other stuff that's kind of popped up and, you know, a little bit of EFAP prep and things of that nature, I should have a video. I thought it was going to be done by now. But like maybe like Monday probably is when it's all going to be done. I want it to kind of all be right, to be like these back to YouTube videos and stuff, and to get that rolling out. So I want it to be right and be at a good time where I'm going to be around like for the day and stuff like that, to, you know, just be around. So probably around Monday-ish. And then I'm planning to do more stuff after that. That'll probably be a bit quicker for me to put out. And I'm thinking around Halloween. I don't know exactly what day. I'm going to be doing an Amnesia the Bunker stream on my channel
Yeah.
for like a Halloween thing. And if the hoodie sale.
Wait, we'll measure that in a second.
Uh,
We'll do that in a second.
Okay. So that'll be kind of what I would say to look forward to. Probably about a Monday-ish video, then regular stuff after that, and then late in October, Amnesia the Bunker stream.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very interesting to know what you think of that. It's unfortunate the result of Afterbirth that we didn't
Ugh.
immediately jump on it, but had Bunker released instead of Afterbirth, which would be kind of funny. We probably would have made an episode on it, me, you, and Metal. I mean, we did for
Okay.
Afterbirth. We probably
We
not
did for
in the
Afterbirth, yeah.
sense that I mean that it's so good we'd have to. I just mean in the sense that we probably would have whatever the game was. And what I'm saying is like we didn't because they killed our interest in them after as a development
Yes.
studio, unfortunately. So,
Oh yes.
but we'll probably have a bit of a back and forth about it once you've played it, see what you think, and it'll be fun to watch that
Alright.
stream. Bringy, what are you up to?
I mean, nothing at the moment. Just, I mean, other than just working, basically, nothing, nothing particularly, nothing to announce, really.
Other than you plan to stream Amnesia: The Dark Descent, no?
Yes, but I haven't figured out my plans for that yet. So I figured I'd talk about it when I figured out, you know, when and
It is
what the
difficult
deal
to
was.
say whether all of us what we'll be doing on Halloween night because open bar is Halloween night, so it's like it's kind of
Yeah,
weird to aim things around. We're not even sure if we're doing an EFAP the prior night. We probably are because we want to do like a
Because I've
Halloween
got-
one.
Probably.
It is the worst
I'll do
time of the
family
week for fucking
stuff
Halloween
and-
night, you know? Why couldn't it be
Yeah,
Saturday
'cause
every
there's
year?
actually, like,
So rude.
the holiday part, where like, oh yeah, like family and hanging out with IRL
Yeah.
friends and things of that nature. So that'll probably be what I do for most of Halloween. And I guess we got the EFAP before Halloween, so the Halloween stream will not be. It's Halloween. It's the correct season.
It's the month, okay?
We
so
may-
It's a
wherever
spooky
the
month.
Amnesia stream happens, it will probably happen at some point.
We
this
may
month,
be
probably not Halloween
EFAPing
Day.
while it's Halloween, at least briefly in Australia. That's the best we can do.
Yes. Well, not briefly in
Ooh.
Australia. It will definitely be Halloween in Australia the whole time.
Oh, well, there you go. We win.
Yeah, that's
Halloween
right.
stream. Woo.
Yes, indeed.
Re-uploaded the
you
next
won't
day,
find
which is
out about
Halloween
that one
night. Perfect.
until later.
Well, with that said, we do have the plushies. Look at them go. Beautiful.
Yo, yes.
Speaking of Halloween, look.
For those who are
Look,
still unaware,
roll
somehow,
the fire.
we have ran our Halloween special set with me as a vampire, the Ragzo Lantrine, that's the French. if you
Yeah,
didn't know.
Ragzo Lantern.
Werwolf, and Fringo the Ravo. He's Raven. You know, you could tell from
Yeah,
that
look.
expression, he's the kind of guy who goes to clubs. Like, yeah, do it. With his skull. That's the
And
best.
scythe.
Yes,
Yeah.
you gotta be careful with it. It's a cuddly scythe. You know, it's not gonna hit
Look,
anybody.
it's a,
We'll be fine.
it's a fluffy one. Yeah, look
Yeah.
at it.
Limited edition, of course. You got 20 days remaining before they're gone forever. This Halloween,
right.
specifically the 2024 one, and a crazy addition to our little team here is an EFAP hoodie, which if you're interested in picking
Look.
up, you get them all together, you get 25% off the whole lot. Just
Yes.
so
Which
it's
is
a
an
chunk of
hoodie is
change.
appreciable
nice.
discount. An appreciable discount. So bear that in mind.
And I have been made aware recently that Wolf has promised that if each of the 4 plushies get over 1,000 units sold, he will indeed stream Lord of Ring Gollum. Now that's quite a treasure, because I wanted him to stream that
Ordering
game.
more right now. Look at that. Let me put in my credit card information to buy even more because I want to see that. Wow. Playing Gollum.
I know that will be something everyone will be curious to see. I suppose now, if is there anything you wanted to mention, Rex? Anything
Yeah,
particular?
yeah, absolutely. Sure, why not? Hey guys, guess what? If the hoodie sales reach 1,000 or more, I will do a stream of Lord of Ring Gollum as well. So, we have not played it before. We are
the
our Gollum
Too uninitiated.
mm,
It was myself
Yeah, that's right.
as Jay Longbone and Metal, so there's still plenty here who have not had their own experience, and I feel like it would be pretty intense and amazing to watch Rags and Wolf playing it, but we got some goals
Yep.
to reach in
That's
order
right.
to get
And
there,
by the
right?
way, the hoodie. I know it's a new thing, but I do have one here that they sent, so I could double check it, make sure it's a-okay. It's a pretty good hoodie. Not gonna lie. I know I'm biased, and I want you guys to buy it, but it is a nice hoodie. Fits well, feels warm, nice material, and a nifty design. I think. So I would absolutely recommend the hoodie. If y'all could buy 999 of them, that would be
Each.
fucking solid. Okay.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning. It's like I don't really have one attached to this because I'm already set in one. If Metal reaches 10k subs, which he's getting precariously close to, I will be forced to play through all of Scholar of the First Sin on stream with him when he visits this year. So that's going to be the fun zone that I'm up to. And I'm sure he's mentioned on a couple of his streams as well. But yes, grab them while you can. They're right there, and they're very cuddly. Also,
Yeah.
check out A Nightmare on Elm Street EFAP movies that have been dropping out gradually. We've just done the 3rd, and the 4th is going to
Dream
be...
Warriors.
4th will be tomorrow, I think, if my time
Yes.
is correct. Yes. And then, of course, I'm also on Friday Night Tights tomorrow, and then the day after, we're doing the first half of Agatha.
Agatha on Saturday EFAP. First 5 episodes. Be there.
It was here
We're gonna
all
go through it
along.
with a very thick tooth comb.
A fine-tooth sledgehammer.
I ain't rings of power in that shit, okay?
Well, oh yeah, for those who don't know, we've done the complete coverage of Rings of Power, which clocks in at like fucking 35 to 40 hours or something. It's
Oh my
insane.
god.
So
Oh, it's like 4.5 hours per episode.
we lots of Waldrick appreciation throughout that arc. Good stuff.
Waldrick's great. Waldrick's great.
But yeah, that's that. Thank you all so very much, and enjoy this and whatever happens next, and the rest of Halloween with EFAP. We've got plenty of things coming your way. Woohoo!
Oh yeah.
Alright,
We will
yeah.
see you later. Thanks for
See you
showing
later,
up, everybody.
everybody.
Bye,
Catch you
everybody.
in a few days.
Bye.
Bye
Bye,
bye.
bye, 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 bye.
Bye.